Item gained, Sword of Champions, artifact grade item. The blade was beautiful, glowing a faint mithril blue and covered with runes that leaked power, but it felt hollow, completely drained of soul energy. Lifa had used every drop of energy that it had trying to escape the Emperor, but she hadn't managed to get away, and with her aura returned to Overlord rank, the Emperor seemed confident that she would no longer be a threat to him. The Haint seemed unconcerned as he set her back on her feet while he sat in the grass catching his breath and letting his regeneration regrow the missing chunks of his body. "Oh, it's the merchant Carl and his band of merrymakers. Good to see you again," she greeted them. "It's a pleasure to see you as well, Councilwoman. Do either of you require healing? It might be a moment before our clerics recover, but we can help." She waved her hand dismissively. "We will be fine by then. Did you see the Oracle lately?" "He's at the farm we were at earlier." Lifa nodded. "Lovely. Where was that?" Carl gestured in the right direction. "About a half-hour jog that way. You'll find them easily enough with Soulsight. They have a number of royal rank minotaurs with them." "You know about Soulsight? That makes life easier. We should take time to catch up one day." The Emperor was glaring at Carl, who was baffled by the Haint's strange behavior. She remembered him, but she appeared to have lost her short-term memory, or perhaps it had been purged by the spell she was under. "Certainly. I am sure that you have a wealth of knowledge to pass on," Carl agreed easily. She was one of the leaders of this nation, and while she was openly fighting with the Emperor only a few minutes ago, anyone could see that they had settled their issue. The Emperor stared at the cloth wagon full of children. "Is there a particular reason for the relocation?" he asked delicately. "The damage from the recent incidents left them homeless. We were going to bring them to a group that could protect them," Carl replied with a casual shrug. That could be a lot further now that the two totem-rank monsters had leveled half of the countryside. But eventually, they would find a safe spot to drop everyone off. "I will bring them with me. Once we recover the Oracle, I will bring everyone to the fortress," the Emperor insisted. "They might be all right at the location where the Oracle is waiting. The defenders there are strong enough to deal with most of what is left." The Emperor nodded. "If they are strong enough to hold until the army clears the area without any additional losses, I should be able to trust them with a few more mouths to feed." Carl smiled. "We left them over 100 boars cleaned and dressed for butchering. They'll be at that all day, and then salting and smoking it for ages. The fields that we could save won't be much supplemental feed, but they haven't taken any casualties since they arrived." The Emperor looked startled. "You and the local farmers held a location with 0 casualties? How many people are there?" Carl did a quick mental calculation. After the royal rank farmers called for their neighbors the morning after the first attack, there have been about 20 proper fighters, plus children and some crippled that our clerics couldn't fully heal. I don't know if you have any clerics in the area, but if you can get another dragon cleric to come to them, it should solve most of their issues. These ones have sworn an oath to remain with our group." "And I presume you are also under a similar oath?" Carl nodded. "Yes, not to abandon any of my people or go off without them." The Emperor nodded, then turned toward the wagon, where Tessa was working to free Thor from the harness. It was all royal rank spider silk, so she couldn't just cut it without using a skill. The Emperor nodded politely to her as Tessa got the hesitant Thor to move away from the wagon. He had just gotten it, and he was understandably reluctant to let his new wagon go, especially when it was full of small creatures that could scrub his scales when they stopped. "Lifa, let's go. Say goodbye to your new friends," the Emperor demanded, returning to his borderline enraged state when he had to talk to the Haint. Lifa waved to everyone, but didn't say anything until she passed by Carl. "I feel like I'm supposed to come see you again one day. I will see you when I remember why," she whispered, nearly too low for even his sensitive hearing to pick up. Then she was gone, stepping through a portal that led to the farm Carl had been at this morning. He hadn't realized that she could just open a portal instead of vanishing. That was quite the skill set, and it was a miracle that the Emperor managed to catch her in the first place. But perhaps there was some limitation on it, or she couldn't do it after she broke their bond. The Emperor took the leads to the pulling harness for the wagon and followed her without looking back, leaving Carl and his team alone in the middle of a zone of destruction. There were no intact structures in sight, not even the small stone shed had survived the battle of the totems intact. Dana activated her movement skill to step up into the sky, then turned in a slow circle as she ascended. After only half a minute, she returned to the ground and shook her head. "If there were other survivors near us, there aren't any more. Everything is gone." The invaders, the buildings, the crops, any survivors that were above ground. Everything, she explained. I suppose everyone needs an explanation. I learned while speaking with her during the battle that Miss Lifa is bonded to the Emperor with a spell, but when she broke through to totem rank, she escaped the bond and went on the run. What we just saw was him recapturing her. The purple chains of that ability should be locking away some of her memories and restraining her powers. So, basically, she forgot everything after we left the fortress. If we run into her again, she probably won't remember fighting at the farm with us. However, she's there now, and someone might say something that helps her remember, Carl explained. So, she's not part of the council of her own free will? Tessa asked. I can't say for certain. She seems to enjoy her time on the council. But she definitely wants to break her bond to the Emperor and flee the continent as well. What next? Was there a reason other than the survivors that we were going this way? Dana asked. The Spellblades are northeast of us. I was taking us there by the easiest route. Once we have regrouped with them, we can make our way out of the country. We have more information to pass to them, and they should have a way to pass that information back to the people in charge. Tessa looked around at the situation, then sighed and rubbed Thor's head. On the plus side, even though we turned over the orphans without so much as a thank you, we can now get back to moving at a decent speed. Carl smiled, and Ray called out a pair of golems. Yes, we can ride in style now. Ophelia, do you think you can ride without a saddle? Carl asked. I think so. The golems move pretty smoothly, but can the bodyguards keep up with Thor? The Naga warriors gave her a thumbs up, while the Lamia pair nodded. They might struggle to catch the golems or Ray in a straight line, but they were pretty quick, and Thor would only be at a casual jog that he could keep up all day. Carl mounted a golem and took the point position, while Hawk soared overhead, scouting the area for surviving threats. Their chosen route out of the area had nothing, as the last attack had been nearly overhead, and that didn't give the giant boars much of a chance. If there was anyone alive and hiding underground, Hawk was determined to ignore it so that they could actually make progress today and not just keep stopping to pet babies and build wagons. Neither of those activities held any interest for him, but once they found the group of Dana mages, they were guaranteed to find action. Every time he had met them in the past there was a fight of some sort, and most of them were with new species. That had to be a good sign of their interesting nature. So, he flew to the edge of the destruction and searched for surviving Cyclops and Boar teams. Dead was dead when the rest of the team arrived, and they wouldn't stop just because it was Hawk that killed some of them. Carl could hear his plotting, but it wasn't much different from what he would have ordered anyhow. Even at the casual jogging pace, it wouldn't take them too much longer to make their way out of the affected area. There was a chance that some of the invaders had scattered, but a few groups wouldn't be a major issue, even if Hawk didn't find them first. The Dana mages are on the move again, but they're slow today. I think that something happened to them. Hawk updated. Can you tell what it is? I think that they have wounded members. They don't have the hiding spell up anymore, and some of them are being carried on a cloth between people. How far are they? About an hour if Thor runs, Hawk guessed. You up for it, buddy? Carl asked Thor, who started to run instead of answering. The startled passengers held on for dear life as the Saro's swaying gait turned into a ramming speed sprint. But the saddle was made for this, and the golems had no problem keeping up, while their multi-legged body gave them a much smoother ride. After half an hour, Thor's stamina was fading, and his sprint had faded to a run and then to a fast jog. But the Spellblade clan was now in sight, and they should have been able to recognize Carl and the others just as easily as he recognized them. They had even been sending scouts up every 10 minutes to get a better view, so there was no way that they didn't know Carl's team was coming by now. Once they realized that Carl was coming to them, Prince Corbin turned his clan back towards the incoming elites, and the promise of healing from the clerics they knew were with them. Carl didn't bother getting down from the golem when they met. He just nodded politely to the other royal rank elite and waited for an update. We were caught by surprise when the pair of fighting totems appeared overhead. We were far too close to their battle, and they didn't appear to care that there were others in the area. Do you know who had the audacity to attack the Emperor? Scratch that. Can I get your clerics to heal my people? We have some severe injuries that our potions couldn't handle. We can discuss the rest later, Corbin began. Of course. Tessa, Lotus, would you look after the Spellblades? Remy, you can help as well if you would like. Remy came out with a bag full of potions to test on the wounded, and Tessa did her best not to laugh at the aspiring alchemist. Even if she poisoned them with a bad concoction, There were still other healers around, or Remy could just cast a healing spell on them to cure it. Most of the damages were internal, aftermath of the blasts from the totem rank battle, and without intensive treatment, they might not make it. That sort of healing wasn't easy for most healing potions, and it was one of the reasons that the doctors had originally suggested to Remy that she work on using Healing Splash as an injectable healing spell. A regular healing spell worked from the skin inward. A potion worked from the stomach out and took a while to take effect. But injected into the blood, a healing spell would be much more evenly dispersed. That was what she tried first, with one of the most severely injured ascended rank spellblades. Remy crouched over the casualty as if listening to their heartbeat, then subtly bit the victim's arm and injected Healing Splash. Then she fed him a blue potion and hovered over him to watch the effect, using her long lower body as a base so she could remain close enough to see all the minute changes. That works better than expected. We should get someone to make us needles, and then we can just stab people with healing. Ray laughed at the reaction people would have to a needle the size that Remy had in mind to inject them with a whole potion. Ray is right, I think it has to be concentrated for injectable use, Carl agreed. That's easily fixed. But most importantly, look how well biting people works for healing. I'm going to bite another one. Her body darted toward another wounded spellblade, a commander, who she bit on the neck like a vampire. The man squeaked in horror, then the lacerations and bruising on his body began to visibly fade, starting at the bite mark. You're letting her do that because it's funny, aren't you? Healing Splash doesn't have to be injected, Prince Corbin asked Carl quietly. It actually works faster when injected. But yes, she could just douse them with it, or feed them the spell suspended in a potion. The Spellblade Prince shook his head, and Carl noticed that Remy had picked up a heavily injured girl. Nobody else in the group was that small, it had to be Tamarind, formerly Tori the Mage. As she was still ascended, she had taken heavy damage from the blast, and Remy had shown at the Beast Temple that she had a thing for grabbing and relocating small people. Don't run away with her after she is healed, Carl warned. No problem. She just needs more healing than my bite and a potion, so I'm bringing her to Lotus. Carl and Prince Corbin went over everything that had happened to their groups since they last met, and found that the Spellblades had not had a much easier time than Carl's group had. Despite the fact that they had gotten stuck in a Cyclops spawn, the Spellblades had just had a terrible time getting out of the wilderness. First, they had chosen to double back on their route, so they would be further from the major population centers. But that put them only a few kilometers from the undead spawn, so they had ended up moving camp in the middle of the night. Then they had come across a group of nomadic demons who were not happy with the trespassers on their pastures. That had led to a small fight, but fortunately no casualties. Then, they had to divert again because there were soldiers everywhere, working to contain the Cyclops spawn, and the Spellblades weren't willing to try to pass themselves off as local as it would just lead to being conscripted for the cleanup effort. So, while Carl had been fighting for multiple days, the Spellblades had been running constantly and spending mana to keep the barrier up and avoid detection. Prince Corbin finished his story and leaned against his staff as he watched the healers work. What's your plan from here on? Are you going to travel with us, or are you looking for something in particular to help your growth? He asked. I need either a holy item or a unique skill that will help Thor, the lightning Sarrow, grow. He has hit the limits of his natural potential, and he needs a bit of a bump to get him past the bottleneck and on to higher heights. So, I was thinking that we might stop at the Wooden Temple on our way back. If there is anywhere on the continent that will help a beast with holy affinity overcome their limits, that should be the place. Corbin seemed to understand the concept of needing resources to surpass your natural limits quite well. This might seem like a wild goose chase, but I remember back when the elite program was first starting, my second year in school I believe, there was an incident near the three-way border between Nuban, the divine beasts, and the mountain giants that involved a holy relic. A bunch of the teachers were gone for nearly 3 weeks investigating it. The incident was near Dunster, northeast of here. Well, almost north from here, but that's 1,000 kilometers of wilderness away. If you go that way, you can follow the mountain giant border all the way to Chiptonrith Lake. It's far from a safe route, and it will put you within a few kilometers of the front lines between Nuban and the mountain giants, but it was supposed to be incredibly powerful. Carl looked at the map and sighed. The area had 4 nations claiming territory within 100 kilometers of it, and all 4 of the nations were hostile to each other. As good as that opportunity sounds, it is probably smarter not to go anywhere near that spot right now. With the giants acting up, and the fact that they're going to have better weapons soon, things are going to get dicey. Prince Corbin frowned at the reminder. That's another thing. I've never heard of a monster spawn monster having enough lucidity to talk to anyone, much less form battle strategies and remember trade skills. Even species that should have some level of civilization don't attempt to build anything when they come from a spawn, they're just crazed by the anomaly. But somehow that Cyclops was not. Not just that, the mountain giants knew that it was not crazed, and they came for it. That sounds to me like the Cyclops Forge Masters have the blessings of a Titan god protecting them. It's the only thing that makes sense to protect their minds from the anomaly. Carl sighed. And if the Titan gods are protecting them, then they are also interfering to assist the giants in their war. With that sort of advantage, the giants might begin to rise again, and not remain in the nations they've established. I wonder if they found something. The orcs mentioned that they're looking for fragments of the original dragon scale. It was supposed to have been buried on this continent along with the demigod who had taken it, but nobody knows where that is. That's why the orcs are nomadic. They are actually working a grid pattern to search the continent for signs of the ancient grave. Prince Corbin paled. I think that I know what they're looking for. It's not a grave at all, but a stable anomaly. It's in the southern end of the Beastkin nation, deep within the jungle and hidden within one of their ancient step pyramid temples. I came across it on a mission a few years ago and reported it, but nothing came of it. According to the teams that came after me, there is nothing in the temple, but I clearly saw the tomb of a titan, and felt the power of a demigod. Unfortunately, I could not enter. The anomaly was there, I know it was, but when I tried to enter, I simply stepped through the portal like a mirage. It's not that far off our route, we could stop in again on our way back and try to look into the anomaly to see what might be in there. Carl smiled. You don't seem enthusiastic about the idea. Corbin shook his head. Would you be all that eager if you knew the sort of traps that a demigod could set on their mausoleum? Carl's smile faded. You make an excellent point. Even if we can find it, getting to any treasure that it might contain is an entirely different matter. However, if we could at least prove that the anomaly was there and stable, we would be able to report back on its existence. That should earn us some rewards, and perhaps even get a team of Blue Dragon clerics sent there to research the facility. If anyone can find a way in, it would be the clerics of the God of Knowledge. So, is that our route, then? We will head east, avoiding the roads and towns, to head into the Beastkin territories? If we pass south of Skipple, we should have a straight shot through the plains until we get near the border and into the jungle. It will be slow going until we get to the river, and from there it is easy enough to find the temple. They weren't trying to hide it when it was built, it was just that they built it so long ago that everything around it changed, Corbin explained. I will talk to the others, but I don't see it being a problem. We can follow the river back up to the lake so that we don't risk getting lost in the jungle. I don't know how much faster it will be, but at least we will know where we're going, Carl agreed. All right. As soon as my people are healed and fed, we will be ready to move. It's still a long walk out of the Nuban Empire borders, and I get the feeling that the Emperor doesn't want you to linger any more than you have to. That might be an understatement, especially now that he suspected Carl had something to do with Lifa breaking her bindings. If we see her again, I'm totally nullifying that spell, Kara agreed. The wounds weren't going to take long to repair, as there were no missing limbs or organs. There was heavy internal damage from the blast, but for cleric healing that was one of the easier forms of damage to heal. Right behind simple cuts. Even broken bones were harder to mend than soft tissue damage. Tessa and Lotus already had everyone on their feet, though a few were still weak and exhausted, as healing used some of your own energy to do the mending. They had been pushing hard to get away from danger, so they didn't have a lot to spare, and now with the healing, they were going to need a proper meal and a short nap before they were back in top shape. That process was already started, and while it was a simple meal with no need for cooking, energy was energy. The part that really mattered was getting as far as possible from here by the time that it got too dark for the Spellblades to efficiently travel. They would be headed northeast, in order to increase their distance from the incident's borders, and then they would start heading for the Beastkin Nation border. That was going to take them most of a week, and they would have to cross from the open grasslands through a large portion of marshland before entering the jungle. That was going to slow their progress even more than the fact that the Spellblades didn't have superhuman strength on their side, so their traveling speed was mediocre, even with magical assistance. Ophelia could cover more ground than they did in a day, just relying on werebear form. Everyone finish eating and then get some rest. You have 1 hour, and then we're moving out again, Corbin warned his team. Hawk landed next to the camp and brought out chunks of boar to roast. Only Thor didn't enjoy a good chunk of ham, and with so much in his inventory, Hawk was even willing to share with the not Dana mages. The fact that this one came fresh from the zone and not from his stockpile was mostly irrelevant. Even with all the extra people to feed, a whole boar was far too much food. But they only had an hour, according to Corbin, so they began picking the prime cuts and preparing to roast them for lunch. What do we even do with all this extra? Unlike you, we can't just store it indefinitely in raw form, Corbin sighed. Either leave it here or bring it to a farmer. Grab as much as we can cook quickly, and I will have Hawk drop the rest off for a group of farmers. The ones outside the incident will still be short on meat. Hawk mentally laughed at the idea. Hurling half a boar at someone's porch sounded like a lot of fun. The spellblades made a 5-meter-long fire, and then arranged the strips of meat on an extendable pole intended for their tent. Narrow strips draped over the top cooked quickly and were easy to flip. Then they just needed to cool the pole and clean it after they were done. If they had more time, that was how they would smoke and dry jerky. But nobody wanted to stay too close to a dangerous situation. Once the meal was done, the mages lay down for a short nap, and Hawk took off with the remainder of the boar, looking for a suitable target to donate it to. He was flying high in the clouds, as the presence of a flaming blue avian monster with the wingspan of a full-grown roc or phoenix would panic the locals. He wasn't seeing many good targets at first. However, about 10 kilometers north, a young boy was kneeling in the yard with his hands folded in prayer and his tusked trollish head facing the sky. He couldn't hear him, but he could read his lips well enough even with the tusks. Gods, please forgive my family and end this famine. Grant us the food to make it through the winter and a strong harvest to send my sister to school. The boy was pleading with the sky. A sharp turn as Hawk released his claws sent the remains of the boar hurtling towards the farmhouse at well over 100 kilometers an hour, and into the budding stalks of the corn plants in the field in front of the trollish child. The boy froze in shock as the animal flew over his head, then began to cheer and call for his parents to come outside as it crashed to the ground on the other side of the fence. Hawk was laughing uncontrollably in Carl's mind as the farmers tried to determine why a gift from the heavens would be a giant boar, already gutted with the best cuts removed. It came from the sky, they had all seen that much. But why this boar in particular? Did they do something right to be gifted so much fresh meat? Or did they do something to anger the gods and make them take out the best cuts first? Was it as good as you hoped? Carl asked the happy bird. All that and more. You should see the looks on their faces. They're so confused, Hawk agreed. You're going to do it again, aren't you? As soon as I can find another boar. Forget throwing monkeys. Hurling food at people is much more fun. I saw in a book that the humans used to use it as a punishment, but the trolls are so happy. Remy giggled. That's because you threw the food to them and didn't hit them with it. The punishment was to hit them in the face with food while they couldn't run away. That wasn't quite how the stockades worked, but they weren't entirely wrong, either. As long as you're enjoying yourself and you don't hurt anyone. Just make sure that you don't drop a living boar in someone's yard. They might not be prepared for a fight, Carl warned. Got it. Only dead food. Once everyone was rested and ready, the group got moving again, slower than Carl would have preferred, but moving steadily northeast out of the attack zone. Soon, they would be crossing the major road that ran east out of Cliffknoll, where they were originally intending to sell their goods, but they couldn't follow that road east just yet, as it ran southeast down into the region that had been influenced by the Cyclops spawn. Hopefully, there hadn't been too many merchants going that way in the last few days, but Carl was certain that at least a few unfortunate groups had wandered into danger, unaware that anything had changed since they left the city. The road should be a good spot for the night. We can also pretend to be proper merchants again, despite our lack of wagon. Why don't we stop there for the evening, and then if there is another incident, we might be able to gather more allies for the fight, which we can leave in the morning under the guise of regular business, Carl suggested. Prince Corbin considered that for a moment, and then nodded. That works for me. The less suspicion that our presence draws, the better. Even if we don't have any wagons, most of the groups that meet us at night won't know that until dawn, at which point we can make up an excuse. If there is no incident, we won't need to say anything, and if there is an incident, they'll be happy to have us, and unlikely to look too deeply into our motivations. They made it to the road an hour before dark, a proper time for a traveling group to start setting up camp. Nobody within 10 kilometers, and most of them are already set up for the night, Hawk reported. Alright, you can come down and rest. Ray will take over the night watch duties in an hour or two. Hawk landed outside the camp, and then smirked at Carl as he took out one of the many transformation tokens that Ray had stolen from the fortress. In his natural form, he was a massive flaming bird, blue at the feathers, but when he focused on toning down the fire he turned back to red as the temperature dropped. But when he activated the transformation spell, he didn't turn into a human as Carl had expected. Instead, he appeared to be one of the feathered demons. His head looked the same, and while he had a mostly humanoid body and feathered arms, he still had pale blue and red wings on his back. "Ha, I am people now," Hawk chirped, then got the most confused look on his face. "The spell is broken. I think that you need to focus more on looking like a human. You still look like yourself, but you're shaped a bit like a human," Carl explained while trying not to laugh. Hawk transformed back into his natural form, then focused hard on what humans looked like. He hadn't seen a lot of them without clothes on, but he at least understood the difference in male and female forms. So, he focused on making himself into a Carl. He knew that form very well. "Oh, that version is much better. You still got a lot of feathers and wings, but you definitely look more human now." Carl congratulated Hawk as the transformation succeeded. He had pale blue skin and red feathers for hair and on the large wings on his back, but otherwise, Hawk now looked human. He smiled, and Carl noted that he didn't have teeth, but a rim of shiny red beak. That might cause some issues eating, but it was a small thing. "I am the Carl now," Hawk agreed. His voice was deep, but musical, and Corbin couldn't help but laugh. "Is that the first time you used that ability? It's an incredible one." He congratulated the proud Thunderbird. "It's a token, see? I got it from the Emperor Troll's fancy house. Bethoak Fortress," Carl explained. "Oh, those are valuable items. They let you leave with them?" Corbin asked. Both Hawk and Carl began to laugh, and the Spellblades did their best to hide their amusement as they realized what had happened. "Oh, you borrowed them without telling anyone. I see how it is. Those spells are normally never allowed to leave the property. We have a few at the Spellblade sect as well, so that non-human visitors can take on forms that can speak a language we understand." Carl nodded. "Speaking of which, have you noticed that you can understand trolls and orcs much more easily than others? I noticed the other day that the system seemed to be translating Orcish and Troll to Common in my mind. I didn't notice at first, but when the guards came to investigate, I had to break up a fight because the demons couldn't speak Orcish." Prince Corbin froze in shock. "You speak Abyssal?" "Pardon?" Corbin made a vague gesture, indicating that he was trying to determine how to explain the problem. "The demonic guards of the Nuban Empire speak Abyssal, not Common. The orcs speak Orcish, the trolls speak Trollish. And they only switch to Common for the benefit of humans, or when they're speaking to someone who doesn't speak any of the other languages. Mostly, everyone speaks their own language, but they learn all the others, so they can understand each other." Carl motioned for the others to come over. "Did you have any problems understanding people after we arrived?" Dana shrugged. "The demons and satyrs have a brutal accent that is a pain to understand, but other than that, not really. The others all speak Common pretty well, except the serpents." Corbin reached into his pocket and took out a pipe that he lit with a fire spell from his fingertip. "So, the system doesn't translate serpent, but it's translating the rest for you all? Do the others hear heavy accents or unfamiliar words?" he asked as he smoked. Ophelia nodded. "Trolls and orcs are easy to understand, and the satyrs and minotaurs as well, but I have a terrible time understanding the demons' accent. They use a heavy slang, kind of like the mountain village farmers back home." Lotus looked confused. "The demons sound funny. I thought that the orcs all sounded like they were drunk." One of the commander-rank Spellblades began to laugh. "To think that I spent an entire year learning new languages, when you five didn't even realize that you might need to." Lotus giggled. "So, you speak Minotaur?" The man shook his head. "The Minotaurs speak Common. But the satyrs don't. They speak a dialect of Abyssal. The fact that you didn't even notice is just an unfair advantage." Tessa was making notes. "So this is the advantage of having more of the system functions unlocked. Personally, I can tell when their words are being translated. It has a distinctive inflection in my mind that's the same no matter the tone." Carl thought about that for a moment. That was not true for him. Everyone had a different way of speaking. It was only when they got mad like the Emperor had that he began to hear their dialect. Maybe if he focused harder on what they were actually saying, he would get more detail from the translation. You could tell a lot about a human by how they spoke, so logically he should be able to tell more about other species the same way. The novelty of being a Carl lasted about 10 minutes, then Hawk returned to his space and his natural form. Talking to people was overrated. They just kept asking him strange questions about flying or wanted to touch his feathers. Ray smirked as Hawk retreated to safety. See, being here in the shadows is far superior to being out there where people who can bother you. We can't all be Thor, who people naturally want to love on and groom. Have you considered not trying to jump scare people? Kara asked. Considered it, rejected the thought. Ray confirmed. Carl chuckled at their interactions and the way that they just accepted Hawk's decision that trying to be human was overrated. But now he knew how to do it, so if he wanted to come out in places where his natural body was too large to fit, he would be capable of it. No more forced sidelining if they were fighting indoors, though he would likely just remain in his space anyhow and cast out from there. The fact that they could use skills while in their spaces was the ultimate advantage for the beasts. If they didn't want to interact, they didn't have to, and nobody could bother them in there. She did come outside for the night watch, though. If there were any lost monsters or stragglers, she wanted the advantage of already being in the area when she detected them. It could save nearly a second in the process between finding them and eating them. She was the only one from Carl's group that was on watch that night. The rest of the work was being done by the Spellblades. The first light of dawn was Ray's signal to go to bed, and Hawk's signal to start scouting. He could do it at night now, as his vision had changed with his evolution, and he no longer had any issues seeing at night. But that was Ray's turn to hunt, and he didn't want to start family strife. There are merchants coming. They must have started moving very early, from the south. Hawk informed them not long after taking off. That was not the expected direction, as the road led through the area that had been affected by the spawn in that direction. But if they had come through that way, they should have additional information about the situation. Perhaps it had been mostly cleared, and they wouldn't have to go east to get around the dangers. Prepare for visitors. They're coming from the south, out of the danger zone, so they might be in rough shape, Carl warned the Spellblades. The group was jogging down the road, and Carl noticed that they also didn't have a wagon with them. They had large backpacks full of supplies, but the packs looked like they were hastily assembled, and not the sort of pack that one would choose for a long journey. Carl stepped out to the edge of the road and raised a hand in greeting as they came into sight, hoping they would stop to give some answers. The group was entirely made of trolls, the slender blue-skinned variety, and they had a royal ranked shaman leading them. Carl could feel the elemental magic lingering on him, like a scent of ozone, but not an actual smell. The shaman stopped in front of Carl and bowed slightly, panting hard from the run with a pack on. I take it that the road south of here isn't safe? We were coming across from the west and had to turn north to avoid trouble. Carl greeted him. You would be correct. We lost everything but what we could carry, plus 2 of our people. There is some sort of invasion of cyclops and giant boars to the south. The army is out dealing with them, but there are so many that it will take them ages. Is it safe to go west from here? He replied. Yes, you can go west overland from here, just don't go much further south, or you'll be into it again. It runs all the way to Bethoak Fortress. The troll cursed. So the city markets at Mitford are inaccessible? Carl frowned. The city of Mitford was sacked. I don't know what has survived, but the whole city is in rebuilding mode, and I was told by Overlord Leafa that 2 of the council members are there overseeing it. The problem is that everything from here to there was invaded. You might make good money on what is left, but it would be safer to go west until you are past the fortress and then turn south if you want to trade there. The troll sighed and looked at his ragged group of companions. All of their clothes were tattered, and their weapons were cracked and chipped from intense battle. The last thing that they wanted was another fight. If they hadn't been trolls and able to regenerate from the wounds that the boars and giants inflicted upon them, they would never have made it out. I don't suppose that you have any cloth for sale? We might not get through the fortress gates looking the way that we do right now. Carl chuckled and nodded. Yeah, I've got a bit of cloth with me. Consider it a gift in hopes of good fortune. They still had the rough canvas that had been the cover for the wagon, and that would be enough to at least make a basic toga for each of the trolls, which they could hold closed with their sword belts. As he was handing over the plain gray cloth, one of the Spellblades came over with an armload of cloth. Here, take this as well. A simple kilt in Clan Macaulay tartan looks good on everyone, and trolls usually go shirtless anyhow, he offered. The troll shaman turned to Carl. What did he say? I can't understand his accent at all. Carl chuckled. He is offering you a bolt of his clan's signature tartan so that you look presentable, and not like beggars in the rough canvas I have. The troll smiled and patted the confused man on the shoulder. Thank you. We will look glorious in your clan's colors. My people will wear it with pride. The trolls stepped to the side so they could change from their tattered clothes into kilts with crudely cut canvas tunics. I thought that my accent was fairly easy to understand, the Spellblade whispered. It is for me, but apparently not for trolls who are used to the local common accents. They're happy to have the tartan, though. Is there a reason you had so much of it? The mage chuckled and shook his head. I have a spell to make it. I always carry one bolt of it in a spatial storage bag, just in case. I will make another once we're on the road. You should speak to Lotus as we walk. She would be genuinely interested in a cloth creation spell that can make fancy cloth. Or perhaps Dana, as she's also a mage, Carl suggested. The mage shook his head. Clan secret, I'm afraid. We're not allowed to teach it to outsiders. I've tried to convince the elders to teach the whole Spellblade clan, as generations of my family have lived there, but this spell only makes my family's pattern, and they said it wasn't appropriate. Carl shrugged. Still, if you change your mind, let one of them know. They might be able to modify the spell to make other patterns. The trollish merchants turned west and left as soon as they were presentable again. They weren't rushing, but they weren't waiting around for something else to find them. That left the surrounding area clear for the Spellblade clan to finish packing up and preparing to head east through the grasslands. First, they just needed to warn the groups coming south that there was danger ahead so that they didn't walk right into the incident unprepared. Carl jogged over when he saw a group coming, giving them plenty of time to slow down before reaching his team. There has been an incident south of here. There are cyclops and giant boars running rampant, and the army is trying to clear them up. We met the remains of a trollish merchant group this morning, and they lost everything, including half their team. I wouldn't recommend that you go any further down the road. My people are going east instead, Carl warned the lead driver. Do you know how far east it goes? The driver asked. Carl shook his head. It goes west all the way to the fortress before it ends, but I don't know exactly how far east or south. Well, he did know yesterday, but it could have been partially cleared up by now. All right, we will wait here for the day, then. Once we see someone coming north with news, we will know if we can move again. Thank you for the warning, traveler. Carl nodded. I lost my wagon as well. I was in the western end of it when the giants appeared. Be safe out there. The merchant wagon driver nodded, and then gestured for his team to come forward as Carl returned to his group. All right, let's get a move on. The others know about the danger now, so we can let them tell anyone else who comes along, he explained. The Spellblades looked more than a little jealous as Ray called out her golems to take Carl and Ophelia as riders, while Hawk landed to take Dana for the day. His flames were ethereal, not hot in this form, and Ray had made a saddle just for this purpose. Dana, on the other hand, had not been informed of the change in plans. Wait, am I expected to ride on Hawk? She asked when he headbutted her to end her hesitation. That's the plan. You have ranged attack skills, he is the longest ranged attacker on the team, so, you're well paired. Besides, Ray just made him a fancy new saddle, and he hasn't gotten to try it out yet, Carl agreed. And why is it not you, who is unlikely to suffer fall damage, who is testing this theory? Because apparently I'm a ground attacker. I don't make the rules here, I just follow them. Do you need a hand up? Dana shook her head in dismay and used a movement skill to step up to Hawk's neck height, then settled into the saddle and began to tie herself into the harness. It was fairly intuitive, and it tied around her waist and thighs as well as over her shoulders, so she could move her upper body freely, but not worry about being tossed too far back and forth. Well, I approve of the harness. It's solid, and made of Ray's silk. I don't have to worry about it breaking. As soon as she had finished tying herself on, Hawk flapped his massive wings and rocketed into the air at a speed that folded Dana against his back. I need to warn her next time, it's not comfortable when the goes backward like that. Hawk noted as he used Ghostfire Body to form a shield protecting her from the wind. Remember, she's not as strong as you or me. Her body isn't made for that sort of rapid maneuvering, you need to give her time to get a grip. Over the next few minutes, the new pair got used to each other, and Dana's narration let Hawk know what she was capable of enduring. Watching him dive, twirl and swoop from side to side as Dana got used to flying was making Tessa laugh constantly. Ophelia just looked happy that it wasn't her. The ride on the spider golems was smooth and comfortable, almost like riding on a sofa. If she had a proper cushion under her, it really would be. The pace was casual, just a brisk walk for Thor, even though the Spellblades were doing their best to cover ground before it started to get dark, and they had to stop again. That night found them in open grasslands, mostly unpopulated now that Hawk's presence had scared off the smaller beasts and one nomadic tribe that only had 6 people. They had spotted the bird in the air and had simply changed directions to avoid coming into what it might consider its territory. The next morning, Dana wasn't nearly as reluctant to board her transport for the day, and the group was moving right at dawn. Their goal for the night was to make it to the river. They could either follow that southeast to the capital, or they could follow it as far as the road, then head northeast until they came to the trading route that led into the Beastkin Nation. That would take them close to their destination at the Forgotten Temple. It should take 2 to 3 more days to make it to the road along the river, then likely 10 more to the temple, depending on how slow-moving in the jungle was. Carl didn't have high hopes for the speed that the Spellblades were going to manage once they were in dense trees or the marshes that they were going to get before the borders, but with their magic, they might be just as good in soft terrain as Thor was. However, Carl was thinking too far ahead. There wasn't much between them and the border but grasslands, marsh and one town they would use as a waypoint. But getting that far was not going to be as easy as he had hoped. The first signs that all was not well in the land of Nubon came just before dawn, when Ray spotted a portal opening, but nobody came through. Instead, there were signs of spell casting on the other side, and then the magic in the area began to destabilize. "Carl, get up. Something is happening." He opened his eyes and looked in the direction Ray's attention was focused. The spell was still ongoing, and it was doing something to the energy in the area. Carl couldn't tell what at first, but then something under the ground began to shake, and the ground itself began to glow. Carl felt one of the Spellblades coming over to see what had attracted his attention, so he motioned for silence as he pointed into the distance. "I think that there is an ancient ruin there, and someone is casting a spell to try to activate it. Ray spotted the portal when they opened it, and I can sense the magic they're using, but I don't know what the goal is, unless they are treasure hunters seeking an ancient artifact," Carl whispered. The Spellblade nodded. "That might be the case. We do the same thing from the sect compound at home. We have a portal array, and we either send out teams or we check on known and likely opportunities. Seers can't tell when an anomaly or trial will appear until someone finds it. So, we search using historical references. Normally, we focus on things within the Golden Dragon Nation, since those are the ones that might be a direct threat or an accessible opportunity. But there is no real reason that you couldn't focus on the historical sites of the other nations. If that is what someone is doing, there shouldn't be any effect on the area, though. It's just a scrying spell. If they are doing something to a ruin they found, that is an entirely different matter. They might have activated an ancient relic. Normally, we try not to do that, as so many of them are unstable and could explode or cause other issues. Even the anomalies are some of the milder effects, as they normally only last a day or 2. Legend says that the old capital of Hickland, a human nation east of here, was completely obliterated when someone accidentally activated the ruins it was built over. 10 million dead within seconds. Carl frowned. "Well, we can hope that whatever they're doing doesn't cause something like that. We're still far enough away that even if it would level a city, we should be safe. Besides, I can create stone walls for defense. A bomb outside the wall is much less scary." The Spellblade nodded. "About that wall. You might want to start thinking about making it. The power in the distance seems really unstable. Ray, want to give me a hand? Let's build a proper wall around the camp in case that thing blows up." "I'm on it. Then Hawk can cover it in his Ghostfire barrier. That should stop the rest of the damage." That turned out to be the worst possible answer. While they quickly managed to build the barrier, the power used to activate the skills was resonating with whatever was going on in the distance, and everything in between was beginning to shake. Trees were falling, the ground was trembling, and the portal snapped shut with a surge of power that Carl was certain had been the caster on the other side erecting their own barriers. "What is going on? Why are we turtled into a stone castle?" Prince Corbin called as he woke up. Someone opened a portal in the distance, and they were doing something that made the ground glow. It might be an ancient relic or trial. "I didn't want the camp to take a direct hit if the ground exploded instead of just shaking," Carl explained. It was doing more than just shaking now. There was something coming up out of the ground, a simple stone construct that looked like the ruins of a city from Carl's vantage point. Hawk was resisting the urge to go out and inspect it for now. Until the mana stabilized, and he wasn't at risk of getting blown up, it was safer to just wait and keep his barrier up around the camp. Carl could see that there were crumbled granite walls, ruined buildings, and in the middle of the risen city, a faintly glowing purple sphere. "Is it just me, or does that look like a trial instance entrance to anyone else?" Carl asked. "None of us can see anything past the walls," Lotus reminded him. Carl shrugged. "You can't see anything because Ophelia is standing in front of you, but I get your point. I'm cheating with the relay from Ray. There is a ruined city that just came up out of the ground, and a glowing something in the middle that might be a trial instance entrance. Now, someone triggered this, so it could get messy if they realize we're here. But I still think we should have a vote on whether to steal the instance from them if that's what it is." Corbin sighed. "You're nuts. However, you're not wrong. Anyone who sees us in the area is likely to try to kill us. It might be safer to be inside the instance than outside of it." The rest of his clan prepared to move, trusting his judgment, and Carl's team waited for Thor and the golems to come prepare them for a trip. The city literally starts right outside this wall. It is less than a kilometer to the instance. "We will do better moving on foot with a full retinue of guards," Carl explained. He also didn't want to damage the ground any more than it had been, in case there were treasures there which were hiding in the dark. There was too much magic present for Ray and the others to tell if there might be treasures left behind, and that meant manually searching. The Spellblades seemed to have the same idea, as the moment that Carl and Hawk took down the defenses, they began to spread out, making a wide line to travel through the ruins, instead of following the leader on a path that they knew had no traps. Ray did still call her golems, and Carl added the Lamia bodyguards to the group, but Dana left her golems in reserve. Unlike Ray, she didn't get much situational information from hers, only a vague sense of where they were and what happened around them. They couldn't be used to search for treasures in the ruins, but they might accidentally squish them into the soft dirt. The majority of the ruined city was still covered in the rich black topsoil and long grass that had grown over it, but the magic which had caused it to rise was slowly dissipating the excess. The architecture was simple, with fieldstone walls crumbled by time, and piles of small round river rocks next to the remains of small houses. Many appeared to have been one-room buildings, but there were signs of indoor plumbing, so they weren't completely primitive, just small homes. "Do you think that these were the slums of town? All the small houses, and I see a lot of petrified wood piled up in the corners, but not split for firewood. I think they had bunk beds, so it might have been a military barracks as well," one of the Spellblades noted quietly. "The quality is good, fieldstone with stone floors. Barracks or possibly traveler dorms would make sense," Corbin agreed. That reminded Carl of something he read in a history book. Back in the ancient past, when the system was fully active, most towns were built around a dungeon entrance. Both to keep the area secure, and for the travelers and adventurers who came to visit supplied and fed. There was a whole industry around harvesting the resources from the dungeons, but it took skilled and powerful groups of warriors. But most dungeons were for groups of either 5 or 10 people. So, these small houses could be something like private hotels for them, rented to house the whole group, but not a lifelong, or likely even a long-term residence. The slums would look empty in a place like this, as they would have been canvas tents or tin-roofed shacks. Plus, there normally wasn't much left of them if the inhabitants had to evacuate. The magic that had raised the ruins from the ground was still too strong to detect much, even for Remy, who was very well attuned to mana flows as a shaman. But the Lamia bodyguards did find a few treasures in the dirt, which turned out to be silver chains with semi-precious stones in them. They handed them straight to Remy, though it was Tessa who actually knew how to identify magical items properly. However, it appeared that Remy could do it as well, though not in the same way. She had just learned to use the system to sort things that had some level of attunement. "Inspect," Carl heard her think. "Junk, junk, oh, shiny. Necklace of fireball. Damaged, charges 0.50. Hawk, I got you a present." Hawk laughed when he saw what it was. "Just put it in my space and I will see if I can make it not broken later." Neither of them actually knew how to fix the necklace, but it might be something obvious, like a cracked stone or a broken link. They could fix the link, and they had lots of little stones from the giants. Giants always had stones in their pockets, and the beasts loved to collect them. Carl didn't even see them anymore, they were just pilfered by the beasts as soon as they were detected. Along the line, one of the spell blades found a plain metal ring, and another found a broken amulet. There wasn't a lot of value to be found, but it was clear that whatever was in the center of this ruined city was powerful. I can see the thing. It's a purple sphere, glowing and floating in the air. It doesn't look like a portal, Hawk noted. As they rounded the corner, everyone could see the orb, and the platform that it was floating above. There were no stairs up to it, though. Perhaps it wasn't something that was meant to be touched like an instant entrance? But neither Carl nor anyone else present knew what else it could be. Prince Corbin made a gesture to his team. Everyone stay well back of the object until we know what it is. I need a volunteer to go forward and examine it. Carl nodded and patted him on the shoulder. You know I'm going. But if you want to send one of your people as well, that's fine. Corbin raised an eyebrow in a curious gesture, questioning Carl's judgment. Are you certain? If there are dumb things to be done, that is my job. I have the best defenses, and the highest chance of survival out of anyone present. In fact, I am invulnerable to many of the attacks that could cripple others. So, I am going. Dana was glaring at him as Carl finished speaking, but he made an excellent point. If they needed an actual person to go forward, and not a summoned creature, he was the best option. Next would be the Lamia bodyguards or the Naga warriors, as they were intelligent and could explain what was going on. Carl motioned for them to join him, as they could share barriers. 3 layers was better than 1, especially when 2 of the 3 barrier layers would be the monarch-ranked, flaming body barriers from the Lamia. One of the commanders from the Spellblade clan, an older man from Carl's perspective, but most likely only in his 40s with prematurely gray hair, joined him as he moved toward the orb. The trio extended their barriers to the Spellblade as well, adding a level of safety as they cautiously approached the plinth beneath the purple orb. Carl stared at the runes for a moment, then gestured for the Spellblade to come forward. The inscription was not in Common or any language that Carl could read. Oh, I can read that. It's the language they use in shaman books. Let's see. Great power awaits those who dare to embrace the power of the world dragon. Take him into your heart and receive his blessing to know true power, Remy read. But the world dragon is in my heart? Are we not all faithful followers of the gods? He's in both the beast and dragon pantheons. Carl replied, not noticing that above his head, a faint purple copy of himself was forming. It took a moment for the beasts to notice it as well, so the first warning that something was off came from the group behind them. Look up, Ophelia called while the others froze, unsure what to do in this situation, as the apparition might be a good thing. Carl was wondering what to do when suddenly the mage behind him simply vanished. That brought everyone's guards up, but Carl held up a hand for them to stop. I don't think he's injured. There is an inscription to the world dragon on the stone, and I think that it might be system-related. He warned them. The apparition over his head was becoming more solid, but he didn't sense any danger from it, as if it was just an illusion, and not an actual spell effect. Then, words began to appear in Carl's vision. System active, checking compatibility. Checking qualifications, checking eligibility, first advancement trial completed. Upgrade compatible skills found. Then Carl's vision went dark, and he heard Rhea laughing in his mind. Now you're both gone. But don't worry, I'm calming down the others, she informed him in an amused tone. You are calming down the others? Oh, ye of little faith. I have a transformation toy too, and I am much better at this than Hawk. Carl got a mental glimpse of her from Remy's point of view, looking very much like Morgana, the witch doctor, in an elaborately decorated black gothic dress and cloak with a face veil and gloves. Except Ray appeared to be larger, as all of the humans present were shorter than the mental image Carl got before his attention was drawn back to the vision in front of him. Only Ophelia's werebear form, at well over 2 meters, was taller than she was. There were 10 copies of Carl standing in front of him, each wearing a slightly different set of armor. Some were carrying weapons, some were not, and one appeared to have on cleric robes over the armor, while holding a staff with an ankh. That one reminded him a little of Orthos, the bronze dragon. A floating message appeared over the clones, and a stone room appeared, so they no longer seemed to be floating in the void. Class upgrade options. The message read. Carl turned to the one in the robes, and activated the system overlay that he normally ignored for its lack of information on people and creatures without system access. Beast Cleric. A disciple of the beast gods. Gains access to advanced regeneration and holy magic. That wasn't bad at all, but Carl had an important question. Do I lose the skills that I already have if I change? He asked the void, hoping for a response. Class changes affect future advancement paths. Hopefully, that was a no. Carl checked the other images to see what he could learn. Divine Hunter. Gains a bonus with bow skills. Adds holy damage to attacks. Ghost Ranger. Uses ghost fire to create smoke and mist-based stealth skills. Gains a bonus on all surprise attacks. Beast Avatar. Allows merger with a spirit animal to increase the effect of known skills. Those were all of the ranger-looking options, and none of them were particularly appealing to Carl. However, they were all supposed to be an upgrade to the Beast Master class that he already had, so perhaps they had some special skills that would make them worth it. Carl checked the Ghost Ranger class image closest to him and found that while the skill tree was hidden, he could at least see the class's core skills. Ghostfire Mist. Appears as pale smoke in a cloud, engulfing a 10 meters radius from the caster. This mist enhances all other Ghostfire skills, and may be converted to Ghostfire Purgatory once the skill is known. Ghost Body. Ghostfire stealth ability that allows the user to become incorporeal while within the Ghostfire mist, passing through solid objects so long as the user's body touches the mist on both sides at once. Well, those skills were certainly better than what Carl had been expecting, but neither of them was really his style, and they didn't help his team much unless the Emperor found out that he accidentally freed Lifa. If that was the case, a good hiding spot and a way out of prison were going to be at the top of his priority list. There was a theme to these advanced classes, Carl noticed. They all appeared to be related to a skill that he or his team knew. The Beast Cleric should be from Eternal Lightning. Ghostfire was a new innate skill to Hawk, and when he inspected the Beast Avatar, which could merge with a Spirit Beast, he found that its lone initial skill was Beast Space, the core of the Beast Master's ability to bond beasts. That one certainly wouldn't be much of an upgrade for Carl, but the ability to merge with one of the team members might be. Then there were whatever skills were still locked away in the skill tree. The next few were the same way. Not quite what he was looking for. Many of them seemed like classes that were meant for warriors, rogues or mages who had an affinity for animals. Mostly, they allowed the user to get the basic beast space along with a bonus that suited another class. That left only 3 options for him to check. The first was Beast Shaman, which Carl feared was going to be like the others, but actually added shaman magic to someone who could already use Beast Master type skills. The core skills of the class were simple. Totems. Allows the Beast Shaman to create healing, regeneration and earthquake versions of the totem. Maximum 2 totems. Effect doubles with every rank. Weather control. The Beast Shaman may create thunderstorm, blizzard, or sandstorm effects up to 10 meters per rank in radius around the designated point. It was a good class, but he already had a Remy. The second last class option was Beast Noble. The description for that one was just as simple. The Beast Noble gains the ability of mental domination to control beasts under their rank for the duration of their concentration. Up to 2 beasts per rank difference. It would let him simply order commander rank beasts to stop attacking or join his team, as long as he focused on the skill. That could be useful, but it felt an awful lot like a sleazy cheat ability. So, Carl turned to the final class option, to see if there was anything at all which might be worth choosing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that much was obvious. But if all the options were trash or simply not suited to his personality, it might be an opportunity that came when he was unable to grasp it properly. The description said that this would be his way forward, implying that whatever skills he hadn't taken from Beast Master's skill tree would be unavailable. He had almost all the good ones, but there were still the Tier 4 offensive skills to choose from. The final class option was Beast Commander. The class skill allowed him to bond 1 extra beast, and to bond new beasts when one was killed or released. That also wasn't a bad class, in theory. For a combat soldier, it would be an incredible class, as they might lose combat beasts in battle, and need to replace them. But Carl had no intentions of losing any friends, beast or otherwise. With a sigh of resignation, Carl sat down to consider his options. There had to be something to one of these classes that he was missing. Something that would make it worth taking. As he considered his options, Carl scrolled through his system interface. Available skill points. 51 now. That was something that Carl could work with. Many of the class options were related to skills that he had. If he added another combat skill, there was a chance that he would get another option. 50 PTS, Rampage. Every time an enemy is damaged by the Beast Master or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Beast Master or the bonded beast for 1 minute. That was the best option that he had, and even if it didn't trigger a new class option, it was still a skill that he wanted to have. Plus, if he did pick a class skill, this would be his last chance to get it. Rampage, learned. New advanced class option available. That was the best possible news. Carl turned to face the new image, and smiled as he saw the name. Beast Master Packmaster. It was so similar in name that it had to be close to the path he wanted. The only question was whether it was a good class or not. The Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. The description sounded great, but wasn't all that helpful, so Carl moved on to the skills. Pack Tactics. Damage and healing done by bonded beasts and the Packmaster increased by 10% per rank. It was hard to argue with flat stat bonuses, but that wasn't the only class ability that the Packmaster got. Bestial Champion. The Packmaster gains a bonus to speed, strength and luck stats when his pack is threatened. 2 passive skills for 1 class, and both of them were useful ones to Carl's mind. They suited the way that he fought, and the role that he served within the group. Actually choosing to change his class, even if there weren't many options left, was a strange thing to Carl. So, before he decided, he checked his skills. Attack skills, Tier 4 skill chosen, max, core skills, none available. Defensive skills, available skills, barrier, refresh. Carl knew there would be Tier 3 versions of those defensive skills available after he bought them. But he had limited time to choose an option from this class menu. Like the trials, he might turn out to be this event's Lotus, ejected for just playing around instead of making a choice. He definitely did not want that to happen. Carl took a deep breath and placed his hand on the Packmaster image. I choose Beast Master Packmaster, he stated, class change processing. Upgrade complete. Previous class skill upgrades locked. New skill tree unlocked. Packmaster skill tree, 50 points. Follow me little one, directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. 50 points, Pack First, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. 50 points, Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. What sort of names were those? Carl was definitely making up new names to tell others when he used, follow me little one, in the future. If he was using it to teach a new skill to a juvenile beast he was recruiting, that was one thing. But if he was teaching a skill to one of the other elites, how embarrassing would it be to use that phrase out loud? However, there didn't seem to be many restrictions on the skill, other than that the target had to be compatible. Maybe he could get around writing the spell books and just directly transfer knowledge to the target he wanted to have it? That would be incredibly useful. It also wouldn't lead to anyone wanting him to sit and write books for hours or days on end. He could just transfer the skill, say it took a lot of energy, and call it a day. Of course, it really might be draining to do. He wouldn't know until he tried. Exit in 5 seconds. Carl found himself standing right back where he started, next to a stunned Spellblade, who was staring silently at the purple orb. Carl whistled and motioned for everyone to come forward. This wasn't a thing that they could afford to waste, and once someone else realized that it was here, all hell was going to break loose. Forget the stable dungeon, this thing was as good an active set of system stones. Did you see that? The older Spellblade whispered. Likely not quite the same as you did. I saw a class upgrade opportunity, Carl replied. Class upgrade? I watched The End of the World. An abridged version of the events that led to the destruction of the original system. Did you know that the World Dragon Scale actually created a system just for this world? Like, a unique one, not the same as the one that was being used on other worlds. That's why the system collapsed when the World Dragon Scale was lost. The system stones are an attempt to recreate the original effect, not the source of the original system, he explained. So, it hadn't tried to awaken the system for him, it had just shown him a history lesson? Actually, that could be more valuable than anything else because if he knew the full and true history, there was a chance that he might be able to track down holy relics that would help them bring the system back to a fully online state. Carl, what is going on? Corbin asked. No time for a chat. Everyone needs to focus on the power of the World Dragon and their sense of piety, Carl replied. Seriously, it's a religious artifact? That's not what the Spider Lady said? Carl shrugged. It's a system artifact, but it's activated with loyalty to the World Dragon, as far as I can tell. If you can read them, the words on the plaque will explain it. The first one to vanish was Lotus, and she wasn't even near the orb. She was still 20 meters away, and flying. That took Carl a moment to process. She had convinced Ray to toss her in the air and catch her while they waited, and she had been in mid-air when Carl finished his explanation. Tessa vanished a few seconds later, along with a couple of the Spellblades, including Tamarind. From what I can tell, the most faithful, or the ones who have had divine intervention in their lives, have the easiest time. But, with luck, we might all be able to get in and out before whoever raised this place returns. Carl informed Corbin, who nodded and began to focus on the orb with his hands folded. Dana and Ophelia vanished a few seconds later, then the Spellblades began to vanish from existence, leaving Carl, one mage and Ray standing around to guard the site. "Are you having fun in human shape?" Carl asked. "It's better than expected. People don't ask me stupid questions like they do to Hawk. I wonder what species I seem like to other people. Can they tell that I'm a spider? I could usually tell with the ones in the fortress, just by smell. We will have to test it out later. Those tokens can be used more than once, right?" Carl replied. "Yeah. Not forever, but more than once." Ray inspected Carl for changes, as she could feel that he had new skills active on the team. "You know, you're getting wider instead of taller," she noted. "I'm still not fully grown. Humans aren't fully grown until like 20 years old. The men get all their height early, then they fill out with muscle," Carl explained. "Yeah, but look at you, and then the other human men. They're all so skinny. Hardly thicker than the women. Just bigger. Male bloodbath spiders are much smaller. They don't usually get much larger than Kara. But the more beard you get, the wider you are." Carl smiled. "Are you suspecting that I'm not human?" Ray shrugged, then admired the way her modified body moved and did it again for effect. "Nobody would mistake you for one in the dark. You don't smell like a human. You just smell like Carl." Carl thought about it for a few seconds, then shrugged, mimicking Ray's movement. "That's just how people from my town are shaped. I'm taller than almost all the men in my hometown. But most of them are almost as wide as they are tall. It's an advantage in the mines, so all the tall people must have moved away years ago." Ray gave a twirl, then turned back to Carl. "Humans come in so many varieties, but I kind of like this body. I need to learn this skill before the token wears out. With Ghost Beast and these lovely black robes, I can sneak up and terrify people at will. They are much less likely to notice a small woman than a glorious bloodbath spider, no matter how good my hiding skills are." Carl chuckled, as Ray's human form was 190 centimeters tall, but incredibly slender with a nearly flat chest and just enough of a curve to the figure to make it undeniably feminine. Her skin was also as impossibly black as the shell of her chitin in spider form, a color he had never seen on a human before. But with the glowing red eyes that her human form had, it looked good on her. "Well, I must say, you had a much easier time with it than Hawk did." Ray smiled at him, a row of sharp teeth with serrated edges, and flexed her fingers, which looked to have polished nails, until you realized the red was the same metallic chitin as Ray's spider legs. When you added it all up, she was clearly not human but a humanoid monster. Hawk came out to explore. Now that the magic was stabilized, he raced off into the distance with a streak of blue and red fire, twirling in joy at being able to spread his wings again. Since everyone else was coming out, Remy also came out to explore. There weren't much in the area except broken rocks, but there might be good rocks with them. Kara and Thor were resting in their spaces, waiting for a reason to be doing stuff. Unlike some of the others, Kara didn't really collect rocks, and she had already scanned the area for cool stuff but found nothing. It shouldn't take long before the others started to come back out, and by then Hawk should have a good scouting report for them, so they could move on safely. The first one out was Corbin, who had a beaming smile on his face, which turned to confusion as he realized he was the first one to finish the process. The others are likely taking their time, or they're incompatible with the system, and they are watching the historical video. "I spent a lot of time choosing because I had many options," Carl explained. "Ah, that makes sense. I had one option, ironically named the Spellblade class. I took a while to examine it, then check myself for changes to the system afterwards. I have more features active now, and even an inventory option. I don't suppose that you have access to that same function and simply never mentioned it," Corbin replied. Carl nodded. "Mine is different from others. as according to the Bronze Dragon Orthos, I am actually more akin to a crafting class. So I get the option for bulk storage boxes. Most people get some sort of slot system to put their items in. Corbin smiled back at him, and Carl noticed that some of the hairs in his blonde beard were turning gray, not from age, but at a visible rate as his beard grew from carefully groomed to chest length. That was a new one. Carl hadn't heard of a class option having a physical effect on appearance before. But Prince Corbin, despite being in his mid-20s, was well on his way to having a very scholarly long white beard. The next one out was Dana, who winked at Carl, and then gently flipped into the air at a slow and elegant speed that defied gravity and physics, before sending a kick at the sky that sent out an attack very similar to Rend. The system called the class a Muram Battlemage. I gained a whole set of martial arts that combine with sword skills, and a cool new ability, Dana explained. The sort of flexibility that it took for the moves she had already shown was already impressive to Carl, but then she summoned a whole array of blades over her head that attacked a stone that she tossed to them. The rock was sliced and swatted in an intricate dance that had the stone suspended in the air, leaving even Corbin startled at the intricacy of the movements. That's a fantastic skill. With the combined skills of those blades, they should be able to completely control the movement of a target. But against large groups, they will be a deadly distraction as well, Corbin noted. Then, Ophelia came out, looking somewhat disappointed. No suitable options? Carl asked. Options? I was hoping for something awesome. But it only gave me 2 options. The first was a feral berserker, which looked like a slight upgrade to the bear totem berserker. The second was a titanic berserker, which seemed like just another berserker but bigger. It had better base skills, so I went for that one. I probably shouldn't feel let down, but I guess I got my hopes too high, she sighed. Why not show us anyhow? Now that you have it, how is the skill tree? Carl suggested. It's very berserker. Lots of blunt weapon and sword attacks, defensive buffs and strength buffs. The base skills are passive strength increase of 30% per rank and titanic growth. That increases my size, strength and durability by 20% per rank. Well, how about raging and getting all buffed up in werebear form? Then test the new buff to see what you're working with, Carl requested, intrigued to see if the bonuses stacked or multiplied the growth. Ophelia activated Berserk Terror, which brought her werebear form to close to 4 meters tall. Then she activated Titanic Growth, and suddenly Carl was looking at the knee armor of the single largest beastkin he had ever seen. That's definitely a multiplication effect, he noted. So that's what a 7-meter-tall werebear looks like. Forget being hit on by the orcs, you'll have to fend off hill giant suitors at this rate. Ray laughed, startling everyone with the hauntingly musical tone of her human voice. Ophelia's rumbling growl shook the air, and Ray's laugh turned hysterical. She hadn't expected such a great chance to pick on the others during her first attempt to interact as a human. I liked her better when she made jokes about my luck with romance in private. Ophelia grumbled as she returned to her regular size. Don't feel bad, bear lady. Look at how many times Thor has struck out so far, and he's the most likable person that I know, Ray offered. That is surprisingly wholesome and helpful. Thank you, Ray. But when you find one that you like, I can help you tie him up so that he can't escape. And there's the Ray that we were all expecting. I will keep it in mind, though. Who knows, maybe the secret to finding true love is just to make sure that they can't run away. Ophelia winked at Dana as she finished the sentence, but Ray missed the gesture, and thought that the werebear was only talking about the finer points of webcrafting. The 2 clerics came out not long after, looking very excited, but otherwise the same as when they went in. I got to learn all about trees and magic and my dragon, and the goddess, Lotus began. Tessa nodded. I also got a vision of the past, but first it told me that there were no valid upgrade routes available. Lotus pointed at her childhood friend. It told me that too. Then it got to the important stuff. What were we supposed to be upgrading? Carl laughed, and Ray bonked the little cleric on the head. It was an opportunity for system users to upgrade their class, and possibly for non-system users to gain one. We will see once more people come out. The rest of the spellblades are really taking their time. Carl nodded in agreement with Ray's assessment. That they are. They must be having difficulty deciding. Corbin only got one option, and it was just what he wanted, but some of the others might have more options than just the one upgrade path. Or, if some of them have no class but have the option, they might be able to awaken. How many of your spellblades were recruited before the divine injection was widespread? Corbin shrugged. Most of them. Not the 4 ascended ones. They're all younger. Tamarant and Muffin both have, or had, classes, and chose to train with the Spellblade clan. The other 2 had aptitude for magic, but not for the injection. The older ones are all classically trained mages, and spent their lives in the clan working on their skills. Ray looked curious as she moved to stand in front of the Spellblade. Do you think that the little one you call Muffin hates men because you refused to use her name, or was she like that before? Corbin laughed. She was like that before. Being called Muffin instead of Rose is a punishment she had to accept for her bad behavior to remain as my disciple. She won't be free of it until she reaches the commander rank. That was our deal. Ray giggled, then pulled out a small white stone on a pendant. I think we can make her a commander. She is a wind creature, so we just have to feed her a wind pendant, and once she digests it, she should advance. The transformed spider insisted. It doesn't work like that for humans, Corbin began. Are you sure? I don't think that sticking it in any of the other holes would work better, Ray complained. No, that's not what I meant. Don't go sticking amulets in any of her holes. In fact, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. What I meant was that a human can't digest the stone directly. It needs to be made into a potion or tincture to be used on them in a way that they can absorb. Ray frowned. That's stupid. Why are humans so complex? If I gave this stone to a small wind bird or spider, it would directly evolve. The Spellblade sighed and shrugged. I don't know why human bodies are the way that they are. But we can't really evolve, and we don't use resources the same way as beasts. Maybe it's just because we're too different. Ray handed the stone to Remy. Can you grind that to paste to feed to the mage? Remy laughed. There are other ingredients needed. I can see that it would be useful to the Dana mage, so it should be useful to the Muffin mage the same way. Neither beast had noticed that the mage in question had left the trial, and was now standing less than 10 meters from them. What did the Naga say? Why is everyone laughing? I don't speak serpent, she asked. They were discussing various ways to make a wind elemental stone work to advance your rank to commander so you could get your name back, Carl explained. And how did that become amusing? I would certainly pay whatever I could to get that concoction, but how is it funny? She asked. It's a translation issue. It only makes sense if you speak serpent, Carl informed her with his best attempt at a straight face. Or hawk, Remy added, then she got sidetracked and began to sing in Carl's mind. Do you know the Muffin Mage, the Muffin Mage? Yes, I know the Muffin Mage, Hawk sang along with her, while Ray rolled her eyes at their antics. What did you get from the orb? Carl asked, distracting himself from the 2 singing beasts in his mind. I got an upgraded class. Spellblade, Rose replied proudly. Lotus perked up at the promise of a gossip session. Oh, you match. I wonder how many more will get the advanced class, just because they already had all the necessary skills. Does it give cool new abilities? I match with who? Corbin. That's unfortunate. But yes, it does give a number of new combat abilities. Did your Dana get the same class? She asked. Dana shook her head. No, it gave me Muram Battlemage. Similar in effect to the Spellblade class, but more focused on martial arts. I don't know why it thought that I needed a more close combat fighting style as a mage, but the skills that come with the class are incredible. Rose was about to answer, but Corbin raised a hand to stop her. The others are coming out now. Take notes of what they have gained and let's get out of here the moment that all of us have returned. The other ascended rank Spellblades came out excited about the official status upgrade and the class marking on their arms that came with the system designation of mage, but only a few of the older commanders could say the same thing. They were the ones who had already been exposed to the system during their travels, and had some minor level of benefit from it, though not a whole class designation and marking. Nearly all of the ones who had been successful had gotten mage as a class, but unlike the members of Carl's group, they were not sent to an upgrade scene, but a class creation menu, where they could have chosen other options. Just to be different, one of them chose Warlock as his class, but the rest all chose Mage so that it didn't affect their progression or standing within the Spellblade clan. The clans had thousands of years of history, and if their choice prevented them from advancing within the clan, or stuck at commander rank until their new class caught up to their existing skills, they would have a hard life. It wasn't the huge win that Corbin had been hoping for, but to the newly awakened mages, it was still incredible. They now had access to the inventory, the status sheet, and even to skilled trees that would allow them to earn access to new spells that were incredibly difficult to learn on their own, or in some cases completely forgotten before today. One of the higher-level mage spells in the tree was Portal. If they could make it to the peak of the mage skill tree, they would be able to simply open portals on their own, and not rely on arrays. From the way they described it, Carl learned that some of the more powerful leaders of nations were permanently linked to arrays, and some skilled mages carried an array token with them, but under the monarch rank, it was extremely rare to have that sort of access. Leader Corbin, do we have time to go through the skill tree now? Or should we move first? One of the stronger commanders asked. Move first, and we can check your new spells later. What did you see that has you so excited? Corbin asked. I have 80 skill points. My past achievements appear to have been rewarded, and I will be able to choose a number of additional spells. Does anyone know how many points it takes to get them all? He replied. Corbin turned to Carl, who frowned as he did the math. I got some of the more expensive ones free from trials, but if I had to buy them all, it would have taken me nearly 300 points. However, if I had taken the offensive skill tree option, it would have been a fifth of that, but I wouldn't have had access to the most powerful skills my class has to offer. The Beast Master can choose between offensive, defensive, and progression paths. It calls progression balance, but really the skills it grants are to core growth, Carl replied. The mage nodded. Mage class is the same way, in that you can specialize in an element for a discount or in arcane to get access to everything, but without the discount. I refrained from choosing before asking anyone. The others laughed and nodded in agreement. They had all done the same thing, waiting for a second opinion before they chose. The last of the mages, an older commander, came out and gave Corbin a thumbs up. I have finished my history lesson. Are we moving out? He asked. Yes. Many have class skills to choose, and it's not safe to do that here. But first, I must send a message, Corbin explained. He took a small platinum strip out of his pocket, and Carl noted the ornate golden inlay in the design of the world dragon on the front. It glowed with power as Corbin sent a message, and then he nodded. The right people know what happened here now. Let's move. That was a one-time use token to contact the Archbishop, but the other totems will have sensed it. The ones here for certain, but possibly even the ones in the Beast Nation and the Mountain Giant territories. They monitor magical communications all the time, but they shouldn't know what I said. They will, however, likely know where the message started and finished. Before he had even finished his sentence, the air was beginning to shimmer with magic. Take your people and run. Put up the barrier to hide them. Ladies, you can go with them if you'd like. I will play the fool and distract whoever shows up first, Carl insisted. Corbin nodded and put the stealth barrier over his clan, who began to run out of the ruins to the east. Carl noticed that they seemed pale blue and ghostly when they were hidden, where before they were simply invisible. That had to be the effect of Hawk increasing his sensory abilities and sharing them with Carl. Soul sight, Leafa had called it. It wasn't visible when you could see the person, but with their body hidden, the soul became visible. The spellblades got a 30-second head start before the first portal opened, quickly followed by a second, third, and fourth. Wow, did we pick the wrong day to be standing right here? Tessa muttered as the portals finished forming. Carl smiled at her. Should we hide Lotus in a basement or something so she can resurrect the pieces of us later? Not funny. It's most likely a good idea, but not funny, Tessa agreed. Lotus giggled and patted her on the shoulder. There are no basements in these buildings. I can feel the roots of the plants. Just try not to get squished, and maybe ask Lady Ray and Kara to wait out of sight so they're not tempted to start a fight. Ray looked offended. And why would I do that? To get totem rank blood. Point taken. But if there is a chance, we will get you some. Ray smiled, then vanished back into her space, followed by Kara and Hawk, who was making preparations to grab as many people as possible and fly away. He was exceedingly fast in this new body, and they should be able to make it to safety if a fight broke out. 2 ladies per claw, Carl on his back. That should be everyone, and he could still fly with that much weight. Even 4 friends were lighter than a giant boar. The first to step out of a portal was a massive black dragon at the totem rank. That wasn't the leader of the Divine Beast Nation, as they had the only mythic rank creature on the continent, but this was likely the spokesperson for that dragon. Humans. Beastmaster. I thank you for your succinct communication style. It made it quite worthwhile to intercept. The dragon began, speaking in serpent. Carl noticed that he no longer needed Remy to translate, he could just understand what the dragon was saying, even while it was speaking another language. While it wasn't directly our intention to make your life easier, I will accept your good intentions. I take it that you are aware of the nature of this place? He replied. The dragon nodded his head, then paused while 3 more totems stepped through their portals to form a semicircle in front of Carl, facing the orb with him between them and the prize. That was not the positioning that Carl had hoped for, but he hadn't had time to move. The archbishop stood between the dragon and a totem-ranked Naga in plate armor, while an enormous mountain giant stood at the far end of the group. That would be the general, who was the other totem-ranked leader of the Nubon Empire, Carl assumed, as well as the leader of the mountain giants, whose title Carl didn't know. The dragon turned to the others. "Welcome to my new toy, everyone." The general hissed in annoyance. "Your toy? This is clearly my relic. Not only is it in the middle of my territory, my people are here first." The archbishop chuckled at the combative pair. "Your people? I believe you mean my people. There are 2 clerics of the dragon gods here already, as well as a pair of elites." That math didn't math, and Carl began to wonder which one of them was not being counted. Was it Ophelia in werebear form? Or was it him? The dragon had greeted him separately. The mountain giant chuckled grimly. "You have a lot of brave talk for a man whose army can't even hold its own borders." Carl could sense that things were about to go downhill very fast. None of these people liked each other, and he already knew the sort of damage that even a casual fight between totems could do. Lifa and the Emperor weren't actually trying to kill each other, but their strikes destroyed multiple square kilometers with every blow. Of course, they likely wouldn't resort to that here. It would risk the relic, and that was what everyone had come for. The Naga general was the one that decided to go for answers first, instead of bickering with his rivals. "You, Carl. The Emperor told me about you. Is it true what it says in the message? This place can awaken classes and advanced classes?" he demanded. The archbishop looked like he was ready to burst with excitement, as this could be just the sort of thing that the Golden Dragon Nation needed to push the elite program to a new level. Even a short period of study might bring huge gains. Carl nodded. "It helped me, but not everyone. It shows the clerics a vision from their patron deity. It would be better if he didn't throw the others under the bus." If it was unclear what Dana and Ophelia had gained, or if they had even had the chance to make an attempt before the leaders arrived, they might escape the attention of the totems. The totems seemed more concerned with defending against each other than anything that Carl was saying, and for a few seconds, it looked like they might be at a stalemate. Then the general opened another portal, and brought through a whole group of soldiers. One of them was Colonel Lu, the wounded royal-ranked Minotaur colonel that Carl had brought to the farm the first night. Carl waved to him, and the old Minotaur gave him a thin smile. It didn't take a genius to guess that everyone here under totem rank had a low chance of survival. "Find out how to work that," the general demanded. "Focus on your devotion and loyalty to the world dragon. Those are the instructions on the plinth," Carl added helpfully. The black dragon tilted its head a little to read the inscription, then nodded. He would let the soldiers try first, and then if it actually did something, he would take action for the divine beasts. If this was an active system activation point, it naturally belonged to the dragons, the heirs to the dragon gods. At least, that was his opinion. The giant seemed to be thinking the same thing, and he opened a portal of his own to call through a handful of soldiers, fresh from battle and still treating their wounds. "Praise the gods and request access to the system. The inferior beings have found an access point," he demanded. That was odd phrasing. He made it sound like his people were not the ones who had found it. But who, other than the giants, was going around and destabilizing anomalies in search for relics and trials? Could it be that he simply hadn't received the update from his own people before he sensed Prince Corbin's message? It was taking a while as the monsters tried to understand the method. Then Colonel Lu seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and as he closed his eyes he smiled, then vanished. "Well, there is one success. Let's see how his luck is," Carl noted. "Luck?" the general asked. Carl shrugged. "Aren't all things system-related affected by luck? Only the lucky few could activate it, even 10,000 years ago. It was a large portion of the population, but not even close to everyone. Plus, everyone who has entered so far got a different opportunity or vision." The massive Naga general frowned as he considered the options. The giants weren't having any luck with the relic, and everyone was pretending that they hadn't noticed the small portal that led to the border between the Golden Dragon Nation and the Hill Giants. Nobody had come through that one, but it was close enough that Carl knew they didn't have to. They just had to focus on the orb, and they might be able to activate it. What Carl really wanted to know was if the giants were going to be able to activate it, as they didn't follow the world dragon. This wasn't an anomaly that just anyone could enter, and the requirement might make it difficult for them. But if that portal to the border led to the location the students were fighting at, there might be dozens of advanced classes gained today. Then, 3 more of the soldiers, 2 orcs and a troll, all vanished. That made it nearly half of the monsters, and no giants so far. "Are you going to get in on this game?" Carl asked the massive black dragon, whose casually stretched wing was shading his entire group. "Young people are always in such a hurry. There will be time, or I can make time," the dragon replied. "Then you should probably make sure that Misty doesn't wander away," Carl agreed. The dragon chuckled and puffed out a cloud of darkness that gave everyone present a chill down their spines. Black dragons breathed death, a literal cloud of underworld energy which made life impossible within its radius. It was a sign of favor from the goddess of death, and at totem rank, even the slightest of contact would put most targets beyond the reach of even Lotus resurrection magic. The rest of the monsters managed to make it in over the next minute, but only one of the giants, a commander rank female, had vanished so far. That was not the success that their totem rank leader had expected, and the frustration was visible in both his expression and his posture. That was making the other giants nervous that they would be punished for failure, and the more nervous they were, the less likely they were to succeed. The one who had the easiest time of anyone was Lotus, as she fully and immediately embraced any opportunity that the gods granted, without even taking a second to wonder what it was. It was an opportunity, and that meant it was something new. There were few things that nature clerics loved more than something new. Even Tessa had taken a few seconds to mentally prepare herself. That was when the first of the Nuban Empire soldiers to enter came back out with a huge smile on his face. "Colonel Liu, report," the totem rank general insisted. "The orb brought me to a space controlled by the system. Then it insulted me for being so slow to awaken a class ability, and sent repeated messages denigrating my level of motivation to better myself." Carl did his best not to laugh as the aging Minotaur went through the list of grievances that the system had with a man well past his middle years finally awakening a class ability. "Then it awarded me the warrior class and said that was all I deserved," the colonel finished. "So, it did grant you access to the system? That is wonderful news," the general cheered. "Yes, General, it appears that I now have access to the system." The giant growled and the general's hand went to his sword, while the black dragon huffed in annoyance. Then, the massive creature reached a forelimb into a distorted area of space and pulled out a 5-meter-wide basket full of blankets and eggs. He whispered something that Carl couldn't make out, and a few seconds later, all of the eggs in the basket vanished. So that was his play. He wasn't trying to awaken a class for existing dragons, but for the next generation. That way, the dragons would have system users for thousands of years, even if the resurgence began to fade instead of growing stronger. The frustration of the giants was building as their group continued to fail to get any more members into the trial, right up to the moment that the lone female giant to enter returned. "What did you find?" the giant demanded as she came back out in shining silver plate armor. "It is a trial set by the world dragon. We must request his permission to enter. However, I have made great gains today. I was awarded the class of knight, and access to a skill tree of new abilities." The leader of the giants nodded in satisfaction, then gestured to the remainder of his force. They had all been listening intently, and once they changed their strategy, it didn't take long before another giant managed to enter, then a third. But by then, most of the Nuban Empire group had started to emerge from the trial. Carl was listening to them giving their reports of being assigned the fighter class, with only one shaman and a blood mage among them. That last one was a slender demon man with red skin, and Carl assumed that it was likely an exclusive only available to his species. Behind him, he felt a growth of power, and saw that Lotus' eyes were glowing green. She had moved behind Tessa, and was facing away from the totems, likely hoping that they would mistake whatever she was doing for a healing spell. But when the power peaked, the black dragon turned to face her, focused directly on the nature priestess for a moment before looking back to the purple orb, where his clutch of eggs should be finishing their trials. Carl suspected that Lotus had been letting her dragon patron see through her eyes, but the black dragon totem looked somehow smug as he waited now, and Carl suspected that there was more going on here than he was comprehending. If it was possible for the offspring of the divine dragons to use their link to their clerics to access a trial like this, they might be using it to grow their own powers. As Carl understood what Tessa had told him about the situation, the dragons they were paired with weren't necessarily dragons from this world, only adherents to the same god. So, they might have never seen a holy relic of the world dragon before. Given the personality of the green dragons, they wouldn't pass up the chance to go in and play, even if it meant just watching a historical movie. By the time that the second giant came out, all of the newborn army troops were out, and they were just waiting to see what happened with the dragons. They might get a class, or they might not. The black dragon had sent eggs into the trial, and while dragons were sentient for a while before they hatched, legend said that most species couldn't awaken a system until puberty. That was deemed to be a safety measure by the gods, so that small children didn't wreak havoc in the cities. But whether it applied to dragons or not, nobody knew. The first one of the dragons out was Lotus Green Dragon Companion, if Carl's guess about what the glowing eyes meant was correct. Then, a small white dragon hatchling emerged from the trial, and landed in the basket all of the eggs had arrived in. It was adorable, no larger than a full-grown house cat. For a moment, even Carl was enraptured by its cuteness, until Thor broke him from his distraction. "Do you think that they would let us borrow one? Scaled creatures grow up very fast in your care. I'm sure the little ones wouldn't mind," he suggested. "Oh, you need to learn the skill. If you already had the head pat for a skill ability, they would definitely give you a hatchling to raise," Remy added. Carl sighed. "That's 50 skill points. I have one left." "Boo this man. I joke. We know that you needed to get Rampage before you changed classes," Remy amended. The dragon stared down at Carl. "You look like you've got something on your mind." Carl shrugged. "I was just thinking that I've gotten rather good at raising scaled friends, and they grow up exceptionally strong and healthy in my care. You can't have a baby dragon. He can't have a baby dragon. Please don't give him a baby dragon." The black dragon, the general and the archbishop all spoke at the same time, then paused as they realized that they were all on the same side of what they had expected to be an argument. "Are you certain?" "I swear, I'm superb with scale rubs, and I have a supplemental nature cleric to assist," Carl joked. The black dragon huffed in amusement as another pair of hatchlings came out and began chattering with the white dragon whelp to find out what was going on. It was an interesting offer, but they quickly realized that the big dragons wouldn't allow it before they were fully trained and grown enough to travel alone. The rest of the dragons came out over the next minute, all excited about their new class assignment and the opportunities that they would have in the future. A dozen baby dragons with class skills put the Divine Beast Nation way ahead of the others, even if half the academy had gotten a new class through the portal the archbishop had opened. "Hey, Amalgaristica, before you leave, do you think that you could demonstrate your Druid Lord class skill for us?" Carl asked the baby green dragon, by name. The system interface gave names that were color-coded by class, and most of them were destined to be clerics or warriors, but that one had been a deep emerald green that had intrigued Carl enough to check its status. The tiny green creature flew out of the nest, circled Carl twice, then landed on Lotus' shoulder facing him. "How did you know that I'm a Druid Lord?" she asked. "It's visible to other system users. I've never seen the class before, so I'm quite curious what the class skill for a green dragon who is also a Druid Lord will be," Carl explained. "Oh, that makes sense. Here?" The black dragon began to laugh as a 10-meter-tall, commander-rank construct made entirely of vines appeared in the ruins. It had a few larger than usual leaves, approximating modesty, but it was shaped so similarly to Lotus that the dragon couldn't help but make comparisons. It even looked like it had the same undercut hairstyle. "That is incredible. You are a natural artist," Lotus exclaimed as she gently petted the dragon's head. The black dragon glared at them. "What did I just say? You cannot have a baby dragon." Carl raised his hands in surrender. "I am not trying to steal a dragon. I just wanted to know what the class skill was. That construct is spectacular. It is giving off a healing aura, slowly repairing the buildings, and regrowing the plants in the area, all at once. For a commander rank class skill, it is incredibly overpowered." The massive dragon looked smug on the little one's behalf. "Did you expect less of a disciple of the nature goddess?" "My apologies, my world was too small. I was judging a dragon's potential by human standards." "Your words are polite, but you still have the baby dragon." Carl reached over to tickle the little dragon under its chin, which made it giggle as it took flight, returning to the mobile nest before it got in trouble for making new friends as well. Don't worry, Lotus. We will find another chance to interact with baby dragons. I am certain of it, Carl whispered. The basket of dragon whelps vanished once the last one was back inside, and that seemed to be the trigger for tensions between the factions ramping up. Now that the little ones were gone, all of the totems seemed to be focused on taking the relic for themselves. Normally, they wouldn't directly fight with each other. There were political alliances to consider, and the wrath of the mythic rank black dragon that quietly ruled the continent. But that didn't mean that they weren't going to find a way to fight over it. How should we settle this? Champions or a wager? The black dragon asked his counterparts. Like hell. There is no way I will gamble with you, the totem rank mountain giant complained. The archbishop shrugged. What sort of wager did you have in mind? Or we can do champions if you like. 3 of us have a royal rank representative here. Colonel Lu snorted in annoyance. He already knew that no royal rank opponent would be able to take Carl out. Even if he didn't call out his beasts, he was a beast himself in combat. The mountain giant looked at Carl and the royal rank options in the Nuban army team. He didn't know much about Carl, but he had heard rumors about an elite to be aware of on the hill giant lines not long ago. That could be him, but the leader didn't recall all the details. I suggest that we wager on which nation obtains the next totem, the dragon suggested with a sly smile. The archbishop shrugged. That was a reasonable sort of bet. It was hard to tell which overlord would actually grow enough to reach the bottleneck, and nearly impossible to guess which would break it first. The mountain giant smirked at the dragon. He had a successor who was very close to the bottleneck. He had a very good chance of winning. I would take that bet. The giant agreed. The general was about to say something when he noticed that Carl's entire team, except Carl and Dana, who had her mask up, had turned away to poorly hide their laughter. He glared at them for a moment, trying to understand what he was missing, then glanced at the dragon, who hadn't lost the smug smile. They knew what had happened with Overlord Lifa. They had to, or they wouldn't be so smug. Pick another wager. That one is no good, he insisted. The archbishop looked startled, while the giant was confused. You didn't have to bet on your own nation, it could be one of the human nations you bet on as well, or even an enemy nation. Why would the bet be no good? The phrasing didn't make sense. The archbishop looked at the others. Then another wager? Something different from the usual, perhaps? The mountain giant smirked. How about we test it by preparedness? The word seemed to translate strangely in Carl's head, and the system hung up on the word for a moment, as if unsure what meaning to assign to it. How so? The general asked. The dragon tilted its head. Why not make it a best of 3? Other than ourselves, we will wager on which warrior here has the best thing? The other totems considered that for a moment. The archbishop looked dubious about his chance of winning, while the general seemed indifferent. But the giant looked suspiciously at the dragon. Is this not just an excuse to have our subordinates take out their best items so you can have them killed and looted later? It had better be. Ray agreed. Right? We are short on good things, Kara added. The beast master thinks it is a good idea, the dragon laughed. Colonel Lu, the Minotaur, snorted a challenge. That's because he fully intends to kill everyone else for their loot the moment that you all leave. And he can probably do it, too. Are you becoming a coward in your old age? The general asked. He can summon monarch-ranked bodyguards and personally one-hit kill a royal-ranked cyclops. I am no coward, but I am telling you now that I can't win that fight. The Minotaur complained. Really? The archbishop asked. That was not in the official records of Carl's abilities. The dragon held up a claw to stop Carl from answering. Why don't we wager on that? Bring us a monarch-ranked giant, and we will see if the beast master can one-hit kill above his rank. I trust the soldier that he can do it to one of his rank. So, we can wager on one rank higher. If he succeeds, I will have one of my clerics bring the giant back to life. Then, if we have more than one correct wager, we will make another wager for the winners. The totem-ranked giant roared at the dragon. Are you looking down on my people? Do you think that I am just going to bring one of my people here to be amusement for the dragons? We could let them fight. The dragon suggested. And if he really can kill a monarch in one hit? What is the difference? The giant complained. Carl was beginning to suspect that this part of the negotiations was actually the most time-consuming portion of the settlement of disputes. They all had different ways of doing things, and the black dragon served the death god, so his suggestion was obviously going to always be to kill someone unless there was something more amusing available. Sure, the black dragons upheld the balance of life and death, but where that balance lay was a bit of a murky topic, and one or two dead wouldn't sway things too far. The archbishop was a healing cleric aligned with the world dragon, so he would naturally choose peace in most situations, which meant either a challenge or a non-violent wager. Carl didn't know much about the personality of the others, but they both seemed fairly hot-headed. The black dragon tapped the ground with a massive onyx claw. "Why don't you bring out your strongest monarch, and we will pit him against the Beastmaster? That should be fair, right? No matter what skills he has, it shouldn't overcome your strongest monarch." "We're totally going to get to loot someone," Ray cheered. "No, pick another challenge." The giant insisted. The archbishop tapped his staff on the ground to stop their bickering. "I have an even easier suggestion. Why not something less personal? There have been dozens of anomalies in Nubon lately. This one isn't the sort that we can wager on easily. But if we send a team to one of the others, we can have them race." The other totems considered that for a bit. It would be a good way to solve things, but that would involve moving, and none of them trusted the others enough to leave here until the matter was settled. There were already teams here from 3 of the 4 arguing nations. But if the totems left, it would be a bloodbath for control and not a civilized contest. "How about a slap fight?" Kara suggested. Carl chuckled a little, and the totems all turned to see what was so funny. "Sorry, one of my friends suggested a slap fight," Carl chuckled. The mountain giant's smile spread wide and he nodded happily. "That's a wonderful idea. We have contestants here. Do Nubon and the Golden Dragon Nation have a monarch rank contestant? We can do best 2 of 3 from commander to monarch." The general nodded. "I can get a contestant here, standard elimination style?" The giant nodded, and the archbishop turned to Carl. "Is your team up to this? Or should we bring someone?" Carl turned to Ophelia, who smiled. "We're up for this contest. It should be fun." The 4 totems silently consulted each other, then nodded. "This challenge is acceptable." The leader of the giants agreed. Carl looked up at the black dragon, then checked his nameplate using the system interface. It was a white name, denoting a cleric, and simply said, "Lord Noct." "Lord Noct, will you be calling contestants?" he inquired, curious to see who the divine beasts would send. "No, the divine beast nation and the chromatic dragons will wager on the golden dragon nation being the winner of this contest. You have beasts and the favor of the world dragon. It is close enough for us." The archbishop sighed, then nodded. "Agreed, if we win, we will share." "Bring out your 3rd competitor," the general insisted, as he opened a portal and brought a monarch-ranked gorilla-bodied centaur to them. That thing barely had a neck, and the body looked like it was a rhino, not a horse. It would be like trying to slap out Thor. Carl had Remy call one of her bodyguards, and then gestured to Ophelia. "I do hope that skills aren't prohibited, other than attack skills," he asked. "Of course not. Skills are what makes it fun, but no attack skills and no barriers. All right, we have our contestants." "Which of the giants will you choose?" the general replied. 3 mountain giants stepped forward, and the black dragon rumbled happily. Then his body seemed to melt and shrink as he transformed into a black-robed humanoid that looked eerily like Ray in human form, except male. It was even the same 190 centimeters tall. "I will referee this match. Starting with the commanders, we will draw lots for the first match, short straw goes last. The contestants will trade slaps until one is knocked out or forfeits. Then we will have a recovery period before the winner faces the final contestant. If the final contestant wins, the first loser may challenge," he explained. Carl patted Ophelia on the shoulder and activated Haste, Trollish Regeneration, and Terrorize, as the extra growth from Brutality didn't stack with her Berserk Terror and Titanic Berserker skills. She stepped up to the black dragon along with the commander-ranked giant and a burly bison-type minotaur. "We're having a slap fight with a girl?" the giant chuckled. "It's my specialty," Ophelia joked. The dragon held out his hand with 3 sticks, and the contestants pulled. The minotaur had a shorter stick with a red stripe on the bottom, giving him the pass, so Ophelia and the giant would face off first. Her stick had a number 1 on the bottom, while his had a number 2, marking the order of attack. "Contestants, prepare yourself. The Golden Dragon Nation has drawn the first strike," the dragon announced. The giant did a short stretching routine and then Ophelia raged, activating Berserk Terror, Titanic Berserker and Dire Bear form all at once, turning her into a 7-meter-tall dire bear, towering over the 5-meter-tall mountain giant. One massive paw flashed out, and the giant was thrown from his feet to land in the dirt, unconscious. Ophelia rumbled with laughter as the groggy giant got to his feet, facing the wrong way and staggering away from the contest. His friends turned him around so he was facing the fight, and stood him in place in front of Ophelia. As his vision cleared, a look of grim determination took over the confusion, and he lined up his swing for his turn. The massive palm of the giant caught Ophelia on the cheek, and blood flew from her mouth as her head snapped to the side. But trollish regeneration had her back in peak form by the time she had stabilized herself and turned forward again. She nodded at the dragon, and the giant braced himself for the strike. "Second strike, contestants ready? On your time," the dragon announced. Ophelia lined up the strike and smacked the giant again. This time, there was a sickening crunch as the giant spun and fell limp to the ground. "That is a win for the Golden Dragon Nation," the dragon announced. The other giants rolled their comrade over, only to find he was out cold with a broken jaw and numerous missing teeth. The Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church waved them away with a gust of wind, and cast a healing spell on the fallen contestant. "He will wake up soon. He is fully healed." The Minotaur looked terrified as he took his position, but the Black Dragon didn't hesitate. "Challenger 3 has the first strike, whenever you are ready." The Minotaur nodded, and swung a mighty blow at Ophelia that nearly rocked her off her feet. He was certainly stronger than the giant, she realized. He also had an extremely thick neck, so he wasn't likely to get whiplash. So, she wasn't expecting much when she put her all into the first swing. However, when her paw made contact, the Minotaur fell with his legs still extended, knocked out cold at the moment of impact. "Oh, poor call on my part. Who knew he would have a glass jaw?" the Nuban general sighed, while the other soldiers rushed to help him up off the ground. The Archbishop healed him, and the Black Dragon smiled under his hood. "That makes 1 round to the Golden Dragon Nation. I have to say, a Titanic Bear Totem Berserker was not what I was expecting for the first round of our betting. But the next round should be even better. I have prepared a platform for the contestants, as even with skills active, the royal rank combatants are very different sizes." The 3 royals came forward, and Carl immediately noticed that the Minotaur had been swapped out for a boarman of some sort. He wasn't quite a giant, but at 4 meters, he was still nearly a head taller than Carl's enlarged form. The giant, on the other hand, was well over 6 meters tall. Both of the other contestants would need to stand on a stage for their head to be the proper height for a slap. The dragon held out his hand, and they drew lots. The giant got the draw this time, and Carl had the number 2 stick, meaning the boarman would strike first. The giant smirked at Carl as he faced down the muscular monster. "When you are ready," the dragon announced. The monster was incredibly fast, and the sound of the slap echoed through the ruins as Carl was tossed into the low stone of a ruined wall. Carl stood up and brushed himself off, knocking stone dust off his armor. The strike was less than 10% of his health, and he had taken no damage, but Void Body didn't negate the momentum, and the boarman's arm weighed half as much as his entire body. "Good hit." Carl congratulated him, stopping the boarman's victory celebration. "You got up?" the big man asked, thoroughly confused. "Of course. Did you think I would volunteer if I couldn't take a hit?" The boar snorted and took his place for the return blow. "Oh, this should be fun. I wonder how much additional strength Carl got from his new skill," Thor cheered. The Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. That was all that the system had to say about it, and Carl didn't understand the base and modifier system for stats that it had, so he had no practical reference for just how strong he was now with all his buffs active. However, with the 50% damage increase from Pack Tactics, his new class skill, he would be hitting with plenty of force. Carl checked that haste was active, then snapped an attack at the boar. There was a booming crack, then the sound of flesh on flesh before the boarman was sent flying and pain radiated up Carl's arm. Without the barrier up and with only his own skills to protect himself, Carl had dealt himself enough damage with the strike to nearly break his arm, even after the reduction by Void Body. "That is fast. Stupidly fast. Who has ever heard of a supersonic pimp slap? You didn't even need the skill," Kara exclaimed, eager to see if she could do that as well. Even the totem rank masters were staring at Carl in shock. "Did he just?" the giant asked. The general nodded. "He did." The black dragon pointed at the body of the boarman. If you would be so kind, Archbishop. His soul is beginning to detach." That shook the leader of the Golden Dragon Nation from his stupor, and he quickly resurrected the fallen monster. But that left the giants in a dilemma. If Karl hit a mountain giant like that, the result was likely to be the same. They could tell that he didn't use an attack skill. He had just increased his own stats to the point that he could move an arm at supersonic speed. It had obviously damaged him, but the way that Karl was rubbing his arm, he would recover soon enough. The general knew that Karl had trollish regeneration, either as a skill or as part of his racial traits. It still wasn't 100% clear whether he had been part troll all along. Looking at his build, the general suspected that he was actually part dwarf. His build was a bit too sturdy for human, and the musculature wasn't quite right. Likely a quarter-blooded if he had to guess. Enough that his family would have been considered human for some time, but they had likely been matching with mixed blood humans for generations. Most species were like that. Many of them could interbreed with humans, so there was always a chance of other bloodlines. Generally, those ones were considered weak and were a genetic dead end, but sometimes a lineage would continue among humans. Karl shook the numbness from his fingers and waited for the giant to prepare for his turn. That put the totem-ranked giant in a tight spot. If he forfeited this match, Karl would win, making it 2-0 for the Golden Dragon Nation and giving them the overall win in the contest. But if he let them compete, there was a chance one of his giants would be slapped to death. The proud mountain giants would never accept that. It would do irreparable damage to their pride to be slapped to death by a human. Unlike the monster species, they weren't so forgiving. Losing a giant's dignity versus the slim chance that they could maintain this trial was a difficult bet. If Karl had gone first, there would have been no question, the giant would have gone. However, with such slim odds, it might be better to cut their losses and find a way to get more of their people to the trial in secret. The giants were categorically incapable of holding a poker face, and even the groggy and freshly resurrected boar man could see that the totem-ranked mountain giant was trying to formulate a plot to get out of this agreement. To the other leaders, it was no surprise. This happened nearly every time they agreed on something. One of them would back out of the deal, or have one of their allies serve as a proxy to act on their behalf. The giants withdraw from this round. Congratulations to the Golden Dragon Nation on your small victory here today. The leader finally agreed. Thank you for your kind words. The Archbishop replied with so much fake kindness that even Karl felt a little nauseous. The giants immediately opened a portal and left, while the general turned to the transformed black dragon with a smile. So, I know that the humans are going to send as many people as they can before this trial fades, but how much will it cost to buy some of your spots? The general asked. The dragon's face was hidden in magical shadow under his hood, but his voice was amused. Now, I suppose that we can work something out. The leaders appeared to be making plans for what they were going to do next. They couldn't just hang around here forever. They had far too much work to do for that, and the general had been stationed on the mountain giant border specifically to keep them from causing trouble with their overlords. Shall we retire to dinner and let our subordinates take care of the rest? Noct, the black dragon totem, asked. Yes, dinner sounds wonderful. Prince Karl, kindly wait here for someone to relieve you, the Archbishop replied. The general nodded. I will have someone come to take over, but unfortunately, I am needed on the line. The giant's leader said nothing and simply left with his people. The general turned to his people and gave them a polite nod. I will send reinforcements here within the next 5 minutes. You just need to make sure that nothing happens while they're attempting to awaken their system interface. Understood, General. This all appeared to be part of the ritual, pretending that they didn't know that there was going to be an imminent attack at the lower levels and that the deal they had made actually held any weight. The black dragon opened a portal with a wave of his hand, and left with the Archbishop. Then the general left, and a unit of 100 commander-rank soldiers, and 50 ascended and awakened rank support staff rushed through, only to realize that they had no orders other than be here. Karl cleared his throat. Listen up. Every new arrival is to follow the directions on the plinth to give thanks to the World Dragon for the opportunity to gain access to the system. Once you have accomplished that task, you will be stationed here for guard duty of the orb. Do you understand, sir? Yes, sir, they responded in unison, then swarmed the orb. Colonel Liu chuckled at their response. Karl wasn't even part of their army, but they were so used to just following orders that they naturally assumed anyone giving them orders had the right to. It only took a few seconds before the first of them had vanished, and the rest were gone within 2 minutes. This unit was all younger soldiers, likely a frontline shock troop unit that the general happened to have stationed near his camp. The old Minotaur rubbed the shoulder of his freshly regrown arm, distinguishable by the lack of tattoos and scars, then smiled at Lotus. "Well, little cleric. I told you I would love to try your food again, and it looks like I'm going to get a chance sooner than expected. It appears that your merchant group on a pilgrimage routine is a bit far gone to salvage, though." Lotus laughed and winked at him. "Never underestimate our shamelessness. We fully intend to continue with the act as soon as we are done here. We're headed for the jungles and then to Wooden Temple. That much hasn't changed. We will just have to leave someone else to help you with the mess here." The old Minotaur smiled at her, then reorganized his troops to surround the plinth. "Everyone, I believe it's time to come out and be sociable. Hawk, you can scout the area in case they're forming up in the distance." The beasts appeared in the ruins, and Hawk made a quiet screech along with a "come along" gesture to Dana that said he intended to have a rider for the scouting mission. Tessa hopped up on Thor's back with her spear ready, leaving Ophelia and Lotus to wait with Carl. Or roll around in the dirt playing with Kara. "How are we going to handle this? There will definitely be a challenge for the orbs soon," Colonel Liu asked. "If it's orcs, I say that we let them. Same with the nomadic demons if they're brave enough to approach. If the giants challenge, I will deal with their leader. The Lamia pair will guard my flanks, while the trio of Naga warriors are with Remy, the Naga queen. Remy and Tessa will work together as a pair, and Lotus heals. Ophelia and Kara are berserkers, so just stay out of their way." One of the demons, a slender woman who almost looked like she should be undead, with her skin the color of a drowning victim, gestured at Kara. "That is a winged void badger, isn't it? You cowbrains should stay well away from her. Those things are a menace to society," she taunted the colonel. "You have no idea. She's got a monarch rank attack skill. I've already seen it in action." That was fast. The giants are back. 2 monarchs, 10 royals, and 500 troops, almost all commanders. The giants are back. 5 kilometers from here, just over a hill, Carl informed the Minotaur colonel. "Oh, did they send enough to make it fun?" Carl patted him on the shoulder. "Did you ever doubt it? There are 500 commander-rank soldiers out there. That doesn't sound fun at all. They outnumber us 5 to 1, even after the others come back. What did they send for a leadership squad? They normally have a 5-giant officer squad for a full regiment of soldiers," Colonel Liu asked. 2 monarchs, 10 royals. The Minotaur sighed. "I will inform my people. With the few who got a class, we might stand a chance using our new skills." "You're too pessimistic. I will take 1 monarch, Remy and her bodyguards will take the other. The rest of my team will focus on the command squad. Remember, they don't know that half the team is summoned. What they see are 6 monarchs, 8 royals, including your team, and a handful of soldiers. They're not going to be hasty when we have the advantage invisible monarchs. If they hesitate long enough, we will have another 100 soldiers, and then whatever other reinforcements we get." When you put it that way, it doesn't sound so bad. They certainly can't allow any of those monarch-ranked Naga warriors or Kara loose in their commander-ranked backlines. It would be a massacre. As Carl had expected, the giants paused as they came into sight of the orb and saw the defending team. Some of them would be hidden from sight, but the giants could get a good enough estimate to slow them down. From a distance, it was much harder to guess relative power level, especially with mixed species. If they were all giants, you could guess by their size. Though, Hawk had better senses than that. But when it was a dozen different species, you had to guess how they compared to their own species, and then the humans would be a wild guess. It wasn't like humans normally got bigger as they got more powerful. "How long do we have?" one of the younger Minotaurs asked. "If they charge, we have 3 minutes. It's hard to say how long they will plan for now that they have an estimate of our power levels. Expect them to spread out their formation first, so they can see how we respond. Once they have started to shift positions, the attack is imminent." The moment that the attack became imminent turned out to be about 10 seconds later. The leaders moved to the far end of the line, and Carl adjusted his position to match them, with Remy close to him, but toward the main body of the mountain giant force. "Remind me again why I am doing this?" Carl asked as he watched the commander-ranked giants form ranks behind their leaders. "Because they're mad that you showed them up, and they're not going to let you leave without a fight," Tessa reminded him. "Right. Almost forgot about that part. Alright, If everyone is in position, I will move forward with Remy to make the unofficial challenge. When Karl moved, the monarchs and royals all moved to match his group. That made life a lot easier on everyone else, and the giants were already charging forward, aiming for the trial orb with superior numbers. Hawk, see what you can do to slow the attackers once I have the strong ones busy, Karl instructed. All the fire. Hawk agreed. Karl moved to lure the stronger giants away from the group, while the rest of his team grew increasingly concerned about the odds on his side. With all the royals gone, they would have an easier time with the commanders, but 12 on 2 or 7, depending on how you counted it, was not great odds when Remy was a ranged fighter. The bodyguards were monarchs, though. That should make enough of a difference, Tessa hoped. Thor was itching to charge into battle, and she could feel the will of her goddess flowing through her. The will of the red dragon wanted a war, and there was one waiting for them only a few hundred meters away. Or at least they would get to enjoy a small sample of the ongoing war at the borders right here in their own backyard. That was close enough for the war goddess. Karl equipped the haint claw as gauntlets on his hands, and then drew his sword. The monarch-ranked giants smiled at the sight, not realizing the hell that was waiting for them, and increased their charging speed to take out Karl before they dealt with the others. Karl pushed his speed as much as he could manage, testing the limits of the enhancements that he had gotten from the new class, and the bonus he received from each of his pets. With disintegration on his sword, Karl lashed out at the largest of the monarch-ranked giants, internally wincing at the sound of his blade breaking the sound barrier. He either needed to stop doing that or invest in some earplugs. It had been the same thing when Lifa fought the Emperor, a cacophony of violence that could be heard for dozens of kilometers. The giant was unprepared for that sort of speed, and hastily erected a guard barrier to defend itself. But the skill didn't hold, and the lingering remains of disintegration, along with the ghostly trail from the haint claw, were still in effect as the blade pierced the giant's throat. Karl jumped to stop his momentum by kicking off the monarch, and managed an almost smooth backflip to land on his feet. Not bad. 8 out of 10. You need to work on your form. Remy congratulated him. However, the giant wasn't dead. At least not yet. But it was bleeding heavily from the neck, and a stream of pale green energy was being ripped from its body as it struggled. The other monarch saw this and came to the rescue, but the trio of bodyguards intercepted it, while Remy threw chain lightning to slow the royals until Karl's Lamia bodyguards could cut off their advance. It took Karl a moment to realize what had happened to the wounded giant as he was evading the strikes of its enraged companion, but when the stricken monarch began to have seizures, he finally understood. The blow had come so close to killing the target that the haint claw had grabbed a hold on the giant's soul and was forcibly ripping it from his body with lingering psychic damage. Karl parried with his full force, and both blades rebounded away, nearly putting the tip of his blade in the dirt as the giant's chest was exposed. The monarch twirled away from Karl's counterattack, but immediately found itself falling. A Naga warrior had taken advantage and wrapped its legs with its muscular lower body, and once the giant was face down on the ground, the warrior went wild, attacking with all 4 arms and blades coated in tsunami water magic. Crude, but brutally effective. That left Karl and the warrior free to engage the royals, as the first monarch struggled for its life while fending off one of Remy's bodyguards from a kneeling position. The increased speed was an unfair advantage, and while the giants had no problem keeping up with Karl's running speed, his hand speed was far too high for them to effectively counter. However, after only a dozen strikes on his way through the crowd, his arms were getting sore. There was an imbalance in his stats. He could move faster than his body could currently sustain. Human bodies were not beast bodies, and despite all the enhancements, he was actually dealing a significant amount of damage to himself, which was being negated by void body. That was going to have to change. Once they got out of here, or at least found time to go through their loot, he needed something that was going to increase his durability. Even if it was a workout routine and not a magical item. It was either that or he would have to hold back in combat to avoid injuring himself, and the amount he would have to hold back would increase with every beast that advanced. Worse, if it didn't work, he would have to change his role from frontline fighter to ranged support. The Lamia moved to Karl's flank as the royals double-teamed all 3 of them. That shouldn't be right, there weren't that many royals in the group. Then Karl noticed that once the monarchs were both dead, Remy had taken her trio of bodyguards into the flank of the commanders to set up a combination of Blizzard and Hellstorm. The defenders were in combat now, and Hawk had just arrived, striking at the back of the force with a wall of hellstorm vortexes that were moving forward at a walking pace, while Dana's golems attacked the survivors, and she assisted Hawk in raining attacks down on the giants. Being attacked from 3 sides was not in their plan, and despite the giants outnumbering the defenders by an overwhelming margin, they were unsure what side to send reinforcements to. With that being the case, Karl held back against the royal rank giants, testing the limits of his physical durability compared to his maximum strength. It was fast enough that the giants could only haphazardly parry, and took indirect hits from most of his attacks, a distinct advantage on Karl's part, as they were forced fully onto the defensive. The bodyguards appeared to have gotten faster as well, but Karl couldn't be certain, as he hadn't spent much time actually watching them fight. "Prince Karl, the reinforcements are here," a satyr runner shouted from a few dozen meters behind him. "Have them join the main force and push the enemy back into the flaming vortexes," Karl shouted back. The goat-legged demon ran off to relay the message, while the royal rank giants rallied into a circular formation, where each of them would have a helper to cover their blind spots and defend against tricky attacks. There were still 5 of them to Karl's trio of attackers, who now had them surrounded. Karl was about to move in for the kill, aiming to cut through one giant and attack the others from behind, when a portal opened, and the giants, including the dead, turned incorporeal. Then, they vanished, and the portal closed. All that they had left was a lot of scorched grass and blood, plus 1 monarch-rank body. The unfortunate giant whose soul had been siphoned by the Haint Claw had not been recovered with the rest of their force. Remy tossed the body into Ray's space for later, then took stock of her bodyguards. They were a little beat up looking, but with trollish regeneration and eternal lightning, their bodies were still solid. Then they refreshed their armor spells, and they were back to pristine appearance. Resounding victory. "Is it lunchtime yet? What portion of them do you think that we killed before they ran away?" Colonel Liu asked as the defenders were catching their breath and preparing for the next attack. Karl shrugged. "At least a third, but I don't think that it matters because they took the bodies back. They will most likely resurrect them right away, and then they will have suffered no losses." The Minotaur sighed. "Whereas our losses are permanent, so they're running a campaign of attrition." Karl gestured behind them. "Who said ours are permanent? We have Lotus, High Priestess of the Nature God, and a healing specialist, here with us today. It looks like she started with the strongest of the fallen, and then the cutest. She might not be able to save them all before she is exhausted, but with 2 Dragon God clerics here, we shouldn't have too many casualties." They had many wounded fighters. Almost all of them had some level of injury after the battle, but about half of their force had been heavily injured and were slowly moving around, getting used to the feeling of their limbs again. It was a measure to prevent lingering mental trauma that would reduce healing effectiveness in the future, an accelerated version of rehab to remind the body that it was healing properly. "At least there are more reinforcements incoming now that the first group is out of the trial," Tessa noted as she rode up beside Karl on Thor's back. Karl looked back in the direction she was pointing and saw an entire army regiment coming out to surround the ruins. Dozens of white-robed clerics, nearly 1,000 soldiers, and a full artillery battery had arrived so far, on top of hundreds more soldiers from Nubon, and 1 adult blue dragon. "We should likely go speak to the dragon before they have to come here. Blue dragons love knowledge more than anything, and if we give it to them, they will like us by extension," Karl suggested. Tessa smirked at him. "Is that your plan to gaslight the clergy? Just play to their aspect? Hey, I brought you a whole battle with the world's best charger to ride, didn't I? I think I'm doing alright." Tessa rolled her eyes. "You provided this lovely charger, but I don't think that you can take credit for the whole battle. The giants were coming whether we were here or not. The not Dana mages are coming back." Hawk updated as Karl prepared a good reason why he should get credit. "Oh, there are spell blades incoming as well. We should prepare to welcome them," Karl announced, changing the topic while letting Tessa know what was happening. "What direction? I will go update them on the situation so that there aren't any conflicts between allies today," Tessa asked. "Under Hawk. He's circling them now and preparing to land." The Minotaur wondered how that was going to help with the stated goal of not starting a fight between allies, as the gigantic Ghostfire Thunderbird was not a comforting sight to strangers. Thor rushed off to greet the people, which would give him time to socialize while Tessa explained the situation. Of course, Dana was on Hawk's back, and she knew most of it already, but that didn't sound like nearly as much fun as going over himself. Why would they appear all the way over there instead of being here with the rest of the reinforcements? Colonel Liu asked as the group came back into sight. They were likely sent from their clan compound or another mission, so they didn't want to appear right on top of someone in an already chaotic situation. They're only a 5-minute walk away, Carl replied with a shrug. The royal-ranked Minotaur decided to leave it alone. He knew that the one who had found them was Hawk, so the rapid response was perfectly reasonable, and there were more forces expected from both sides, as they would be sending as many people as possible to take the trial and attempt to awaken system functions before the orb ran out of energy, or the ruins vanished again. That was what usually happened with these things, and why they couldn't just get along and peacefully use the resources that appeared. There were too many factions with too many people who all wanted or needed that power. Whether it was for survival, political gain, or like the Blue Dragons, just because they didn't already know. Carl and the colonel waited with a few other officers as the Spellblades approached. The uniforms were simple, so nobody would have known which nation they represented without the introduction, so sending out someone to greet them and verify their identity was actually a good idea, no matter how redundant it seemed. Corbin nodded at Carl as he approached, then at the Minotaur and the Satyr Runner who was waiting behind them. I am Prince Corbin, of the Golden Dragon Nation. You can just call me Corbin. My people will be on guard here until the incident has ended, he explained. Not headed in to gain the power of the orb? Colonel Liu asked. We have been paid handsomely for others to get that opportunity. Our instructions are that it is likely to be usage limited, so we are to prioritize not letting unauthorized users in. Should we be expecting anyone else? The Minotaur asked. Orcs. There is a group of orcs headed this way. My instructions are that the nomads are considered part of the Nuban delegation, but I am aware that your people have had some issues with them in the past. So, we will have Prince Carl escort them in if they do choose to come here, Corbin explained. I saw them in the distance, and Dana told him, Hawk explained. I understand. Though, the thought of orcs with a system is a frightening one. I had expected that such an honor would be reserved for more civilized factions, Colonel Liu grumbled. A lineup was already forming around the orb, as it appeared to have reached its usage capacity. That would likely drain it much faster than anyone would prefer, but Corbin had already received a message by portal describing the situation. The content of a magical message was easily intercepted by the totems, but a small portal to drop a physical letter would not be noticed. His excuse was a good one. The Spellblades were a powerful faction, but they were willing to be paid for their work and pass up other opportunities. So, the Minotaur and the other Nuban officers wouldn't question why they weren't trying to barge to the front of the line. The Spellblades weren't the only ones that had been sent here. The military regiment was only the start, as they were not expected to be system compatible. The government was assembling elites who had been out on missions to come to the orb as soon as possible, and Carl could hear the military commander talking to someone on the radio about the next expected arrivals. Both nations had more people coming, but the Blue Dragon was beginning to look impatient. I will see you all in a few minutes. I need to go greet our draconic visitor, and make a good impression before they start reading everyone's minds. It was a male blue dragon, so at least they didn't need to worry about Thor hitting on this one. But if the dragon started searching for information directly from everyone's mind, they were going to find countless things that Carl would rather they did not. Greetings, Prince Carl. I am Librarian Garrett. The dragon greeted him as Carl approached. Welcome, Librarian. It's a pleasure to meet you. I presume that you have a number of questions about the inner workings of the orb, as well as the many historical events that the visitors have seen, Carl replied. Indeed. The historical events that I have heard so far have added many pages to the history book, and there are so many more to go through. But it is the advancement opportunities and how they might function that is of the greatest interest to me. So much about the system is unknown to us now. Well, I can describe how it went for me. After I entered, there was a group of mannequins, or illusions. They all looked like me, but in slightly different armor, with different weapons. When I used the system interface to look at them, I could see the different class names, and a few minor details about them, like the starting details, or a theme for the class. The dragon had heard all of that before, and it wasn't all that interested in hearing it again, so Carl added some juicy details to bring its attention back. However, I had a number of skill points, and one more skill from my existing class that I wanted to add. There was a skill called Rampage, a passive skill that adds damage to my strikes every time I hit the same target. A bit like stacking damage over time effects, but I have to keep hitting them for it to take effect. Or, if I could poison them, I suppose that would work as well. But the part that actually applies to this situation is that when I learned the skill, it gave me another option. That got his attention. Adding a skill gave you a new option? Perhaps it was the combination with the other skills you already knew? There has long been a theory that the progression of elites was individualized, and that not every person with a certain class would get the chance at the same advancements. But to hear that it could be directly related to the skills that they had mastered is wonderful news. Carl nodded. If I happen to return to see Orthos at the Beast God Temple, I will be sure to train some of the children there in new skills. Then, when they grow up, you can study them and see what paths they follow. The dragon's massive blue head turned to look off into the distance. This wouldn't have anything to do with the Naga Queen and the Nature Priestess wanting more time with the pups and whelps of the Beast Nation, would it? Carl gave him his best fake innocent smile and the dragon laughed. I will consider extending an invitation at some point in the future. Orthos has enough on his hands right now without bringing others to cause chaos. But your people will get to see the pups again. We are sending many acolytes here before the orb deactivates, so they can try to gain access to the system. Carl nodded in agreement. That sounds good. We will look out for the children and keep away any attackers. The faster that we get through the advancement of the defense groups, the more secure the area will be. However, I do expect that we will face attack by either the giants or one of the other nations soon. If experience has taught me anything, it's that nothing on this continent remains a secret once more than two people know of it. With that in mind, most of the continent will know about the situation by tomorrow. I will leave you to it then. Please send your people by individually, and we can finish the debriefings. I will be providing a copy to the Capital Cathedral's library, as well as to Orthos at the Beast God Temple, as per our agreement on information sharing. Carl nodded. One last thing before I go. Which location do you call home? The dragon gave him a toothy grin. Neither. I am from Witten Temple. When there is new knowledge of this level, the blue dragons hold a lottery to see who gets to go. Carl walked away and sent Tessa over to give her report next. If there were children coming, her and Lotus would likely want to be nearby. The red dragon prioritized protecting children during battle, and the green dragon loved all creatures, so it was a duty that neither would have any problems with. That left just the waiting for things to go wrong part of the day. They were slowly getting more soldiers and monsters back to the defensive lines around the ruins, but there was still a long line of them waiting to use the orb, and most of the ones who had success were too giddy with joy to actually pay attention to anything. Thankfully, they had Hawk overhead, and he could keep watch for approaching threats. But if there was one, Carl wasn't sure he would be able to get anyone's attention in time to have them actually respond. The tension held on long enough that the defenders were beginning to relax. Almost all of them had completed their attempt to activate a system interface, and another round of candidates was being brought in. These ones were mostly youngsters from the Divine Beast and Nuban empires, while the Golden Dragon Nation was holding off, for fears of overcrowding. But for Carl, Librarian Gareth, and a few others with good intuition or a lot of combat sense, the quiet was unnerving. The kids who were waiting their turn had been moved to the former slums of the town, where no ruins survived, and Ray had built a maze of stone walls and pillars for them to play tag in. The clerics were all sitting on the walls, keeping guard, and watching for injuries while the soldiers finished their turn. Bring them out 10 at a time. That should be a smooth enough pace that they won't have to wait now that the line is gone. Gareth directed, using the advantage of his enormous size to simply swing his head over to the clerics. Alright, the next 10 who are it and tag someone come to High Priestess Tessa at the entrance. She will lead you to the trial while everyone else plays. Then you can come back after, one of the beast clerics instructed. That brought an increased energy level to the game, as everyone either wanted to go to the trial or play as long as possible before they had to work. The children formed an orderly line to the orb, expertly shepherded by the clerics, and Carl turned his attention to the distant horizon, scanning for danger. There, I found it, 50 meters from the edge of town. A giant-sized portal is about to open, Hawk announced. Incoming portal. Carl shouted, with a gesture toward the portal, which would be under 100 meters from him. Both Carl and Remy called their bodyguards in front of the portal location, and the attack began, but not how Carl had expected it. A barrage of spells crashed into their barriers, and an armed unit of human soldiers in shining red plate armor flew through, attacking everything that they saw. Artillery, someone shouted from the Golden Dragon Nation lines. That triggered a barrage of anti-aircraft guns and artillery rounds, which were aimed through the portal to delay the reinforcements. 3 of the commanders broke off and targeted Dana, who was nearby, but behind the lines. Then the others focused their attacks on the spellblades and the soldiers from Nubon. Thor put up a barrier around the orb, protecting the children, while Tessa took her spot on his back. The attackers could move through the air, but like Dana they had to run on air, and that meant it was more efficient for them to fight on the ground, surrounded by larger enemies where they couldn't be focused on with multiple attacks. For the first few seconds, they appeared to be ignoring Carl. Then a Monarch rank mage came through the portal just as Carl fired a disintegration-coded arrow through the opening. The mystical bolt hit his shield and shattered it in a single strike, drawing his attention and blood from his cheek. Oh, he took that one personally. If he didn't want to be embarrassed, he should have put more effort into his defenses. Remy laughed. You damnable beast. I will put you in your place today, the mage shouted. Carl took out the haint claw and let it form on his left hand, while he wielded the sword of champions in his right. In my place? Don't be ridiculous. Your mother's bedroom is nowhere near here, but you can still call me daddy if you like. Carl's shouted reply made a good portion of the Golden Dragon Nation soldiers burst into laughter, while the Nubon soldiers began to make crude jokes about the inexhaustible stamina of a rock troll. The mage dove at Carl, who sent a barrage of rend attacks at him. Each was hardly commander rank, but Carl sent dozens of them, 5 at a time. The mage laughed as he decided that was all the ranged attack power that Carl had. Trolls, as he assumed Carl was, were close combatants, and the mage had no intentions of getting close enough to be hit with that sword. He only needed to be close enough that his attacks couldn't be parried. The rampage skill caused an increasing damage buff with every hit, but Carl kept reducing the power he was putting into his strikes, to keep the final effect the same and conserve energy. He could feel the bonuses from pack tactics and bestial champion taking effect as his pack came under attack, and had to cut the damage back even more to lull the mage into complacency as he approached. It had only been 5 seconds, but Carl had sent nearly 100 rend attacks at his barrier, all on the low side of commander. The mage was beginning to sweat with exertion from maintaining the defense, and Carl could see that he was going to go for the kill as soon as he thought he was too close for Carl to avoid the attack. 10 meters, that was the distance he chose. Unfortunately for him, with Carl's increased speed and strength, that was melee range. The mithril blue blade of the Sword of Champions glinted in the light as Carl launched himself forward with a thrust, extending disintegration in front of his blade like a spear. The mage spun as the skill shattered his barrier, and Carl flicked his wrist, turning the thrust into a slash as disintegration missed its target. One armored arm fell to the ground as the mage howled in pain. Then the air shattered as Carl's left fist came around, and the haint claw smashed into his opponent's face. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the mage crumpled to the ground, leaking ghostly green energy into the haint claw. A long bovine bellow echoed through the city, followed by the deep voice of a commander-rank minotaur. First blood goes to Champion Carl. The voice must have echoed through the other side of the portal, as the incoming mages all turned in Carl's direction. There was one royal with 10 commanders, a standard deployment, but Carl had no idea what nation had sent them. To Carl's left, he could see that Remy had transformed back into spirit snake form to protect Kara's neck and catch a ride, while Ray was tearing her way through the incoming mages at a truly ridiculous rate. The extra damage from the new class skills stacked with the damage increases she already had, and even the royal rank mages had a hard time taking more than 1 or 2 attacks. However, it was Ophelia that was surprising everyone. She had learned some sort of ground slam ability that either increased gravity or negated flight magic, and when she used it, dozens of mages fell from the sky. Once they were on the ground, or close to it, the 7-meter-tall dire bear simply mauled them. Angry Bear is funny. Look how she chases after the terrified not Dana mages. Hawk laughed. Kind of busy right now. Make sure that nobody manages to hurt her. The mages weren't giving up as easily as Carl had expected. They had built a barrier around the portal that was withstanding the artillery barrage, and while Carl and Ophelia terrified them, the mages were not hesitating to engage with the monsters of the Nubon army. More of them were pouring through the portal by the second to establish the beachhead outside the city. Thor, how are things going there? The faster the kids get finished, the faster they can be relocated to somewhere safe. Carl asked. Most are inside right now. Tessa has the others calm, and they're waiting for the last few soldiers to come out.
That was as good as they could hope for. As long as the defenders could keep the invading force away from the orb until the kids could finish and be extracted from the combat zone, it should all be fine. They were mostly awakened and ascended rank magical beasts or monsters. Most of them were only half-grown, and they wouldn't have done more than the very basics of combat training so far. Carl faced off with the mages who had come to challenge him and considered his options. Hellstorm wouldn't work, as he didn't have the control to keep the vortexes in midair. Remy already had a thunderstorm going, but the mages all had barriers, so it wasn't taking them out until they were already heavily injured. The question was what was the fastest way to achieve that? Carl decided to start with the classic crowd control skill. Chain lightning. The bolt came out ethereal blue from his left hand, and arced to 10 more targets, shattering commander rank barriers and knocking mages out of the sky. They didn't have a chance against the skill, and Carl simply continued to channel it, allowing the damage to stack and the lightning to function as a magical stun baton. The leaders of the attack squad realized that within seconds and began erecting a barrier to block the lightning before it could hit an arc. That let some of the mages get to their feet and make a shaky retreat back to the safety of the portal. It wasn't like Carl had something in particular against these mages from one of the other human nations. But that didn't mean that he was going to give up an opportunity for his people without negotiation. If they had sent someone powerful, the leaders would have sorted it out between them. The fact that they hadn't implied that they were either too weak of a faction for it, or they wanted it to be solved this way. With their shield isolating them from Carl, the mages retreated. The same was happening on the other side of the battlefield, where they were facing Ophelia, and the battle was quickly turning into a rout. Hawk and Dana were raining spells down on the barrier defending the portal, but it didn't appear to be faltering at all. There was most likely a powerhouse on the other side keeping it active, though it was only at the royal rank. If they couldn't exhaust the power behind that barrier, they would be unable to do any more than hold the battle to a stalemate. The kids are all done. Tessa is moving them to raise stone maze, and I will keep them all protected. Excellent news. Thank you, Thor. While Thor prepared to protect the kids, Carl studied the barrier that was erected between them and the portal. He had enough power that he could shatter it with one strike of the maul, but it was definitely being fed power from the other side of the portal. If he broke it, he could get through, but it would be back up in under a second, and that would be troublesome for him. Trapped inside a barrier full of enemies, with a portal to their home base, was a terrible idea, even by his standard of bad ideas. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't mess with them at least a little bit. Carl put away his sword and took out the maul to stack disintegration on it. The first swing of the maul shattered a hole in the barrier, through which Carl hurled chain lightning into the startled mages. Off to his right, Kara was torturing the mages in a different way. She had blocked a group of them from retreating, and she was just repeatedly casting Nullify every time they tried to cast a spell to get around her. On foot, they weren't fast enough to get around her, and she wouldn't let them use magic, but without using skills, they couldn't harm her either. She was having a great time, and every mage that saw it was absolutely terrified, so it was a win on both fronts. Kara knocked them all over once more, and then sent Carl a mental message. Tell them to stay put. They are my prisoners now. What are you going to do with prisoners? Carl asked. I dunno. Poke them with a stick maybe. They're funny when they're frustrated. Carl laughed and walked towards where she was pummeling a mage's face in the dirt before flying off to recapture another one who had made a run for the barrier. Gentlemen, I believe you have found yourselves prisoner of a void badger. If you will kindly stop resisting and trying to run away, she can stop beating you. He announced. The closest mage cursed and tried to throw a skill at Carl, but at the end of his sword-swinging gesture, nothing happened. Kara had nullified his skill. It seems that you are slow learners. You can either sit here and behave, or I can stun you into submission. Which would you prefer? The mages put away their blades and sat down on the grass, while their comrades only a dozen meters away watched with concern. Now, my lovely associate here just wants to poke you with a stick to see what noises you make, but I have a few questions. First, what nation are you from? Second, what will it take to make you go away? This matter has been settled between the totems, it is not up for discussion or such impolite attempts at poaching. The mages gritted their teeth, unwilling to provide him any information that he didn't already have. They're from Beria. The Dana mage recognized a token on a body I collected. Hawk informed him. Fine, I will start the question and answer period for you. You were sent here by Beria to try to gain the benefits of the relic. That much is plainly obvious. We can skip those basic details, and I don't care what faction, clan or spellblade sect you were hired from. So, we can skip straight to the important part. What will it take to make you go away? Will your people leave voluntarily? Should I call for a couple of overlords to come here and flex their might? What's your directive on retreat? The mages that were caught outside didn't want to say anything at all, so Carl simply stepped over and smashed a hole in the barrier, through which he cast another chain lightning. The retaliation was half-hearted, only a dozen commander-rank fireballs that were crushed to nothingness by flaming body. Is my inflection unclear? I am being nice for now. Don't make me send a fist of monarch-rank mercenaries into your barrier with orders to kill anything that moves. Carl suggested. Fine, we can do this the hard way, then. Once Carl made his threat, a new spellblade came through the portal. He was monarch-ranked, and wearing the same black robes and shining red armor as the others, but with a gold-embroidered cloak hung over his shoulders and clasped with a gold chain studded with rubies. Who do you think that you are to threaten my people? He demanded. Prince Carl of the Golden Dragon Nation. And from what I can tell, I personally command more monarch-rank combat power than your clan does, so I am asking you politely to take them and go home. If you want a piece of the action here after this pathetic attempt at poaching, you need to ask the Archbishop, or one of his people. The mage paused, considering his response before this situation got even more out of hand. Spellblades trained to fight above their rank, and were considered an elite force all over the continent. The elites, on the other hand, were a new force without a lot of the respect that the Spellblades had earned over the centuries, but some of them had unique classes that were more than a match for anything else at their level. The clan leader knew the stories of some of the other elites who had achieved things that were considered conventionally impossible. But that didn't mean he would back down from a challenge, at least not just on the off chance that this particular one was capable of such remarkable feats. And if I say that my people aren't leaving? The Spellblade replied. Carl called the two Lamia bodyguards, and the mage paled. Monarch-ranked intelligent summons were far more dangerous than a conventional golem, and these ones had immediately created their own monarch-ranked barriers. Carl smiled. As I said to your men, we can do this the hard way. I was only extending a measure of courtesy to you. The pair faced off across the barrier around the attacking clan, who were all looking haggard and exhausted from the effort of holding the barrier against the constant artillery barrage. The artillery and Hawk, Carl mentally amended, as Hawk was taking full advantage of his evolution to Ghostfire Thunderbird to sit on top of the barrier and let his flames drain the defenders' energy without having to do anything himself. It was a brilliant move, and as soon as the barrier cracked, Dana could cast her golems inside. With the barrier up, you couldn't cast spells from the outside in. But every time Carl cracked the barrier with his maul, you could for the next second or so. At least spells that didn't try to move through the solid parts of the barrier. Remy came over with her trio of bodyguards, reminding the mage that if they pushed, the defenders could get inside the barrier and wipe out the Spellblade clan in a matter of minutes now that they were tired and low on mana. Release my people, and we will retreat for today. The clan leader relented. That should be fine. The energy of the relic won't last much longer. Kara, if you would kindly send the Spellblades back to their bubble. Carl agreed. Kara mentally cheered as Remy passed her a large stick out of her space, allowing the Void Badger to poke and herd the mages, who she was still preventing from using any spells. There was no particular reason to make them walk the rest of the way to the barrier, but Kara wasn't willing to give up her game yet. The clan leader turned and walked back through the portal to his home sect, and the others quickly followed, leaving an empty barrier for half a second after the portal vanished. Ophelia came over to where Carl was standing, and Hawk circled down to land nearby, now that his perch was gone. What did they say? Are they giving up? Ophelia asked. For the day, anyhow. They might not be back, but someone else will, and likely with a larger force, now that they know that this one failed. Well, there are more reinforcements coming now, so we will be able to relax a little and let the new arrivals take over for us. Carl replied with a sigh. The others all laughed as Carl finished his speech. There was no way that the next group to come invading them not was going to expect an overpowered royal rank elite and a 7-meter-tall dire bear to be part of the force. Ophelia took a small notebook out of her inventory, which looked ridiculous in her werebare hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Get some rest. I am taking wagers on when the next group arrives. Closest to the time wins the pool. She was about to continue when energy surged in the air, only a few meters from where she was standing. Let me amend that. I will take wagers on the one after this because that was too fast to even get our bets in. The soldiers from both nations began to laugh at the absurdity of it all. They were still recovering from the last battle, and there was another portal already opening in front of them. The others retreated, leaving Carl at the front, with Kara standing on his left side like a guard badger. She now nearly reached his hip, and was thicker in the body than any dog Carl had ever seen. She had to be close to 70 kilos of pure muscle, but when Carl extended his fingers and gave her back a rub, the skin still shook loosely, in the odd way that void badger's fur did. You could pick them up by the excess skin, and they wouldn't feel anything other than a gentle massage. In fact, Kara had considered picking fights a few times just to get someone to properly massage her, but had given up the notion when she realized she could just ask Remy and Ray. In front of them, a royal rank mage in ornate armor stepped through the portal with a barrier around himself, then stopped and addressed the defenders proudly. The Staptonbia Tower would like to negotiate for access to this relic, he declared. Everyone turned to Carl, and he realized that his positioning had nominated him as the official spokesperson for the defenders. The Nuban army was happy to let him deal with the humans, who were notoriously rude to monsters, as most of the Nuban army still didn't believe that he was actually a human, despite his allegiance. His own allies were happy to let him, simply because he was the strongest one here. It was either him or Corbin, and Corbin was more interested in looking after his spellblades. Carl nodded in response. All right, I think we all know the routine. The relic allows 10 people to attempt to use it at once. There are no known rank limits, but the benefits are greatest for those who have at least one specialty skill and time to grow. He agreed. The mage nodded and held out a small metal box. Carl flipped the lid open and saw a potion inside. He couldn't identify it at first, even with the system interface, but Remy did. It's not finished. They think it is, but they're just humans. If we add a powdered earth stone to that, it will be good stuff. Carl closed the lid and took the box. Pick your 10. I will guarantee their safety while they are here. The mage looked relieved that his offering had been enough. He didn't know quite what the relic did yet, but it was an opportunity for 10 people, so some would have demanded an exorbitant price for it. Most of the duels for access were a result of a price too high for the challenger to easily afford, though Carl didn't know that and thought it was just a matter of ego. Carl gave the box to Remy, who began grinding a monarch rank earth stone that she had pilfered from the Cyclops invasion. This will be such a good thing. We can't feed it to Ray, though. She's already a bit too earth element. So, either we can feed it to Thor, or sell it and get something holy for him. She suggested as she worked. More earth shields. Ray already does earth shields. Thor complained, feeling slighted with a duplicate ability. No, this is what my book calls an exuberant vitality potion. Well, before I added the earth stone to it. Now it just says that it is good for you. It's more health and plant-based, and less dirt. Remy explained. Thor thought about it for a second. So, you're saying it might be better to feed it to the lotus? Remy considered that. She might explode if we give her any more energy. She's been playing with children for over an hour, and she's not tired yet. The Spellblade brought through 10 teenage acolytes from his clan, all at the ascended to commander rank bottleneck. The system interface said that they were all classically trained mages, so if they were compatible, they would be getting classes today. That might eliminate some of the bottlenecks for them and let them advance. Getting to commander was difficult, but getting past it was considered nearly impossible. So, for a faction that sent a royal as their champion, it was better to get more commanders than to take risks trying to get another royal. Ophelia stepped up beside Carl and motioned for the young ones to follow her. Protocol said that Carl would remain here with the other leader, and someone should bring them food while they waited. Carl waved his hand, activating Earth Shield, and created a crude set of stone chairs and a table. Why don't we sit and wait? There are some conditions to access, so it takes a few minutes for most. He offered. The mage smiled and sat on the chair, subtly activating a barrier underneath himself in case Carl tried to use the skill to attack. Ray transformed into a human again and stepped out of her space with a plate full of roasted pork and berries. Sorry for the lack of cookies, I hope this suits your taste. She greeted them. The mage did a double take as he saw her and couldn't immediately identify her species, other than that she was a royal rank beast and had managed to sneak up on him. Thank you, Ray. I have some in my inventory. Carl took a small package of travel biscuits that the elves had provided for him and placed them on the tray. He had close to 50 kilos of the biscuits, and they didn't often eat them, so this was a great chance to bring them out. Are those Elven travel biscuits and royal rank giant boar meat? You have extravagant tastes, my friend. The mage stammered. Far from it. The giant boars appeared in an anomaly spawn not long ago, so I have an abundance, and the elven biscuits are something of a unique snack option that I reserve for special occasions. Like finding someone who likes to eat bread. Hawk noted. Ray, tell your Lotus to make more of those fried rice ball snacks with the red bean paste in the middle. I like those. Remy added helpfully. Ray agreed. She liked the rice balls, and wondered what this mouth made them taste like, so she shadow-stepped to where Tessa was standing to inform her of their dinner order. By the gods, that is terrifying. The mage muttered. Carl laughed. She has a knack for terrifying people, and she has mastered using her movement skills without a power surge, so she just kind of vanishes. I take it that she's more friendly than she looks. The mage chuckled. Not really. But she doesn't like being in the sunshine, so she's unlikely to start murdering people in the middle of the afternoon. All of the beasts laughed in Carl's mind as Ray nodded in agreement, both mentally and in person, which confused Tessa, who had to try to decipher what body language was intended for her and what was for someone else. Ray was not yet used to keeping her body language for the person in front of her, as for so long, she had only been able to speak to Carl and the other beasts, who could all hear her thoughts. What did you say her name was? The mage asked. That is the Lady Ray. Princess of the Bloodbath Spiders. The mage went even more pale than he had been when Ray vanished. I see. So, she's using a transformation spell, then. She obtained one from Bethoak Fortress, and she's working on mastering the skill so she can transform on her own. It will be a great victory for her mobility if she can access human-scaled corridors. Carl agreed. Many human fortresses were designed with ceilings just over 2 meters high and narrow hallways for exactly that reason. So that monsters couldn't run wild inside the fortress, even if they managed to enter. A royal rank beast loose in the hallways was the last thing that they wanted, and the most powerful beasts were far larger than humans. Is it possible for a beast to learn a skill like that? The mage asked. With the right motivation, it is. Lady Ray even learned how to summon golems with a little assistance. She's become quite the versatile hunter. Carl is learning our ways. The mage is terrified. Ray laughed. I knew he would catch on eventually. We should have brought Thor over so he could see how much a lightning Sarrow could advance. His mind would be blown. Remy agreed as she finished her concoction. There we go. Now, we can either feed it to Thor and see what happens, or wait until we're bored and then feed it to Thor and see what happens. Thor chuckled. Those are the same options. You're bored right now. Within 5 minutes, all of the youngsters had managed to follow the instructions and enter the relic's separate space. Now all that was left was the waiting. Carl was just getting comfortable when another portal opened, and Ray used Shadow Step to go greet their visitors. Ah, monster! The woman on the other side of the portal screamed. No, Carl realized half a second later. That was a man with an exceptionally high-pitched screaming voice. Because the woman who stepped through looked disgusted with his cowardice. Princess, are you the leader of this team? I have been sent by the Staptonbia Tower to negotiate access to the relic. She announced. Ray smiled at her, a gleaming crescent of serrated teeth. No, my Carl is the leader here. But I could have sworn that we already had your person here. Ray replied, confused by the way that the humans were using the same name twice. The woman gave her a perplexed look, then turned to where Carl and the royal rank mage were sitting. What are you doing here, Joseph? She demanded. The same thing that you are. I paid for my students to access the relic. He replied with a smug smile. The woman glared at him, then held out a box. I suppose that he also paid with one of these. She asked, showing Ray a potion identical to the first, except higher quality. This one is better than the first one. I can give you a chance to try the relic along with your 10 tributes for that price. Ray offered. The leader of the first group of mages, Joseph, turned to Carl. Can she do that? Normally, there are politics involved in which faction gets to make the decision. He whispered. It's fine. We're in agreement on the price. Carl replied, dismissing the mage's concerns. The new mage woman turned over the box, which Ray tossed in her space for Remy to upgrade later. They had one ready to go, and now they could make another. That way, they could feed them to both Thor and Lotus to see what happened. All she needed was to find another monarch rank Earth stone. Or a nature stone. It should work with a nature stone too. Assuming that she could find one. I will check my swamp first. I might already have some. Remy noted. Ray was busy playing hostess, so Remy would get started on the work. I have a royal rank nature stone. Is that good enough? Remy asked after a few seconds. Probably. I recall Hawk saying that humans can't absorb resources well, so you can't give them really good things. A monarch rank potion would be 2 full ranks above Lotus, and that might be too much for her to handle. Normally humans used potions at their own level to advance, not ones that were already above their rank, simply out of access issues. Any resource that they could use was usually consumed by the finder, or traded for one that they could use. So, there were no over-level resources available. The human nations simply weren't capable of keeping up with demand. The identify skill that Carl had gotten, and passively shared with the team, was practically a cheat code for Remy when she started to study potion making. She only had to see the combination that would be good for one of the team members, and then try to make something that wouldn't kill a human. She had wanted to make a growth potion that would make Lotus taller, but one of the ingredients was her own venom. If it didn't work to make her taller, it would probably kill her. You're really fine with a royal rank mage using the relic? The woman asked. Of course. But only on the condition that you give our friend Librarian Gareth a full description of what happened inside. The blue dragons hate when they miss out on possibly useful information. Ray insisted.
Plus, it will be funny to find out what insults the system came up when we send another old woman in, she mentally added. The woman led her group in just as the first 10 came out, all within 30 seconds of each other. Once they were at the relic, and the blue dragon was debriefing the young mages coming out, Joseph finally gave in to temptation and asked Carl the question that was burning in his mind. What are you expecting to happen that you are willing to risk a foreign royal advancing with the aid of the relic you're assigned to? Carl laughed. That relic won't immediately advance anyone. Your people will explain to you soon. But there is a sentience inside the relic, and it loves to insult people. Ray let her enter just so that she would be forced to describe the experience to the blue dragon. They can read minds, and they will know if she's lying or trying to hide anything. Trust me, you don't want to leave before she gets out, especially if you're rivals in the same sect. Joseph blinked slowly, then looked at Ray, who was very proud of her idea. That's brilliant. Evil, but brilliant. Now, as I'm going to find out anyhow, what sort of relic is it? He asked. It gives the chance to awaken a system class if you are compatible, or view a historical video if you're not. But you see, the system was typically awakened during puberty. Your counterpart is significantly older than that, as is Colonel Liu, the royal rank minotaur over there. It berated him the entire time that he was there, even though it gave him the reward. So, even if she is successful, we are expecting entertainment. Joseph chuckled as he waited for his acolytes to be returned to him after interrogation by the blue dragon. His nation also followed the dragon gods, though they didn't follow the Golden Dragon Church. But the actual religious faction didn't matter much when it came to showing respect for the dragons. Even the beast god followers were kind to the chromatic dragons, and most of the others on the continent followed suit out of common sense. After all, you never wanted to upset someone who might eat you. Once the first group of acolytes were finished with Librarian Gareth, they returned to Joseph and explained the situation to him in detail. All of them had managed to awaken the mage class, and while some had considered other options from the base classes, they had ultimately all chosen to go with the one they knew. As with the spell blades under Prince Corbin, they had to worry about messing up their future by picking a class that was incompatible with the sect teachings. Unlike the Golden Dragon Nation, there was really only one path for most of the other nations, and that was the path of the combat or research mages. That was the only way that the humans could compete with the other species without technology, and the Golden Dragon Nation was the only one that had focused on technological development, thanks to their previous lack of mages. It was the largest human nation on the continent, but before the elite program began, it had only 3 Spellblade clans in the entire territory, when most capital cities in other human nations had at least 2, plus all the ones that were scattered through the countryside. Oh, Janice is out already, and she doesn't look happy, Joseph chuckled. She began stomping toward the portal with a glare on her face, but she was intercepted just outside the ruins by the massive body of Librarian Gareth, who hadn't gotten his part of the bargain yet. We had a deal. No leaving without telling me everything that happened inside. Janice sighed and gathered her thoughts, while the blue dragon smirked at her and read her mind. When I first entered, I was in a space with a clone image of myself, where I was allowed to choose a class from the system. But it only gave me one option, Spellblade, she began. Did the system say anything? Give you an idea why you only got one option? Many of the young ones got a half-dozen choices. But only one of them could choose Spellblade, the dragon asked. The mage gave him an annoyed look, then sighed and mumbled something too low to be heard. Sorry, I didn't catch that, Gareth informed her. I said, it called me fat and lazy, then berated me for not awakening the system interface before now. I'm a researcher, for World Dragon's sake, when would have I awakened the system? Yet, it yelled at me for 5 straight minutes before it let me choose and leave. So, you selected the only option and left as soon as it let you? The dragon asked. That is correct. Alright, that's all I needed to know. You can wait at the table if you like, there are refreshments. Carl created another chair so she could sit with them, and Janice eyed the tray of snacks with curiosity. Who provided these? What an odd grouping, she commented. That would be me. It was what I had available, but they go well together. There is tea as well. It's pretty good, a little minty. Carl informed her with a smile. The tea was a Remy creation, and it was technically boiled leaves, even if most of them came from medicinal herbs growing in her swamp. Janice sipped the tea, then did a double take. What did you put in this? Is this some sort of regional delicacy? Joseph laughed. It's an acquired taste. I like the devil mint and spirit leaf grass combination, though. It goes well with the divine chamomile. Calming and refreshing at the same time. The female mage shook her head. What a waste using them for making tea. Such precious resources should be appreciated, not treated as a snack. Her counterpart chuckled and slid a bit of roast pork belly on an elven travel biscuit to make a sandwich. You need to get out of the library now and then. Have a sandwich and some berries, it will help your mood. Joseph popped a berry into Janice's mouth, and her eyes went wide in shock as she realized what he was feeding her. You bastard, I could have sold that, she gasped. Joseph put on an innocent expression while Carl laughed. There were literally thousands of those berries ripe in Remy's space right now, grown as a peace offering for Hawk when she irritated him with her inconsiderate use of water magic. Carl took out another handful and put them in her palms. There you go, plenty for later. They're good in cakes and muffins as well. I grow these at home, no need to be shy. Janice held the berries in her cupped hands and gave Carl the most confused look that the beasts had seen so far. It was like he had told her that he was actually a tricolor hydra who lived on the moon. She simply couldn't compute his words. But the berries were the same ones that came from Carl's balcony at the academy. Only these ones were commander rank resources, enhanced by the space they were grown in, and not just a bit of tasty junk food. In fact, the roast meat that they were enjoying had been seasoned with them and a few other plants from the beast spaces. Janice managed to get the berries into a pouch without spilling any, and finally managed to ask the important questions. Do you perhaps live in one of the protected sects of the Divine Beast Nation? Carl shook his head. I have a dorm at the Golden Divine Academy. Or at least I assume I still do. I haven't been there in a while. And you can grow resources like this there? That sounds, frankly, unbelievable. Carl winked at her. Trade secret. I can't go giving away all my horticultural knowledge. You don't know anything about hortus or their culture, though, Ray reminded him. Horticulture is the knowledge of growing plants. Remy clarified for her older sister. Silly name for it. Carl tried his best to ignore them bickering and joking as the second batch of mages came out to meet with the dragon. This group had a special class with them, a magical knight. That should still be compatible with the rest of the spellblades, and it was an advanced class, so it had powers in the skill tree that should be superior to many of the basic ones that the regular mage class got. Well, it looks like you got your money's worth. I do hope that you enjoy your evening. Carl informed the two group leaders, then stood to shake their hands and send them on their way. We certainly did. Our money's worth and more. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Prince Carl, and Lady Ray. Ray bowed politely, delighted that they had thanked her directly, and not through Carl. She could get used to this form if people were going to be so nice. Then poof, giant spider. Kara laughed. Precisely, they'll never see it coming. That was just diabolical. Ray's humanoid form already terrified people, and made it far too easy for her to sneak up on them. If she started just changing back into a spider right behind people, she was going to give someone a heart attack. Or make them soil themselves. Pick your targets wisely, sister. We all have sensitive noses, Thor added. For a few minutes, the ruins were quiet as the last of the trial takers left. Then a portal opened back to Bru's temple, and one of the clerics came through to take the children of the divine beast nation home. She waved at Remy from across the ruins, then began the task of making sure nobody forgot anything, so they could be returned home in one trip. Then a portal opened and council head Arnold, the troll that led the newborn council, came through. Merchant Carl, I have come to collect the kids. Thank you for your efforts so far, he greeted them. Not a problem at all. I was asked to remain here for the time being, and I couldn't really refuse. Is there anything entertaining coming up in the next few minutes? I could put off my return, Arnold suggested. It's hard to tell, really. We're mostly waiting on the next group to come challenge for the relic, or more reinforcements to be sent to take over from us and have their turn. It doesn't show any signs of instability yet, Carl replied. The troll nodded. You've likely got a full 24 hours worth of access. As powerful as that one is, I can't see it lasting longer than that. But until then, you're going to have an interesting day. But before I go, tell me something. Did you get a new benefit from the relic? Carl nodded. I got a most curious new class. It only has 3 skills available right now, and they're all insanely expensive. I will have to work hard to see the true benefits. The blue dragon turned to the troll. Do you know the Beast Master? How was his strength before? I don't have a frame of reference for what he was at before and after encountering the relic. Arnold just shrugged. You would have to ask Overlord Leafa, but she's confined to the fort on security detail for the time being. She was the one who saw him in combat. If you wish to visit, just send a message and we will welcome you. Librarian Gareth nodded his massive head. I believe that I will. This relic is absolutely fascinating, and the potential growth of the ones who have benefited from it is astounding. I suspect that many of them are hiding the extent of the skills that they could use so that they can advance in private, but that is normal. Even the mighty predators return to their den when they want to advance. Ophelia poked Carl in the back, and he made a face at her. Come on, we know you're holding out. Just give the potion to Lotus if you don't want to give away Thor's advancement, she whispered. All right, I know exactly how to do this, Carl whispered back. Hey Lotus. Sister Remy made you a new type of juice, Carl shouted over to where the clerics were gathered. That brought the nature cleric running, and Carl took the potion out of Remy's space. She says you're supposed to drink it in one shot, Carl explained. Thank you so much, Remy. I wonder what it tastes like. What kinds of juice do Naga even like? Lotus wondered, while everyone else stared at the glowing neon green potion in her hand. Lotus sniffed it once, then tipped it to her lips and sipped a little. Her eyes widened in excitement, and she began to gulp down the potion like it actually was a glass of juice. Then the cleric began to glow the same green as the potion, then rise into the air, suspended by a pair of vines under her feet. The vines wrapped around her, until Lotus was nearly engulfed in them. She looked a bit like a tree stump with a head on top, but she was radiating healing magic. Then, branches and leaves began to grow from the vines, and she really looked like a tree that was slowly moving around the open area around the ruins. The tree was giving off an area healing aura that was far stronger than any that Lotus had used in the past, and it was hard to tell if she had advanced, or if the potion had brought her right to the bottleneck of royal rank. I love this new skill. There are birds in my branches, Lotus giggled. The birds were part of the skill, and could be dispatched to heal people by flying into them and turning into healing energy. But the visual effect was perfect for a nature cleric. Tree of Life is the name of the skill that the potion gave me. To think that the spellblades gave us such a good thing to access the relic. She gave a twirl in tree form, shaking her branches and sending gold dust scattering to the ground, where it healed any lingering wounds on those nearby. Librarian Gareth chuckled. Little cleric, they didn't give you something that good. They gave you a decent enhancement potion, but not one that would grant an epic grade healing transformation spell. That must be the result of whatever your friend Carl, or did you say that it was Remy, did to it afterwards. Now I wish that I had analyzed it before you drank it. Who knows what sort of thing I might have learned from the concoction. Carl sensed that he was going to have to give a step-by-step description to the dragon, but he had already been expecting that when he agreed to Ophelia's suggestion that they test the first potion on Lotus. Does it take a lot of effort to maintain the tree? Gareth asked. Lotus shook her head, which made the upper branches of the tree shake. Nope, it's just here. It's kind of slow and heavy, though. I can't move very fast. So, limited mobility, but greatly enhanced healing effects. Is there anyone here with a lingering ailment? A limb that has recently undergone regrowth? Or other injuries that were still healing? The dragon asked. All the defenders looked around, then shook their heads. They had been picked because they were in good health. I was recently healed in my arm, and by High Priestess Lotus herself. I don't know that there is any more lingering injury to repair, though. Colonel Liu explained. That's all right, please go stand in the shade under her branches. The Minotaur complied without question, and the dragon cast a series of spells on him for observation as he stood in the healing aura, being regularly sprinkled with golden dust falling from the leaves as Lotus danced around in tree form. Fascinating. It is healing the lingering nerve and tissue damage that regular healing won't touch. The traumatic damage that leaves so many crippled from repeated magical healing spells. Gareth explained. Colonel Liu flexed his arm and shrugged. I will take your word for that, but I feel like a young Minotaur again. All refreshed and full of energy. A skill well worth its reputation as one of the grand healing magics. Then he turned to Lotus. The cathedral will be glad to see you returned. I assume that you are going back there after this engagement? Lotus giggled. Nope, we're going to the headwaters of the Seabinin River to find a temple for research, and then to the Wooden Temple to hug Beastkin, and then we will take the long way back home. Maybe we can go back to the Beast God Temple first. The dragon turned a questioning gaze on Carl. This sounds like a nature cleric set the route. Why are you headed to the middle of the jungle? Lotus stuck out her tongue at the dragon, while Carl laughed. The jungle itself isn't the target. We're going to study ancient architecture. There are more examples of it popping up in the ruins and anomalies, so we want to study a temple that has survived the years to see what sort of differences there might be, and if there is some clue that might have been missed in the past, because of a lack of knowledge. The dragon was suspicious, but he likely got most of the real reason from Carl's mind. The blue dragons were sneaky like that. That is understandable. I would ask that you bring an escort with you, as I have many questions for you once you reach Wooden Temple. However, all of that is for later. Today, we get to babysit a newly appeared relic, and test all of the newly awakened elites on the skills that they have mastered. Surely one or two of them had a skill point available to upgrade a spell or attack skill. It didn't take long before another group of reinforcements arrived. A team of Monarch rank elites led by a warrior-class overlord in a black latex bodysuit that looked more at home in an idol video than on the battlefield. Who is in charge here? She demanded. Carl rose from his seat to face her. I am responsible for this location at the moment. You can call me Carl. The overlord nodded. I am Tabitha, and this is my team. We will be taking over control of this relic. Thank you for your dedication. You may continue about your assigned duties if you were not assigned to remain here. It was a dispassionate response, not like she wanted him gone, but more like she didn't care where he was, as she was only here to do a job. Understood, Overlord. We were headed east, so once I introduce your team to the other leaders here, I will take my group and be on my way again. First, we have Librarian Gareth, from the Wooden Temple. He has come to study the effect of the relic on the various candidates. Then we have Colonel Liu, who is temporarily in charge of the Nuban Empire forces. He's an excellent warrior, and easy to get along with. Especially if you have some knowledge of farming. In charge of the artillery regiment is Commander Jameson, and beside him is High Priest Dolores, who oversees the infantry. The red-robed war priestess nodded a simple greeting to the overlord, only sparing her a few seconds before she returned to rearranging her troops. There is no leader from the Divine Beast Nation here? Overlord Tabitha asked. Gareth chuckled, then gestured between himself and Carl. We are serving as the representatives of the Divine Beast Nation today. They didn't see fit to leave a military force here while they had no trainees present. How could an elite serve as leader for the Divine Beast Nation? She asked, confused. He is a beast master. There are 4 royal-ranked divine beasts with him, and they represent the only divine beasts present. So, Prince Carl leads their force, while I am the impartial researcher. The overlord shrugged, and Carl noticed how Dana blushed and Tessa looked a bit disgusted by the way that her tight-fitting latex suit shifted and pulled with the motion. But he also noticed that it was an overlord-ranked defensive skill. Why it looked like that was a mystery, but why she didn't wear anything over it was even more of a mystery, unless her skills gave her extreme agility, and she needed the flexible material with no impediment to her movement. In that case, you are dismissed, Prince Carl. The honorable librarian can take over the duty of leadership until such time as the divine beasts see fit to send a replacement. Carl bowed to the overlord and motioned for his team to join him. 5 people would be too much to be comfortable on Hawk's back, so Carl let Dana mount up while the clerics hopped on Thor's back and Ray prepared her golems for riders. The other elites looked intrigued by the process, and even more when Thor began to jog away with his passengers, while Hawk rocketed into the sky. This time, he used his barrier to hold Dana in place, cradling her like an ergonomic chair with head support. That made riding much easier when he wanted to make extreme changes in direction. Gareth sighed as he saw them running away. They weren't actually afraid of the overlord temper, they just wanted to go do fun things and not sit here being attacked while they sat at a huge glowing target. He couldn't blame them. Their plan to go explore an ancient temple sounded like way more fun than getting information about the same 3 basic class options over and over. Very few of the volunteers got an advanced option, and Gareth had already realized that the advanced options were related to the skills that the applicant had. In fact, he even had a pretty reliable chart to tell whether a mage would get the Spellblade option or not. The young ones got to choose classes, but the nations kept sending ones that were already undergoing training for a specialty, so they weren't picking any of the fun options that they had described. That had to change. Gareth sent a message to the Bruised Temple in the Divine Beast Nation. He needed 50 young beasts or beastkin who hadn't started training yet so that he could encourage them to try the other classes and see what they all did. They had a full listing of all of the promising children of the nation that had been brought to one of the temples for the traditional blessing of the newborns, and they had all of the school enrollment information for those who were in the right age group to be gaining system skills. There had to be some good ones in there, and if he didn't get to see them, it was a huge waste of the opportunity. It only took a moment for Gareth to craft a message, and even less time for a positive response to the idea to be sent back. Orthos took one look at the incoming message, then decided that he had the perfect group. There was a misfit class at the school in Holney, specifically for beasts and beastkin who wanted to pursue paths that were not well suited to their species. If they could get an actual class for their ambitions, they would have an excellent chance to grow up as something more than wastrels. Carl was almost to the horizon when the portal opened, and Hawk began to laugh. 100 juvenile beasts and beastkin had just arrived to use the relic, which was fair by the rules of usage splitting. But the students that the newly arrived elites were seeing were not what anyone expected. There was a forest weasel dressed as a blacksmith, despite only weighing 2 kilos, a dire bear with shamanistic bead necklaces, a fox-kin wearing leather pants and carrying twin battle axes, and it only got more insane from there. That idea spurred Colonel Liu to do the same thing. What if the key wasn't to find the most qualified, but to find the oddballs and make them qualified? So he called for another 20 from his nation, and they arrived within the next 10 minutes, as the first group was getting organized at the orb. They had sent all sorts of wild options from Nubon. There was an orcish war chief that wanted to be a mage, but could currently only cast fist. A succubus that had sworn vows of celibacy and only fed secondhand, and a minotaur boy who desperately wanted to be a chef. That one the colonel recognized as one of his neighbors. They must have taken him to the fortress after the colonel and the other royal-ranked defenders were called to duty. What is with all the misfits? Overlord Tabitha demanded as she saw the new arrivals lining up and realized there was a pattern. It's an idea that the librarian had. What if the orb is best used by those who don't want a conventional path? The ones who want to defy fate and become something more than what they were born for? Humans can be anything, really, because they're not born with any real worth or skills. They're not even strong enough for farming or mining until they train. But our people have innate paths that are easy for them. But this orb, it could be the key to unlocking more futures for our children. We will see when the first ones come out if they manage to accomplish that, Colonel Liu explained. And you are expecting this to succeed? Tabitha asked. The Minotaur nodded. Just wait. I am sure that at least some of the beasts will succeed, while the others will at least have a path they picked for themselves. The first one out was the fox-kin boy, who was now glowing with red energy and wearing black metal armor. I have found my new calling in life. I will be a blood knight, he declared. Librarian Gareth smiled. That is wonderful news, and not a rogue type at all. Just as you wished. Now, come tell me all about it, and you can go practice your new skills in the open area. Carl and his group had made so much progress by the time that the sun went down that they had no idea how much chaos Carl had caused by simply ordering everyone to get started using the orb. Everyone else had assumed that was an order from the archbishop, so they just went with it. However, when the totems returned after dinner, they were thoroughly baffled to see hundreds of newly awakened adolescent system users. They had just come to an agreement on the schedule to use the orb, but everyone who had been called was just lined up double file, allowing the nations, including the Beastkin nation, who hadn't even been part of the negotiation, to use the orb equally. "What is this?" Lord Noct, the Black Dragon, demanded. "We are following the instructions passed to us by the group we relieved. Double file. Equal access for both groups." The divine beasts were said to be part of the Nuban delegation, and the representatives from the Beastkin nation paid for their access as part of the Golden Dragon nation's quota. Overlord Tabitha explained, not understanding why the dragon was upset. "And who did you relieve that set this policy?" the dragon asked. "That would be Prince Karl, the Beast Master." The Black Dragon began to laugh, while the Archbishop gave a rueful smile. "I don't suppose that he said where he was going, did he?" the Archbishop asked. "To a temple in the Beastkin nation, near the headwaters of some river," Tabitha replied with a shrug. "The Sebinin River," Librarian Gareth clarified. "All right, I know where that is. It appears that all our negotiations were unnecessary if everyone can share so well. Now, we are going to have a long discussion with a certain young elite about what the words executive decision mean." Tabitha began to laugh as she realized what had happened. Someone had decided to just act while the totems were negotiating, and hadn't expected them to come back in time for anyone to catch him. The young prince was a brave one, she would give him that much. Perhaps not too bright, but he had initiative. On a positive note, even among the ones who were found to be incompatible, there have been no injuries and no fatalities. Librarian Gareth informed the two totem rank leaders. That made this a superior resource to the divine injection, and the trial here had a success rate that was over 50% overall, and increased with youth. Among those who were under their 15th birthday or equivalent for their species, it was nearly 3 in every 4 that obtained a class. Wonderful news. We will ensure that there is a steady supply of candidates for as long as the trial remains open. Do we know the exact time it opened? The Archbishop asked. I don't, but as I understand it, the portal opened early this morning. The Archbishop nodded. Then we have plenty of time left. As if the world wanted to spite him, it was at that moment that the light of the orb began to flicker. The energy from it appeared to be as strong as ever, but something was changing. Then, it stabilized, appearing just as it had before. No more red flags. The Black Dragon insisted. Seconded. Let's see who comes out next. Perhaps an interesting choice was made. Who is in there right now? Lord Noct asked, turning to his fellow dragon. Librarian Gareth shrugged. A bunch of misfit kids from the Nuban capital and a couple of acolytes from the divine beasts. Almost everyone has entered already, the rest are just practicing their new skills over there, the blue dragon explained. The two totems looked around at the situation and nodded in satisfaction. Alright, we will leave this to you who are here now. Send a message when you are finished or run out of volunteers, and we will come back, Lord Noct insisted. Yes, brother. Gareth replied. The Archbishop closed his eyes to focus and then frowned. How can he be 5 kilometers apart from himself? I think that his beasts are messing with my targeting. The Black Dragon chuckled and ducked down so that the Archbishop could climb on his back. Open the portal in the air, and we will find them. Karl pulled his golem mount to an abrupt stop as a massive dragon head appeared through a portal 20 meters in front of him. Lord Noct, good afternoon. How was your dinner? Karl greeted the dragon, then realized the Archbishop was on his back. Archbishop, may the blessing of the world dragon be upon you. The Archbishop floated down from the dragon's back, and Noct transformed back into his humanoid form. We have been informed that you waited less than 5 minutes after we left to discuss the rotation of use before you decided to just send everyone present into the trial and start calling for more people. The Archbishop began. Your Eminence, I would like to clarify that I was not the one who called for more people to come for the trial. I simply set out usage guidelines that everyone could work with until your final decision was made. That's a beautiful way of saying that you didn't pay any attention at all and just did what you wanted, Noct agreed. Thank you. The Archbishop hid his amusement at the way that the Beastmaster didn't back down, even in front of a totem-rank black dragon. It might be confidence or he might just be oblivious to the danger, but he could sense that Karl's attitude was partially from his bonded beasts, and with 3 apex predators linked to him, It was no wonder that he was self-assured to the level of arrogant. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Kara asked. "If he takes 2 more steps forward, I will consider it," Carl agreed. Noct tilted his head curiously and cast a spell, then another spell. "You're trying to determine what my beasts are saying to me, aren't you? Orthos told me the easiest way is to listen to my thoughts because I will think the words as I hear them," Carl suggested. The black dragon nodded. "That's not my specialty. I am looking at your intent, and it keeps fluctuating, like a rainbow of different intents all mixed together. I am wondering which one is which. I would assume the one that is focused on mischief is the Naga Queen." Carl shook his head. "No, that's the winged void badger. She has a thing with dragons." The archbishop looked concerned that Carl might do something stupid, but Noct was just amused. The dark goddess is fond of small and fearless creatures. They often get away with things that no larger creature could. I heard what she did to Orthos. "I think that's a warning," Kara noted. "He's definitely onto your shenanigans," Remy agreed. "I will have to find new ones." The archbishop cleared his throat. "We will escort you all to the temple, on the off chance that there really is something there. Unfortunately, the Spellblade clan won't be able to join us, but Prince Corbin will get credit for his reports if there is something found." Corbin really had gotten cheated on this deal. He was the one who wanted to go there in the first place. Carl just hoped there was good stuff there for Thor. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your assistance." The Black Dragon or the Archbishop must have known exactly where they were going because the portal opened right beside a temple that looked exactly like the Step Temple in the very first trial instance that Carl had entered. "There is an opening at the top. Would you like me to fly you up there to begin the investigation?" Noct asked. Carl shook his head. "No, I think it is important that you walk up the steps. This is identical to a World Dragon Temple in a trial I was in. The goal was to get as far up as you could. Now, this one might be broken, but if there is even a little lingering magic, it will be important that we have walked all the way up under our own power," Carl explained. All of the beasts came out to examine the temple, and Hawk was filled with a sense of nostalgia. It would be much easier to walk up the steps now. He was huge, and he might even be able to do 3 at a time. Carl led the way, then paused and went around to the left side of the temple. "If I'm right, this one used to be the strength test side," he explained. Carl stepped onto the temple and began his ascent. There was no magical resistance, no sign of response from the temple, but he continued up the 1,000 steps to the top anyhow. If nothing else, it was a good workout. The others followed behind, curious to see if Carl would be able to provoke a response from the temple by mimicking the way that it used to function as a trial. They were about to give up on the whole notion when Carl reached the top and nothing happened. But when he took one more step forward, the temple began to slowly pulse with energy, a faint signature but growing. "Well, I'll be. It really did respond to your technique. What do you think you should do next?" Noct asked. The archbishop was making notes as he walked up, ensuring that no detail was missed. The old cleric surely had ideas, as he was the greatest expert in the world on the topic, but Carl went with the simplest idea first. "There is what looks like an offering box on the altar. I will start with that." The altar was made of the same ancient gray stone as the rest of the temple, but the box was heavily weathered brass, and most likely bolted down if it was still there. Carl reached into his inventory and took out a piece of gear that he knew was system compatible from the last resurgence, and placed the magical dagger in the offering chest. The dagger vanished as soon as he placed it in the box, and Carl waited to see if anything happened, or if everyone had to make an offering. The power in the temple was growing, but not everyone was at the top yet, as the clerics and Dana lacked the superhuman stamina of Carl, Ophelia or the dragon. Eventually, they did all make it to the top of the temple, and the power level began to grow proportionally to the number of people gathered around the altar. "Are we going to do something?" Ophelia asked. "First, we wait a few more minutes. Then we will offer it a few more system-enhanced treasures in the offering box." "It accepted the dagger I offered, so I know it works, at least a little," Carl explained. After a few minutes, the power growth seemed to slow to a crawl, but the archbishop had an idea. "I think it just lacks the mana to continue. You clearly triggered it well enough, it just can't complete its desired task. Between myself and Noct, we should be able to fix it," he explained in a tired voice. For the first time, Carl noticed that the archbishop was not a young man, or what could be called middle-aged, or even aging. Behind his beard and his clear eyes, he was very obviously elderly, and might not have more than a handful more years left. But once he recovered from the long walk up the stairs, the strong aura was back, and the two totems began to focus their energy on whatever was happening in the pyramid. That was bringing it to life, and Carl smiled as he realized that Corbin was right. There was something immensely powerful here. It was faint, but the energy coming off it was like nothing that Carl had ever felt before. It almost felt holy, but not in a way that Carl could put his finger on. Perhaps they really had found the tomb of a demigod? If that was the case, Corbin was going to be devastated, even if he was given the credit for the initial find. The black dragon smiled. I can feel it. There is something remarkable here. Prepare yourselves, I think that it is going to activate. The air seemed to twist, as if an anomaly was opening, and then Carl was floating in the void. There was nothing around him, only absolute darkness. For the first half of a second. Then he felt wind rushing past his face, and altered, flaming body, so that it gave off a large amount of light. On his right, Lord Noct was spreading his wings to begin a gentle glide around the area. So, Carl called Hawk out, only to find that the beast hadn't been returned to his space, and he wasn't here wherever they were. Carl shifted to flatten himself against the wind, slowing his fall, and waited for the ground to come into sight. Noct was already far above him, as the dragon had simply opened his wings. He hadn't realized right away that Carl was beside him and couldn't fly, so his first instinct was to explore the area. Then Carl realized that he didn't have to actually fly. He could change his armor and hope it adapted. Bestial raiment was removed and reactivated, giving him a new pattern of armor with a layer of cloth connecting his limbs that allowed him to soar through the air, greatly reducing his fall speed. Good call, boss. Remy congratulated him. You're with me? I thought we were all separated. Remy gave a mental shrug. When things started getting weird, I just went home. That was a very Remy thing to do. She wasn't fond of trouble, and liked to watch new things from the safety of her swamp. Only once she knew what was going on, would she come out. Carl realized that the others were likely in the same situation he was in right now, and frowned. I hope they're all right. Hawk can fly, so can Kara. Dana can walk on air, but the two clerics, Thor and Ray, could be in trouble. He had other things to worry about, though. He could see the ground now, or at least a mountain range in the distance, and Noct had come to soar beside him. What a curious thing this trial is. If there was anyone else in this instance, I would have expected it to be the old man, not you. He offered, keeping pace beside Carl. It is a shock to me too. I wonder how it sorted us, or what sort of trial this is. It clearly didn't sort us by power level, and it doesn't make sense to sort us by size. Carl agreed. Land there, on that ledge halfway up the mountain. Then, if we need to fly again, you can get on my back. Carl steered himself awkwardly toward the ledge, slowly getting the hang of maneuvering in free fall with his adapted armor. He could likely achieve the same effect with a cloak or cape if he tied it to his ankles, so he wanted to remember this skill for later. As they approached the cliff, Carl could see that there was a cave at the back, but he could also see that there was something alive in there. There's something in there. I can see the aura of its soul. Carl informed Noct as he steadied himself on his feet and refreshed his armor so it would spawn a more practical design. Then he dimmed the light of flaming body so that it didn't draw the attention of whatever he had seen. You have the soul sight as well? How did you manage that? Noct asked. It's a benefit of being bonded with Hawk, who has evolved into a ghost fire thunderbird. I gain the sensory specialties of my beasts, but most of them are duplicated, or inferior to a version I already have. But I have thermal vision, echolocation and soul sight to work with, which ironically makes it even more disorienting to be high in the air in the dark. Noct nodded towards the entrance to the cave. Shall we? If we're in a trial, standing around out here isn't going to do us any good. But we might have an advantage on some of the others, as we found something living the moment that we landed. He had a point. He had forgotten that he should be seeing anything living, if there was something alive in the trial, but Carl hadn't seen anything else living beneath them, only the ground and the mountains. Noct moved toward the cavern entrance, shifting into human form so he would fit within the confined space. The ceiling was over 5 meters tall, but in his adult dragon form, he was still far too large to fit within the available space. Carl also ended the brutality skill and let himself shrink back to his normal size, which suddenly felt very short compared to the height that he had gotten used to on his travels through the Nubon Empire. So you're not an exceptionally tall human. You just keep a skill active all the time to be taller. That's an odd choice, Noct noted. It also increases my strength by 50%. When there is heavy lifting or fighting to be done, it is much better to have it in effect, but if we're headed down into the tunnels, it pays to be a bit shorter than average." Noct laughed. His own human form was quite large, but Carl's was roughly 180 centimeters tall. Taller than most women, but not particularly tall for a man. However, he was broad and muscular. The tunnel was gently sloping and carefully carved, not a natural formation in the stone. Carl used silent movement to reduce noise to the point that echolocation was only a faint image, and he was relying almost exclusively on thermal imaging to navigate the darkness. Noct didn't appear to be suffering from the low lighting situation at all, so Carl took the lead and followed the winding passage down into the mountain. As they descended, Carl picked out patterns on the walls and motioned for Noct to stop. A tap of his knuckles on the stone to give him an echo image of the hallway clarified the situation for Carl. There were dwarven runes carved all over the walls around them in 2 lines. One at just over waist height, and one near the ceiling. "Can you read those?" he asked Noct, once he realized the extent of the carvings. The dragon created a small light and began to mumble to himself. The system was translating, but it was just random words: stone, forge, ale, deep, hammer. Then Carl realized what they were reading. It was a recounting of the names of the rulers of this place. "We are in the legendary city of Graska. Or more correctly, a replica of it. This place was home to a population of dark iron dwarves. And perhaps in a trial it still is," Noct explained. "It isn't populated anymore in reality?" Carl asked. The dragon smiled at him. "Most likely not, but it was never a real place in our world in the first place. If we go by when the legends were first recorded, the actual city's minds would be hundreds of thousands of years old by now, and surely played out. The dwarves wouldn't remain forever if there was nothing but stone, they would have rebuilt the city on another nearby mountain. But when dwarves move a city, they give it a new name, and the upper line of runes clearly says that this is Graska, and that we are coming in from the southern entrance. What I'm more interested in is what is causing that soul glow. Something is alive down there, and powerful enough that we could both see its aura from the entrance." Carl shrugged and used flaming body to bring back the light. "We might as well walk proudly into the city. Perhaps it's an ancient guardian left behind. This is a trial, and there is no reason to think that they are trying to play mind games with us," he explained. The black dragon chuckled. The young human had many things left to learn about the true nature of the gods and the non-draconic members of the pantheon. That was a common oversight of the humans' nations. They taught about the dragon gods, but they tended to overlook the others. This place reeked of ancient power, and ancient power meant the laughing god, an ancient demon god who had once operated a system for the humans, separate from the one that the world dragon operated on the worlds that he protected. Noct had heard rumors that this human with him had encountered remnants of that system in the past, so it wasn't impossible that his luck and affinity for fate had dragged them both into another laughing god-aligned trial. "What do you know of the laughing god?" Noct asked as they walked through the ancient corridor. "The god of pranks and ascension. Not a lot. He's supposed to be the god you turn to when you have reached your limits, and you need divine favor to survive. But according to my parents, his sense of justice is questionable, and the favors are often granted in the most unlikely ways. Personally, I think he's the scapegoat god. When things don't quite work out, and you don't want to say that another god's decision caused you hardship, you say that it's the favor of the laughing god." Noct chuckled. "In a way, yes. The random choice options in the system selection, the ones that can change your gender and species? Those are almost certainly his additions. But you are right about his aspect. He is known to help humans reach the status of demigods, even during times when no other god was willing. This place we are in, it might be a relic left by the laughing god, or the ancient system he implemented. It doesn't feel like dragon energy, so I don't think that what is here is a relic of the world dragon." Carl nodded. "If Prince Corbin is right, this might be the resting place of a Titan demigod. I should have asked him more questions, but I was expecting to travel here with him." With the additional light, the details that had been painted on the walls became clear, as well as the fact that the city had most likely not met with a peaceful end. There were scorched spots on the walls, and some cuts in the stone that Carl had originally mistaken for tooling marks were actually weapon strikes. That gave the area a very different feeling than simply being abandoned for many years, and the two intruders began to move with a bit more caution as they followed the soul energy towards its source. The tunnel ended in what looked like a forge district, the furnaces long dormant. However, the buildings were intact, and Carl took the opportunity to look inside a few to see what he could find. The first was completely bare, nothing but a stone shell, but the second had a forge left in it, covered in magical writing. "I will need a moment before we move on. I have never seen anything like that before," Carl whispered to Noct. "Good call. Brother Hawk will love me for writing these runes down for him. I don't know what they do, but if they're in a forge, they should all be fire-related, right?" Remy agreed. The dragon waited patiently, well aware of the curiosity of humans. Carl was also very young, and he wouldn't be familiar with dwarven forge runes. It wasn't something that they taught in school, and Noct didn't know if there were any dwarves left in his nation. Before the thought crossed his mind, he hadn't cared. Who lived in the Golden Dragon Nation was of no concern to him. The signs of battle had been everywhere in the city as they traveled, but the houses had been carefully vacated, and there were no signs of the destruction that usually came with looting. There were no broken housewares or low-value items, and even the paintings on the walls had been removed and not left damaged or discarded. Perhaps whatever battle had caused the Dark Iron Dwarves to leave the city was not a losing battle, after all. It might have simply been infeasible for them to continue living here. Noct gestured left. "It's that way, through the opening in the stone and further up toward the peak." Carl followed Noct through the city once Remy had finished copying all the runes she could see. The ramp spiraled up to another layer of the city, laid out much like the one they had just departed, only this level appeared to be more residential and less industrial. There were also fewer signs of battle here, and more signs of belongings left behind, both in the houses and in carts by the doors. The soul energy was on this level, and Carl could see it glowing from its source. It wasn't moving, and it wasn't pulsating at all, just a steady glow of immense internal power. As they approached, Carl saw that the power was coming from a stone sarcophagus, but not one for the Titan demigod that Prince Corbin had expected to be here. The entire stone box was less than 2 meters long, though it was on a much larger pedestal, surrounded by stone pillars that were covered in runes and beautiful carvings. That was when progress became difficult. Every step forward that Carl tried to take seemed to put an increasing strain on him. Not a physical pressure, but a mental one, crushing his soul and attempting to break his will. He knew that if he slipped up just a little, he would instinctively take a step back, and that would probably be the end of his progress. "Well, this is an unexpected challenge," Noct noted as he strode towards the grave with his hands behind his back. "Oh, it doesn't look all that difficult to me. You've certainly got an easy time of it," Carl replied. "While that is true, I can't touch it. I have the protection of the Black Dragon, God of Death. My soul is immune to attack. However, that means I cannot subject it to the attack of this trial to find out what it is supposed to do. I will have to watch your struggle and see if you can make it close enough to touch the stone that is set on the lid. If you can manage that much, you should receive a significant reward. There are immense amounts of divine energy in this place, waiting for someone to pass the trial and activate it." Carl continued to walk forward, completely focused on not letting the pressure drive him to the ground, as he moved past the point that it was simply trying to force him away. "Fascinating. Your soul is compressing under the pressure." Carl didn't even hear Noct's words. He was completely focused on the task at hand. From the outside, it would look ridiculous, a grown man staggering down the street like he was drunk. But the normally invisible force was far stronger than anything Carl had ever felt. Even the aura that the Emperor of Nubon emitted when he was enraged wasn't close to this powerful. Carl wished that he had Thor here with him. His stalwart friend would know the best way to get across the road to his destination. Carl nearly stumbled as he moved from the cobblestone street to the soft gemstone gravel surrounding the tomb. Resting with his hands on his knees as he leaned forward, Carl saw the target, a large white opal stone. It was the source of the energy, and if he could just put a hand on it, he should have completed the trial. Just a little further. Today will be a good day, I can sense it. Noct chuckled, excited to find out what sort of trial they had been sent to that could accept a dragon of his power. It was absurd to think that someone had set a trial capable of accommodating totems, unless this place was truly a legendary relic. But here he was, and although he couldn't fully partake because of his affiliation with the God of Death, he was still part of the trial. Carl could feel his mind beginning to shatter as he took another step forward, but Remy, who was unaffected by the trial in her space, was singing as she worked on potions, and that was just enough to ground him and keep Carl moving. A final step, and millimeter by painstaking millimeter, He extended his hand to the opal. Trial successfully completed, calculating rewards. The pressure vanished, and the soul aura that had been leaking from the stone was retracted, leaving it as a simple opal that was practically vibrating with power. You really did it. I can see the system message that the reward is calculating. Carl gave Lord Noct a weak thumbs up as he sat down on the gemstone gravel to catch his breath and let void body overcome the damage that had been done to his soul. Reward calculated, evolution stone, awarded, error. Some functions unavailable. Randomizing, Noct began to laugh as they both saw the message at the same time. I will see you shortly, friend. Good luck on remaining a dragon, Carl laughed. They had gone through all that, only to get a glitched reward that didn't even work properly. The totem-rank black dragon seemed to think that this was the funniest thing that had ever happened to him, and his laughter echoed through the city as Carl waited to find out his fate. Optimal advancement skill selected, iron within rank 3. The flesh is weak. Remy giggled. Well, it's not wrong. Your flesh is weak. That was the real issue here. Carl mentally rolled his eyes at her. And what are we going to do if it changes me into something strange? Then you get to be the monster man for realsies. We can just keep doing fun stuff forever instead of going back to work. Passive skill active. Iron within 3, beginning transformation. Pain shot through Carl's body, worse than the side effects caused by any of the experimental treatments that the Bureau agents at the Academy had provided for him, and he felt his bones shattering then regrowing. Error encountered. Incompatible skill active, adjusting. No, adjusting wasn't necessary. Carl was thrilled with whatever it had come up with, as long as it wasn't planning to make this process worse. It had to be void body. That was messing with the skill implementation, but in his current condition, Carl couldn't change any of his skills, not even to turn it off. Adjustments completed, continuing, the pain resumed, but this time it was fading to numbness, and Carl could see parts of his body turning to mist before reforming to look like they originally had. Once the wave had crossed his entire body, and Carl was fairly certain the process was complete, he slowly got to his feet and tested his body. It felt the same as it had before, but his footsteps felt heavier on the gravel than they had before. Status, he thought. Everything looked similar to how it had before, but with one notable change. Name, Carl, class, Beast Master Packmaster, rank, pending. Constitution, Void Iron Body, Bonded Beasts, 5. There had never been a line there for a special constitution before. Carl had feared that it was going to make him something other than human, as the description of the reward had said evolution, and that tended to make his beasts something other than what they were. But once he got through the miscellaneous details, Carl looked back up at the top. Rank, pending. Did that mean he was in the middle of the transition from royal to monarch? If the change in his body had triggered a promotion, this reward would be considered one of the highest tier rewards ever encountered. Noct was distracted with whatever reward he had gotten from the trial, so Carl waited for him to finish with his progression. You're really the monster man now. I can feel the difference. You smell like Kara and metal, Remy informed him as they waited for the black dragon. Noct slowly recovered his senses and smiled at Carl, then pushed a bit of energy to him. The power filled Carl with a lingering warm glow that seeped into his bones and remained, driving away the strangeness of his remade body. It appears that your luck is infallible, young friend. I have officially reached the status of an ancient black dragon, and with it, I gained the gift of potential. However, the gift is not for me, but for a successor. Normally, the advancement is made in one's own nest, surrounded by family and clan, and the most promising of the youngest generation is given the gift because it can only be granted at that very moment. Today, you are the only one here that I might grant it to. So, you have been given the gift of potential, ordained by the god of death, the great black dragon. May you rise forever to the skies, and taste the aura of divinity long denied to your ancestors. The last bit felt like a ritual, and Carl could feel the dragon's resignation and dismay that such a gift couldn't be given to his own offspring. I will do your legacy proud, Carl assured the transformed dragon with what he hoped was an understanding smile. Noct sighed again, then turned his head to the sky and closed his eyes for a moment, but when he looked back down again, there was mischief in his smile. I wonder what nation has the strongest claim on you now. I dare say nobody would mistake you for a human anymore, and you've got the blessing of a dragon god that isn't the world dragon now. Perhaps you should come back with me and get to know some of the Beast Nation's leadership, he suggested. Carl chuckled. I will have to come back and visit soon. But I suspect that I will be expected to return home first, at least to check in. However, I really do need to stop at Witten Temple before I get there. There might be a chance to evolve Thor, who has reached the end of his natural progression path. If we can increase his potential to monarch rank with a resource, then I can use the skills of my class to increase it from there. Noct shook his head. You're not going to find anything stronger than whatever holy resource he has been using. If they had the ability to elevate clerics and holy beings to the monarch rank with any sort of reliability, the Beastkin would be among the strongest forces on the planet. Unfortunately for you, they will be more interested in how you managed to get Thor to royal rank than they are likely to be able to help. Carl frowned. I guess that settles it, then. I'll have to force an evolution, and then I can work on finding a way to get through his next bottleneck. Ray likely won't be that far behind him. She hasn't evolved at all, and I don't know how far a bloodbath spider can go on their own. Noct smiled. Further than you might think. They're very instinctive, and with a safe spot to advance, plus plenty of blood, her evolutions will be subtle, but powerful. The spider goddess is kind to her children, and they often have more adaptability than any other species would consider reasonable. Carl chuckled. Like allowing them to learn earth magic because they bathed in hill giant blood when they advanced to royal rank. I can see how other species would find that somewhat unreasonable. If humans could adapt like that, the whole species would be nightmare fuel. Noct laughed. Humans are already a pain in everyone's ass with their excessive breeding rate in magic use. If they could evolve, we would likely have quarantined them. The trial began to fade around them, and Carl wondered how the others might have fared. Not all of them would have easily entered the city from halfway up the mountain. There might have been an entrance at the bottom, or perhaps there were other spots in the area that they could have landed and searched. When Carl's vision cleared, he was back on top of the temple, where all three clerics plus Thor were waiting for them. Oh, welcome back. We were wondering how long you would take. Tessa greeted them with a smile. I hope we didn't make you wait long. The Archbishop chuckled and Lotus giggled as she lay curled up against Thor's side. You could say that. We've been back for nearly 2 days already. Carl and Noct turned to each other in confusion, wondering if this was actually part of the trial, and they weren't really out yet. 2 days? We've only been in the trial for an hour and a bit, Carl asked carefully. Lotus looked up from her nap spot. That was our thought as well. We appeared in a forest village full of elves, had lunch with a human cleric lady, and then we were back here. Did you get a reward? Carl asked, wondering what sort of trial they had undergone. We did. We just don't know what yet. When we check the system interface, it still says rewards calculating, Tessa explained. That made both Carl and Noct believe even more strongly that they were still in the trial, but then Noct received a message, which shouldn't be possible in the separate space. Before we go any further, what happened to Prince Carl? The Archbishop demanded, waving a hand in his direction. Carl nodded in agreement. I suppose a rundown is in order. We landed on a ledge outside an ancient dwarven city. Then we followed a powerful soul aura to an opal mounted on a tomb deep in the city, and it gave us a test and a reward. I was given a gift of evolution, and a skill called Iron Within, that appears to have reforged my body and granted a special constitution. A special constitution? It sounds more like has partially changed your species. Or perhaps entirely changed it with minimal change to your outer appearance, the Archbishop retorted. Then he got a curious look on his face and opened a portal. Jeeves, come here and bring your assistant, the elderly Archbishop demanded. A blue-robed dragonkin poked his head through, then nodded and vanished back to wherever he had been. Only a minute later, he came back out with a young blue-robed girl that immediately made Lotus stand up and smile. Carl discreetly sniffed at the air, then chuckled. The young one was a juvenile blue dragon, not a dragonkin. Lotus must have noticed faster than he had. Jill, it's so good to see you again. You will never guess what we have been up to since I saw you last. Ask the big meanie if you can stay a while after he finishes working, and we will catch up. Lotus insisted, speaking so fast that her words were jumbled together. Jill winked at her and continued following the cleric known as Jeeves. According to the system interface, his name was Geraldo, but the Archbishop might either know him by a nickname, or simply forgot his name long ago and hadn't realized it. Your Eminence, I have brought all my tools. What sort of new species have you found for me? He asked. That one. I suspect that a system gift made him no longer human. I would like to know what he is. Demi-human? Some form of monster? An unknown species? The Archbishop replied. Geraldo smiled at Carl. My class is scholar. I have a skill to allow me to compare a sample against any information I have ever read. So, if you are changed into another species, I should be able to tell. Carl nodded, and the cleric took out a needle. Tang. Everyone turned to see what the metal-on-metal noise was, while Carl and Geraldo stared at the needle. Well, that was unexpected. I'm sure I found a vein. Do you have a skill active? Carl shook his head. I have all my invulnerability and regeneration skills deactivated at the moment. The new one isn't something I can turn off, though. When it interacted with another skill I have, it became that new constitution. Were there any other oddities? Geraldo asked. My rank is listed as pending at the moment. The cleric looked impressed. You're going to make it to monarch rank once your advancement finishes? That is incredible. I'm sure that everyone will be delighted to find out that there will be a new monarch. However, that does explain the issue. Archbishop, I may need your assistance. Can you coat the needle in holy energy so that I can draw a blood sample? I'm not powerful enough to puncture his veins. The Archbishop took the needle from him and carefully drew a sample from the underside of Carl's forearm. The blood came out deep black and faintly shimmering, which intrigued everyone present, Carl included. They had never seen blood like that before, and when Geraldo tried to test it, he just shook his head. There is nothing about this in any of the research materials that I have seen. I could study some of the more obscure entries that I haven't prioritized, but that's mostly for extinct species and mythical creatures. The Blue Dragon cleric explained. Noct stared at the blood sample for a moment, then took the needle and let a drop fall on his hand. I think that it has been permanently altered by his skill. If I apply small amounts of death energy to it, the blood regenerates. If I'm right, you're not getting a reading because the skill that has modified his body is stabilizing the sample. You're going to have to send it to one of your scientists if you want answers, and they'll have to do a whole research project, the dragon explained. Tessa smirked at the dragon. So, you're saying that even if his blood is spilled, the blood itself won't degrade? The dragon nodded, but the Archbishop realized the implication right away. And if he happens to impart that ability to his beasts? The elderly cleric began. An immortal bloodbath spider. Ray announced as the remainder of the team exited the trial at the same time. Welcome back. Did everyone make it safely? Carl asked. As safely as could be expected. That trial was wild, and we didn't have the clerics or Thor or Remy. I couldn't even get her to give me stuff from her space. Fortunately, the buffs you cast on everyone were still active, Ray replied. Alright, you had a very different trial than the rest of us. There was nothing to fight in ours. Ray seemed lost in a fond memory for a moment. Me and Kara appeared with Dana and Ophelia, and Hawk was in the sky over us. We thought that everyone else must have gotten separated, but then there was angry bacon and zombies and the whack-a-mole lady, and not quite humans, and some blue not quite humans. Everything was attacking and I got to squish the zombie lady again, but with a hole in the middle of the stone, so she sprayed into the air. Ophelia shook her head in dismay, while Dana did her best not to laugh. The berserker was back in her own form for the first time in weeks, and it was strange hearing her normal voice, instead of the deeper voice of her werebear form, as she added details to the explanation. The trial told us that we would get a reward for every target killed before the timer ran out. Of course, with the 3 beasts, we were searching for targets halfway through the timer, and then it kicked us out with 10 minutes left on the timer. But it gave me a reward, so I guess we did it right, she added. Dana nodded. It gave me a reward as well, but it says that it's calculating, so the reward is still pending. I'm pending too, Hawk noted. What do you mean, you're pending? Did you get a reward from the trial? Not quite. I'm just stuck halfway to Monarch. My skill advanced while I was playing with the not food, and now I'm pending. Oh, Hawk had learned a new word, and it somewhat fit his situation. He would advance to Monarch very soon, but something was stopping him. Maybe it was his space. Carl was also stuck in limbo, so it might be a deficiency in the stored energy levels or quality. I don't think so, the spaces have plenty of energy. Remy informed him as she worked on more healing potions to give out to the group, so they would have some if she wasn't nearby. Is there someone here who has to make a selection within their system interface? Carl asked, wondering what the holdup was. Remy, why don't you come out? Maybe that's the issue. Remy remained in her Naga Queen form and came out to grab Lotus, picking the little cleric up in a princess carry. One after another, everyone confirmed that they didn't have anything waiting for them to select an option. So, the system must have just hung up and wasn't processing the rewards at its usual speed. Well, if we're waiting anyhow, why don't we give Thor a potion and see if that changes anything? It's here and ready, Remy suggested. The two totems chuckled. Watching what the beast came up with regarding new concoctions was brilliant entertainment. Well, there's nothing to lose. Thor agreed, still worried he wouldn't get anything but a duplicate skill that Ray and Carl could already use. But he dutifully tilted his head back for Remy to feed him the potion that she had upgraded, and power surged through him as well as the beast spaces. Far above them, thunder rumbled and power surged from the temple beneath them as Thor began to grow. Oh, it works really well. I should find good things to feed everyone, Remy cheered. His height increase wasn't excessive, but Thor seemed to have gotten noticeably longer than he was before, in proportion to his height. Carl guessed the length increase between his legs to be a bit over a meter, with about the same added to his tail, while the armored ball on the end had turned nearly all golden, as had his horns. Thor was definitely the first of them to reach monarch rank, and while Carl didn't have a proper name for his evolution, it looked like Noct did. Well, isn't that interesting? You found a way to turn a lightning Sero into a divine thunder Sero. Thor bugled happily as he realized that the potion hadn't disappointed, and that he was actually ahead of the others for the very first time. Not for long, as Carl could feel that the bottleneck was released, and Hawk would advance in the next few minutes. But Hawk was happy to let his little brother have this victory. And you have gained another monarch-ranked divine beast. I must say, the potential of this beast masterclass is absolutely incredible, Noct amended. Actually, I might have an idea about that. I can't do it yet, but I think that by the time I am an overlord, I should be able to teach the core ability to create a beast space to others. Once they have that, they should either be able to awaken with the class, or choose a variant similar to it during their next advancement trial. Carl explained, mostly for the benefit of the Archbishop, who was currently giving Thor gentle head rubs as he examined the changes. Fascinating. He really has changed species with just a potion. I knew that it was possible for some beasts, but I never expected that a lightning Sero would manage it. The odds are lower than a carp jumping through the heavenly gates to become a dragon, the Archbishop noted. Noct rumbled with laughter at the thought. There was such a legend, but as far as he knew, it was nothing more than that. No known dragon had ever evolved from a carp, though it was said that during the early days, when the system was active, a few had come from lesser species like drakes and dragonkin. What new skills did you get, buddy? Carl asked Thor, who was immersed in the head pats. Eternal lightning didn't change. I got Thunderstomp and Lightning Zone. Those both seem pretty fun. That's it for new skills, but I'm working on Ophelia's new one. Gravity Slam, she called it. I think I will have it soon. Reward calculated, random reward, skill book, 20% bonus experience. In Carl's experience, those bonus experience rewards were the ones that made huge and unexpected changes to a person's power level, as they appeared to be retroactive for some time, and didn't just increase the bonus that you got for the trial. Either that, or trials gave a massive influx of power to start with. Carl checked his inventory for the skill book, which was sitting on top of a pile of supplies left over from the elves on the other continent. That seemed to be a prophetic placement, or perhaps it was a reminder of areas in which Carl was still lacking. He had incredible defense for someone of his level, and his attacking skills were both powerful and well-rounded for use on nearly any target. Combat was not an area where he was lacking. He even had silent movement for stealth operations, plus strength and stamina for long runs. So, the system had given him something that he hadn't really focused on during his development. Non-combat skills. Epic grade skill, runecrafting, the fine art of inscribing magical power runes to supplement the abilities of a magical object. Carl thought about that for a moment. He didn't have any crafting skills, and he wasn't sure that it would actually help to add runes to Remy's potions. However, he knew someone with a skill that would go very well with runecrafting. Morgana's enhancement tattoos combined with runecrafting would make for incredibly powerful buffs to the target. Once they made it back home, he would have to find a way to get time to study her skills, or even a library book that had more details about magical tattoos. Carl used the book and an entire language began to flow into his mind, complete with syntax rules. The language was far more complex than the common spoken and written languages, with over 6,000 base runes which were compounded to make a form of single-word sentence. Then they were strung together in one of 8 different ways to create a complex concept with an activation order for the magical effect you were trying to create. Even with the skill book teaching him how it worked, Carl wasn't certain that he could completely comprehend the skill. While Carl was busy deciphering an entire new language, everyone around him was seeing their status change, and in most cases, they were advancing. While Carl had left the royal rank behind him, with both Thor and Hawk advanced to the monarch rank alongside him, all of the ladies had reached the royal rank. "How does this work? The boys all advanced, and were left behind," Kara complained. "You've got a monarch rank skill, though," Remy reminded her. "Still not caught up to them. I need to work harder. Once I'm a monarch with an overlord rank skill, I can taste test all the dragons." Remy carefully considered the outcome of that. "Yes, I think that should work. If it's disintegration that advances again, you can run away in a safety bubble." Hawk was rapidly expanding as he advanced again and took his place among the monarchs of the Beast Kingdom. With a 30-meter wingspan, the Ghostfire Thunderbird was as large as most adult dragons, and his innate abilities were far beyond what most beasts could claim. His fire most likely challenged Dragonfire for pure power, but the dragons wouldn't take it well if Carl suggested that to them directly. They were proud creatures, and enjoyed the thought that they were better than other species. As he finished his advancement, Carl realized that they had visitors. The portal was already closed, so he must have been distracted for a while, but Ray wasn't concerned, and she wouldn't miss a chance to tease Hawk about missing danger. Carl turned to the new arrival and saw an unfamiliar overlord, along with Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development. "Colonel Valerie, excellent timing. I have things to inform you about." Carl greeted her, then turned to the other person. "Overlord. Monarch. Sorry, I don't know who you are either. How does that even happen? Are there so many overlords and monarchs now that it's even possible that we don't know each other?" the man replied. Carl checked him with the system interface and saw that he was a ranger, but his system wasn't fully active and it wasn't giving Carl his name. Then, he just had to go through the overlords he knew about. But none of the ranger types looked anything like this man. He must be one of the hidden assets of the nation, not one of the public-facing idol-type powerhouses. "I am Carl, from last year's intake at the Golden Divine Academy." The overlord nodded. "I am Joram, mostly stationed along the mountain giant border. The colonel was visiting my station when we got the message that your group had been found." Carl nodded. "Did we forget to tell anyone where we were going? Sorry for the trouble." The overlord chuckled. "You have all been missing for months. I don't know what you've been up to, but it is possible that there is a time flow difference within this trial. I can sense it below us, but for some reason I can't access it." Carl nodded. "You have to walk up all the steps, but none of us suspected that so much time had passed. I had thought it had only been a few days." Colonel Valerie looked him up and down, inspecting Carl's enhanced physique against her memory of him as a new student. "Well, on the bright side, you missed winter. Most of it, anyhow. The end of semester exams at the academy are coming up soon, and then spring break starts next month," she explained. Carl winked at Dana. "Should we request a ride back? We can see if my balcony survived, and maybe take the exams to graduate formally." Overlord Joram laughed. "What exam? The teachers are all commanders, remember? A royal rank mage would destroy the testing equipment, and it wouldn't hold up any better to whatever you've done to yourself." Carl shrugged. "Skill-based physical enhancement. The system calls it iron within rank 3. But that isn't a primary enhancement. It's something that developed because I was accidentally injuring myself with physical skills." Lord Noct, the Black Dragon, was the only one unconcerned about missing multiple months of time. After all, he was a venerable dragon of the death god. He had taken naps longer than 2 months. "How are things going politically? I should have been more careful," the archbishop asked. "Everything is stable for the moment. The White Dragon sent a totem to keep things running smoothly within the church, while the army has been learning to play well with the civilian government and the elites. Overall, it has been as smooth as possible, and your subordinates have proven themselves quite capable. However, the same is not true of the situation on the continent in general. The orb incident, as it has been named, was only the start. We have 9 more stable dungeons on the continent now, all appearing and stabilizing within the last 2 months. 8 of them are ascended rank or lower, 1 is commander rank. However, that is not the problem. The new commander rank dungeon is also randomly awakening party members who finish the challenge with a group that has never entered before. We know of 18 cases so far from 4 different nations. The Archbishop took a deep breath. And where might this new commander-rank dungeon be? Colonel Valerie hesitated before responding. The Nuban capital. Nuban City. It appeared over an ancient monument in the middle of the city. That's 2 stable commander-rank dungeons in the same nation now, and we have no way of verifying how many monsters have gained access to the system. However, with the restriction and the fact that it doesn't appear to be a guaranteed awakening for a single member, as we have observed at the one in our nation, it shouldn't be too far from our estimate. It has been open 6 days now. Of course, they couldn't verify the numbers. If they didn't have someone there to inspect them with the interface on the way in and out, the monsters would look the same on the way in and out. It wasn't like they immediately gained a rank when the system activated. However, having a commander-rank dungeon right in your capital city would be a huge advantage once the chaos of other nations trying to gain access ended. Noct rumbled in annoyance. How many of the other confirmed stable dungeons are in Nuban? Valerie shook her head. None. There is an ascended rank dungeon in Beria, near the Divine Beast Nation border. But all of the other new dungeons appeared along the coast or on islands, so they're all nominally under human control except that one and the one in Nuban City. Noct frowned. Beria is a human nation. Or do you just mean that it is the only one that didn't appear near the coast? It is 20 meters from the river that marks the official border. However, there is a phoenix nest in the ruins where the portal opened, and the matriarch won't let anyone near her clutch. Carl perked up, and Colonel Valerie laughed. That includes you. In fact, it explicitly includes you. I don't know where you met, but she called you out by name as someone to be kept away until her eggs hatched. Lord Noct, you are on that list as well, as are Orthos, Librarian Gareth, Doug Mackenzie, the King of Kreliston, a succubus named Marie, and Overlord Lifa of Nuban. The rest of the continent was just warned away in general. Carl and Noct shared a confused look. They didn't know what they had done to the Phoenix, but it could have just been a premonition. Basic visions of the future could be unclear, and the Phoenix might have just blanket banned everyone she saw in the visions. The Archbishop shrugged. That's not our problem, though it is odd that all the dungeons are appearing at the edge of the continent. I will have to find out what is happening in the rest of the world. Lord Noct, if I might prevail upon you to ask some of your overseas contacts as well. This might be a worldwide awakening. The Archbishop opened a portal, and the 2 stepped through, but before anyone else moved, the portal closed, and Carl was left staring at a very dismayed Overlord Joram. Did they just? He asked. Yeah, they're like that. I think they're actually old friends. They are so in tune sometimes that it's scary. Now, do we have a way to get picked up, or are we going to have to run away and leave you here with the Colonel while we go looking for Fluffy Beastkin? Lotus laughed and gave a fist pump of appreciation for that idea, while Colonel Valerie sighed and gestured at the ground near the base of the temple. There is a helicopter right there. If we follow the river north to the lake, we can fly over the water and be back in the capital by morning, she explained. Carl looked down, and a vaguely familiar pilot waved up at him. He waved back, then smirked at the Colonel. I hope your legs are feeling good. It's a long way to the bottom. Like hell. I'll call the helicopter to come to us instead. How do you think we got up here? You really were out of it, weren't you? New skill. I was absorbed in the details. Still, I'm surprised that nobody warned me about the helicopter. Ray thought about it. You know, one moment they weren't here. Then they were rappelling down to the platform. Time might still be strange here. I don't remember the helicopter coming at all. Carl motioned for the Colonel to call the helicopter. I think that time is still strange here, not just inside the trial, but also right here on the top of the temple. If we wait much longer, we could end up missing for weeks or months again. That got things in motion, but even as they were stepping into the helicopter and leaving the temple, Carl could see that the formerly midday sun was fading to the horizon. Well, it looks like we will be flying all night, but we can still make it to the capital in time for breakfast. How are your rations holding out? You've been in the field for quite a while. Colonel Valerie asked, noting their lack of packs. Ophelia chuckled. We're more than good. With the 2 clerics and Carl's meat-hoarding tendencies, we've not had a bad meal yet. Ray woke Carl as they approached the city across the lake just before dawn. I think that we're going to land soon. We talked about it while you were asleep, and we want to come out and be welcomed with you. Carl chuckled. I don't see a reason why not, as long as there is space. Ray seemed excessively happy with that answer, and Carl wondered what she had in mind and how badly it was going to terrify the locals. Fortunately for Ray's plan, someone had notified the media that they were coming, and there were dozens of press members, bleary-eyed politicians who had been dragged out of bed before the crack of dawn and corporate reps waiting in a large field for their arrival. "Oh, that will be perfect," Ray cheered. Carl refreshed his armor and got a new version in black with a dark light host tabard under a blued steel chest plate. It was almost knightly, if you ignored the part where everything but the chest was leather and chitin or cloth. He skipped on the helmet, and waited as the helicopter approached the ground. Nobody else had changed, so Dana was in her cargo pants and hoodie with the armor underneath, while Ophelia had her heavy plate armor on. The berserker was in her human form, though. That was a change, and it took Carl a minute to remember that she was normally a human and not a werebear. She had spent so much time in her transformed disguise that everyone had gotten used to her being twice the size of the other women, and not just slightly taller than Tessa. Even Carl had deactivated most of his skills for the flight, and the group only had Eternal Lightning active on them. "Ready to face the press?" Colonel Valerie asked. "I feel so short," Carl replied with a smile. Ophelia laughed. "You feel short, I'm freezing. How did I ever survive winter without fur?" Colonel Valerie chuckled, though her expression didn't change from its usual resting frown of general disapproval. "Good thing we're sending you all for a combat mission check after this. You need a few days to acclimatize to civilized life again. But we will do this the standard way. As the host, I will exit first, then you follow by rank. How you sort that is on you." There was a fair bit of space in the cargo hold of the helicopter, so everyone else arranged themselves in a double file line. Dana and Ophelia behind Carl, with the clerics at the back. Then Ray came out in human form to stand between the mage and berserker, while Remy transformed back into spirit snake form to hang herself around Carl's shoulders for the best view. Finally, a shining silver and gold knight with a horned helmet on appeared between Tessa and Lotus. "Thor? Is that Thor in human form? Your armor is beautiful," Tessa greeted him. Thor nodded and gave her a shoulder bump that made the cleric laugh. He always did that as a greeting, but she had been trying to get him to speak. Hawk's voice in humanoid form was strange, while Ray's was beautiful and haunting. So, she wondered what Thor would sound like. "We will escort the ladies out, and then we will join you," Thor informed Carl in a deep masculine voice that closely matched his mental voice. Out of everyone, he was apparently best at the transformation. Tessa poked him. "It is customary to take your helmet off to meet people. But my horns are attached to it in this form," Thor complained, suddenly sounding much younger. Tessa smiled and took the helmet off, revealing a handsome young man with long green hair, long ears and shining golden eyes. He almost looked like an elf, but twice the size that any elven man should be. Thor was nearly as tall as Ray was, but burly to the point that he could nearly block both Tessa and Lotus from view by standing in front of them. Lotus ran a hand over his armor. "We need to get Thor a shield. When we have time, we should take him to the armory with Carl's credit. He is basically a paladin, right? A holy warrior. He can do all the paladin things." "We will work on it," Carl agreed. The helicopter touched down, and Colonel Valerie stepped out as soon as the back ramp was open. Carl didn't know why these things had side doors. Nobody ever used them. Carl led the way out while Remy checked out the crowd of people in front of them, and Hawk eagerly awaited his opportunity to make a grand entrance. Unlike Ray and Thor, he didn't intend to transform into a human. Kara didn't either, so they would both show up later, once the first impression was made. Carl took his first step onto the grass and realized that their grand plan had completely confused the crowd. They had no idea who Ray and Thor were, and wondered what nation they were visiting from, as both were clearly inhuman. If they didn't know what nation they came from, they didn't know all the proper formal courtesies, or how to properly address them as a royal and a monarch. Colonel Valerie cleared her throat. Introducing the Beast Master Monarch, Carl. With him are the princesses Remy, Ophelia, and Dana with the Lady Ray Bloodbath. Then we have the royal high priestesses Lotus and Tessa, with King Thor of the Sarrow. Lady Ray Bloodbath, I like it. Soon, I will be Queen Ray Bloodbath, and it will be glorious. But I need to ask a favor first. I've got all these great flavors of bath products, but do you suppose that I could have just a bit of Carl? Maybe a shampoo? That new skill smells wonderful. Carl mentally chuckled at her request. I will see what I can do. With my regeneration, I'm sure I can spare you some blood. Carl led the group to a spot 3 meters in front of the gathered dignitaries, and Ray stepped back from her spot between Ophelia and Dana. She joined Thor at the back of the group just as the cameras were getting set up, and the assistants were ushering the others into position. Now is good, Hawk decided, then appeared behind the group in all his glory, with his wings spread over the team. Kara came out to stand beside Carl, as she was too short to be seen over the group, while Thor and Ray returned to their original forms. Remy remained around Carl's neck, satisfied that she would be prominent in all the photos without being large. Screaming filled the air, and nearly half of the assembled civilians either fainted or ran away, leaving Hawk and Ray congratulating each other on their brilliant plan, and Kara laughing hysterically, rolling on the ground and pointing at the terrified humans. "Carl, damn it, did you have to do that? We have a schedule to keep." A deep voice boomed in the distance. "Overlord Niall. I didn't see you back there," Carl shouted back, impressed at the man's stealth skills. It wasn't easy to hide an aura that powerful from him, especially now that he had soul sight. The rogue smiled behind his mask as he stepped into sight, his black Holy Inquisition uniform standing out among the business suits of the dignitaries. His presence brought most of them to their senses, but Carl noticed that one camera operator was dutifully snapping photos, oblivious to the chaos all around him. He was so focused on getting the perfect shot that Carl was certain he hadn't even registered the fact that those were real magical beasts in front of him. The dignitaries began to return to their spots now that the overlord from the Inquisition was in sight, while Colonel Valerie glared at Carl, and the ladies did their best not to laugh along with Kara, who was slowly regaining her composure. "If you've finished having your fun," Valerie began. Of course. Group photos. How are we arranging this? Meet and greet style, or with a large group pose?" Carl agreed. Overlord Niall chuckled. "Can you ask your friends to stay near their current position, and we can set up a photo shoot? There are mobile bleachers to lift your team up for the photo." Ray dipped her head, while Kara wandered through the crowd to examine the rogue. He stopped to look down at the Void Badger, who flapped her wings to help balance on her hind legs, which put her closer to his height, though still less than shoulder high. "Well, hello there." Niall greeted her. Kara licked him. Niall laughed as he wiped drool off his face. "Now I am wondering if you simply wanted to taste test Overlord rank human, or if that was some sort of greeting among winged Void Badgers." Kara balanced on her hind legs and made a non-committal gesture. "Yeah, that's what I thought. A bit of both, but we should get into position for the photos." Kara dropped back to all 4 feet and rushed over to stand on top of Thor, so she could see over the gathering. The dignitaries were standing in 2 rows, short then tall, while a long folding bench had been placed for Carl's team, with the beast standing behind them. It would be a brilliant photo, and Kara wanted a copy as soon as possible. The photographers got to work, focusing on various people, then Carl's team was cycled through the back rank so that they could get close-up shots with all the dignitaries. Carl was actually surprised how restrained Ray and Kara were being. He thought that the pair would prank someone, but they were behaving fairly well. Except that point when Kara stole someone's hairpiece and had to be bribed to give it back. It did look good on her, though. "Monarch, might we have just a few minutes of your time? We are with the Dubois banking conglomerate." A short man in his 50s began. "I'm very sorry, sir. I am not currently booking any collaborative efforts or accepting employment offers. But if your offer is not about that, please, continue." The banker bowed politely. "I understand, sir. You have been on an extended assignment and require time to decompress. I will check with you again in the future." There were a few others who had the same idea, but as Carl was less approachable as a monarch, they were much more interested in going after the 2 new royals who might be much more amenable to their ideas. Monarchs normally already had solid plans, and while Carl was young, it was generally assumed that it would be the same for him. There were rumors that he was working with the Roth Savings and Loan Company on a major property deal. But such a project normally took a year or 2 before the details were finalized. Plus, it was likely to involve an exclusivity clause so that the elite didn't end up as the face of a competing company or project in the meantime. The only ones who were moving away from him were the ones who were only here as business representatives. Most of them were here to make friends with powerful elites, or as government or military representatives. Carl found a familiar face in the crowd and went over to say hello. "Director Jones, of Military Finance, wasn't it?" he asked. "You have an impeccable memory, Your Majesty," the bureaucrat replied. "The whole Your Majesty thing is a bit excessive," Carl laughed. Certainly, Lord Carl. I heard that you were on quite the adventure and missed most of the chaos of recent days. Indeed. But not all of it. I got to see some in person while I was out of the country. But I'm more interested in your job. How is the finance and supply situation with all of the additional anomalies and monster spawns? Carl asked. How did you know that the spawn rate was up? We hadn't made that public yet. I know a little about how it started and why. So it's only natural that it would increase here as well. At least we haven't been inundated with new dungeons. If that had been the case, we would have been in much more trouble than even Newbon with their commander rank dungeons and newfound influx of monster spawns. I won't bore you with all the details, but it was quite the shock to them. Bored wouldn't be the word that the director would choose, but he was an accountant, not an elite or any sort of soldier. Carl caught a blur of motion in his peripheral vision just before he felt something bounce off his armor. It hadn't made it past eternal lightning, but it was clearly an attack, and Carl turned to see who would be so brave. The situation almost looked calm and normal, but Soul Sight revealed Overlord Nile dragging someone out of the crowd while invisible. On the ground, Carl found a small metal needle that radiated magic. That must have been the projectile weapon, so he picked it up and put it in Remy's space, wrapped in a large leaf, so she didn't get poked accidentally. As soon as he stopped focusing on it, the needle disappeared, marking it as the creation of a skill, not an enchanted object. Oh, someone is brave. Do you think that there are more of them? Ray asked in his mind as she realized what had happened. Where there is one, there are three. Well, that is about earth mice in the house, but I think it works for other sorts of vermin as well. How do we know which ones are which? Can I just kill them all for safety? No, some of them are important and useful. The Inquisitor should take care of the situation, but don't let any sketchy people near the ladies. It took all of 3 seconds for Kara to take that literally. A rather sleazy-looking businessman was getting too handsy with Ophelia for her liking, and the Void Badger grabbed him by the legs, spun him in a full circle, then body slammed him. The whoosh of air leaving the man's body, then the pained wheeze, had a few people laughing discreetly behind their hands, but the ones who hadn't seen the start were concerned that Kara had gone feral. But the way that she was rubbing his face in the dirt made it clear after a few seconds that this was personal. Kara, you can let him up. I think he will promise to keep his hands to himself. Kara got off him, then wandered over and took something from a nearby woman's purse. The wealthy executive was shocked at the fact she had just been so casually mugged by a royal rank beast. But Kara gave back the purse and only kept one small item in her mouth. What have you got there? Ophelia asked. It's a barbecue sauce package. No, you can't barbecue him. I don't think that he would even taste good. Ophelia laughed. That was the last straw for the humiliated pervert. He bolted out of the meeting and began running for the questionable safety of the nearby buildings. The event lightened the mood of the meeting, though some were highly concerned about the actual safety of having the beasts around. After all, Kara had threatened to eat someone, and even Thor was large enough to accidentally crush someone to death. Sure, he had elites loving on him and rubbing his scales, but a casual collision with him would be like walking in front of a car. Overlord Nile returned after a few minutes of socialization, smelling faintly of human blood, and motioned for Carl to join him. Carl followed him to the edge of the green space and into one of the signature marble buildings that were all over the capital, and realized that this one was actually familiar. It was identical to the Inquisition holding building in design, but not in interior decoration. It might serve the same purpose, but the upper level looked more like the lobby of an upscale hotel. Monarch, if you don't mind a short chat. Nile began, with a gesture to a door labeled, Conference Room C. Carl followed him in and felt a spell activate as the door closed. Then Nile barred it with a steel beam, which made Carl laugh. The door was made of solid oak, but he could kick it clear across the lobby, so the bar wasn't for either of them, just to keep nosy people out. First off, welcome back. It's good to see you again, and quite the shock to see how you have advanced. But more pressing is not the known fact that you are a savant, but the fact that your entire group are now royals. You have no idea how much of a stir it caused among the leadership when the Archbishop returned and casually informed everyone that your group were all now royals. Of course, he's so busy with other duties that he was most likely never informed that they were all ascended a year ago. But for those of us with more time to be familiar with such things, it has raised plenty of questions. If there is some sort of technique to speed progression to that level, it is of national security level critical importance that we know. Your misadventures have raised more royal rank elites this year than the rest of the nation, and nobody understands why." Carl took a moment to fully appreciate what the Inquisition's top assassin was saying. Overlord Niall had a point. There were so few royals that they would normally all know each other. He was the outlier, as he didn't really know anyone, and he was never around others. But now he had blown past that milestone and advanced to monarch rank, while the rest of his group was also progressing insanely quickly. There was nothing in his skills that would explain that, and other than Dana, the others had been growing at a perfectly normal rate before they met with him. Could it be that he had some hidden skill to help his group grow? He could for his beasts, but that was linked to their space. It didn't really apply to the rest of the group members. I think that it is more closely related to luck and the favor of the gods than any level of skill that I possess. The number of exceptional opportunities that we have been encountering is higher than most other elites could claim in years of training. We have been in 2 separate opening events for commander rank dungeons and what might be a demigod level trial in the last season alone. Niall shook his head. The trials alone don't explain it, unless the last one actually forced the advancement. But as I understand the reports, you were already exhibiting well beyond royal rank firepower before your rank had officially advanced, according to the system. Carl thought about it for a few minutes in silence, then decided to share a small tidbit about his powers with the Inquisitor. I have a skill called Skill Master, and I believe that it takes effect on my entire group, and not just the beasts I am bonded with. It lets them learn new skills more easily and improve the ones that they have. I suspect that the improvement in their skills might actually be driving their progress. Most people advance as their skills improve, right? Well, with Skill Master, the skills can be advanced to a rank over the user. It's never happened to another group member that I know of, but it does work for the beasts. I have had skills at monarch rank for a while now, and that is a large part of my excess combat ability. Niall took a chair off the stack by the wall and sat down at the large boardroom table. What you're telling me is that there is a possibility that you will have an overlord ranked skill while you are still a monarch? He asked. Not a possibility, an almost certainty. How far through my progression will I manage it is the real question. It might be one of the beasts, and it may or may not be shared with me, but it will happen. Carl agreed, taking a seat across from the overlord. Niall took a small object from his storage bag, or perhaps his inventory. Carl couldn't tell how active the man's system was. Squeeze that for me. I want to test your raw physical strength, he instructed. Carl shrugged and picked up the resistance scale. It had a D-shaped hand grip on one side and a scale needle on the other, so Carl just squeezed it and watched the needle smoothly spin in circles, 3 times around before the lever bottomed out. Niall chuckled. Well, that defeats the purpose. But it is an answer in its own way. Your strength isn't on the human scale anymore, even for warrior classes. Do you think that there is a way you could help a few of our promising recruits advance as well? What I was thinking was to send them as apprentices to your group. Did they do something to upset you? Sending children to accompany a group like mine is basically a death sentence. Heck, even our protection couldn't hold up when Overlord Lifa and the Emperor got into an argument over her vacation plans, Carl replied. Niall stared at him. Come again. I know all those words, but I'm not sure that I understood what you were saying. I'm sure the reports will make it back to you soon. The Overlord decided that she was overworked and decided to go on an unapproved vacation. It led to an exchange of blows with the Emperor of Nubon. Neither was seriously injured, but there was a lot of property damage, Carl explained. That did not make it back to our reports, but I believe that I know the incident you mean. It simply wasn't explained the same way, and was passed off as an anomaly-related natural disaster. It is actually less concerning to know that it was just a dispute between powerhouses. At least that way, it's unlikely to happen again. Carl wasn't sure he would go that far. Eventually Lifa would break free again, but trying to explain the whole situation would just lead to a never-ending set of questions he didn't know the answers to, and probably someone wanting to study his weapons. He was quite fond of his weapons. Overlord Niall took out a notepad and placed it between them. Now we can move on to the reason I actually called you in here. I interviewed the failed assassin, and it appears that you have made the growing threat list of at least one foreign nation. The toxin from the spell scroll should have been potent enough to kill a royal rank elite if it had landed. If he hadn't missed, we would have had only seconds to prevent your death, Niall explained. He didn't actually miss. Thor keeps eternal lightning, his defensive barrier skill, active on the whole group at all times. He doesn't like any of us being in danger. So, the attack hit a monarch rank barrier skill and simply fell to the ground. I thought it was a poisoned needle, and tried to collect it, but it vanished after a few seconds. Do you have any idea what group might be after your life? Niall asked. I didn't get their names, but a human nation that uses spellblades with black robes and red armor would be my first guess. They seemed a bit upset that we rejected their attempt to force their way into the trial that the Archbishop met me at. Of course, it could be the Giants. They have more than enough reasons to want me dead, especially after Lord Noct trolled them during that same event. It's probably not the divine beasts or the mages from Staptonbia. We all had a rather cordial relationship as of our last meeting, and the mages of Staptonbia were very pleased with our arrangement and the fact that we didn't argue with their price. The potions that they provided were an excellent base for an upgraded potion using resources that we obtained from the monster spawns. One of them gave High Priestess Lotus a Tree of Life healing form, an epic grade spell, and the other allowed Thor to evolve into his current Divine Thunder Sero form. Thor has thunder abilities? Niall asked. Only one stomp ability. But he has a couple of lightning-based skills, so it fits with the general theme of his progress. Carl thought about his new skills, and realized that while he could make skill books and use Skill Master to help others learn skills, he would soon be a great asset to elites in general, simply because he could teach them random skills. Maybe he should try to get the Overlord to help him learn a few more skills before he left the capital again. Back on topic, we are concerned about the risk that someone is sending assassins after you, but the leadership is also determined to see if your luck will extend to a larger team. Obviously, they're not going to be able to spare an entire team of royals to follow you around when you've already got 4 of them on contract. I will look into the issue of the assassination attempts personally while your team is being debriefed and assessed after your deployment. Then the apprentices will be sent to you. Carl drummed his fingers on the table as he considered ways to make that work. Can you send us acolytes? You know, the ones who are going to go for the divine injection at the end of the school year? I can test them personally for compatibility, and then we can take 5 of them with us to train, he suggested. You want common rank kids who are still in middle school? Niall repeated, ensuring he hadn't heard it wrong. Maybe from the orphanages. That way there won't be a fuss if things go wrong during training. Plus, I don't want some politician's snobby brat. I'd end up feeding them to Remy the first week. You wouldn't? Niall countered, but Carl could see that he wasn't convinced. Niall was a good judge of character, so he shouldn't take long to determine that Carl wasn't joking. Fine, maybe you would. I will see what we can find for your team. How long do you think that it will take to test them? He added. We should be able to sort them in a day or 2. I have a trick for it now. The cleric classes might be a bit harder, but the acolytes for me, Dana and Ophelia should be easier. I can probably verify their compatibility right away. Niall made a note for himself, then gave Carl an expectant look. What can you tell me about what happened to you and Lord Noct in the trial? The Black Dragon was somewhat less than forthcoming with details. Carl chuckled. I can see how that would happen. He's not the greatest fan of humans in general. But he seems to be fond of you. I'm possibly the least humanish human that you will ever meet, though. But I can tell you that there was an evolutionary resource in the version of the trial that we got. It gave me a special constitution, and that was a major factor in being able to reach monarch rank. His details are his own, and as much as I like to prank people, I'm not going to give out the private details of a totem rank black dragon, Carl explained carefully. Understandable. Some inquisitors would take that personally, but the totems are said to be able to sense betrayal, and I would rather that he didn't come barging in here. Carl chuckled. We would likely be gone before he made it here. Overlord Niall shook his head. He's still at the cathedral. If he sensed betrayal, he could fly here in under a minute. But the Inquisitor had asked anyhow, Carl noted. What are you going to tell the debriefing officers about your time abroad? Have you discussed it with the others? Niall asked instead of continuing his questions about the trial. Not yet. I think everyone understands what part shouldn't be spoken out loud. But most of the journey was eventful in one way or another, so there will be plenty to give them without looking like we're stonewalling the investigation. Besides, the Archbishop knows most of it already, and that's the important part. Whether anyone else needs to know is up to him. Overlord Niall made a few notes and then put the notepad away. Alright, I will arrange for proper acolytes to join your team while they are in the city. I am looking forward to great results from you, and I will try to keep the annoyances away while you're all settling back into the civilized life for a bit. Is there anything else that you're going to need right away, other than somewhere to stay? That has already been arranged, of course. The Archbishop wants your team close, so he has arranged rooms at the cathedral. Carl laughed. It's always the cathedral when we come to the capital. If I was there any more often, I would end up with my own room. That can likely be arranged. There is a separate building for high-ranking elites, next to the Inquisition dorms. You're a monarch now, so it wouldn't be unusual for you to rent a room there to always have a place to stay in the capital. Even Johann and Ahmad have rooms there, though they also have houses nearby, Niall explained. Oh, that does sound like a good plan. I will have to find out the costs and arrange something. The dorms in the cathedral aren't terrible, but the lights-out policy is a bit strict. The rogue laughed at Carl's complaints. Indeed, the cathedral did shut down very early so that the pious could pray in silence for a few hours before sleeping. But if you weren't on a pilgrimage, it was an extremely early bedtime. Why don't I call them over now? There should be someone on duty. Carl nodded, and Niall went to the phone on the wall to make a call, requesting an agent for the ranking elite dorm, as well as accommodation for 2 new royal high priestesses, who would be confirmed later in the day, and the 2 visiting royal rank elites. Lotus and Tessa would get permanent rooms here by default, as well as wherever they were assigned when they were no longer traveling with Carl. Carl suspected that nobody was in too big of a hurry to make them quit that mission, as they had gained so much already, but eventually, they would all want some downtime with no violence. No violence? Ray asked in Carl's mind. Minimal violence, he amended. Still sounds boring. Can we leave yet? These people are annoying. Return to your space whenever you want. I will make excuses for you when I'm done here. That was all the motivation that they needed, and everyone but Kara was back in their space within seconds. Even Thor. That part was surprising, but the Sero looked harassed and ready for a nap. You alright, buddy? Carl asked. Flash photography is evil. Thor replied as he sunk his head into the pond lined with holy stones. That explained a lot. Thor loved people, but like all beasts, his eyes were sensitive, and if they had been taking constant photos in his direction with the flash on, he would have a terrible headache by now. The real question was what Kara was up to, and why was Carl so certain that it involved Lotus? But he didn't have long to consider what sort of chaos those 2 might be causing. The representative from housing had already arrived, possibly from outside with the welcoming committee. Monarch. It is an honor to meet you. I am informed that you would be interested in renting a unit at the ranking elite apartments. The slim man greeted Carl, before adjusting his poorly fit budget suit and taking a seat to spread out an array of diagrams and pictures. We have various options starting with infrequent visitor residences at under 100 square meters, or if you were to be stationed here in the capital, we do have some options in the 500 square meter range. Carl did his best to hide his dismay at the opulence visible in the photos of the units. Even the smallest of them was far larger than the house he had grown up in, and at 500 square meters, the largest would require cleaning staff even if he had his whole team staying there. Though, if the beasts were in human form, they would take up a lot of space, so a floor plan with more common area might be best. Overlord Niall gestured at one of the plans. I think that this one might be a suitable option. There are 3 bedrooms, including the master bedroom, but there is a large sitting room. It's normally for the sort of elite who has a lot of informal business meetings at home, but with your friends around all the time, it might be a good choice. The agent nodded. Yes, this one is suitable for task force teams when they are in the capital, and it has easy access to the rooftop helipad, should you be on rapid response duty. But fear not, the soundproofing is excellent, and the noise won't unduly disturb you. Carl chuckled. I can hear your heartbeat and the shifting of your coat against your shirt. It takes much more than some basic soundproofing for me to miss a helicopter landing. But I am certain that it doesn't take much to get used to those interruptions, and I don't intend to be in the capital the majority of the time. Oh, are you working on something? The agent asked. I am in the middle of a deal with Roth Savings and Loan to build a facility for magical beasts that can be raised as assistants to the elites, Carl explained. Fascinating. I know that many of the ranger classes struggle to find just the right partner. However, as I am not one myself, I am not privy to all the details. That's fine. It's not really relevant to this deal anyhow. Oh, get the one with the huge bathroom with the hot tub. I want that one, Remy insisted. Yes, a gigantic tub is what we need, Ray agreed. Carl gestured to the floor plan. Do you have an option with a large common area, and the oversized bath area with the hot tub? I have this one. It's slightly smaller overall, but still has 3 sleeping rooms, a large common room and the spa. However, it lacks a formal dining room, and instead only has a smaller table and dining counter in the kitchen. Hot tub. Ray cheered. Can we go see the unit? Carl asked. Of course, sir. However, it is customary to put down a deposit first, as a show of sincerity, as the units are rather expensive. Carl nodded. How much? The deposit amount is 50,000 credits, which will be deducted from the 240,000 credit total annual fee for the unit, should you choose it. Give him shiny rocks. I got a whole bunch of useless ones from the grave, Remy suggested. Can you do conversions? I have no idea how many actual credits I have, Carl asked. I can bring an appraiser from the supply department. Wonderful, I can wait. Also, if they can send someone for the rest of my people, it would make life easier. I'm sure they are wondering where I went by now. The ladies came in with the appraiser, who was an ascended rank elite with a crafting specialty class. Remy, did you pick useless stones? Carl asked. Yeah, and give him some of this grass I picked. There is too much of it here, and it's in the way. The appraiser bowed a full 90 degrees, while Overlord Niall chuckled at the show of deference, or more likely at Carl's discomfort around it. Sir, I am told that you require a conversion for some items you have obtained? Carl set the fistful of delicately cut gemstones and the large bundle of magical grass on the table side by side. This should be enough, I think. If you can convert that to credits for me, I would like to rent an apartment and maintain a balance in my account for incidentals. The man just stared at the pile, while Overlord Niall picked up one of the gems, a faintly magical garnet, low ascended rank by Carl's estimation. You know, a fire garnet of this quality and cut is worth a year's rent. You didn't need to make the man go through so much work. The Overlord was staring at the gem with what looked like lust, and examining it with the practiced movements of a jeweler. Or perhaps a jewel thief. Many rogue-class elites had a questionable past. Carl shrugged. I never exchange anything, I didn't know, but if that's the case, you can keep that one for your assistants, and we can convert these 2 for credits, plus the pile of herbs. The appraiser looked at the pile of herbs with great concern. Are you certain that you wish to trade all of this? Make them go away. Those are the trash stalks that I pruned so much better ones would grow, or to clear space, Remy agreed. Yes. Those are the lower grade cast-offs that I don't need anymore. The man seemed to freeze, and began breathing too fast for a few seconds before Lotus cast something on him. Panic attack, he should be alright with a calming spell on him, she explained. Sir, those stocks are all commander rank, and they're worth nearly 20,000 credits each, the appraiser stammered. Do you regret picking the gem now? Carl Mock whispered to Overlord Niall. Not at all. I don't need spirit grass for anything. But magic-type classes like the appraiser go all googly over it. You should see if you can get some potions made with the portion you kept. Your girlfriend would benefit from them. Carl stared at the grass with his system interface up. Moderate quality feed for Thor, mild intoxicant for Hawk. Combines with sage spirit herb to make minor soul strengthening potions for Hawk. That last line was a new one, but there were no other listed uses with identify, so it was no real use to his beasts. Good idea. I will look into that later. I have the ingredients needed, I believe. The appraiser carefully examined every stock and made notes, while the group milled about and Lotus tried to teach Kara how to play cat's cradle with a piece of string. When he got to the last of the stocks, Carl stopped him, realizing that the total was an astronomical sum. That one is for you. A gratuity for your prompt service. The appraiser stared lovingly at the long piece of grass. Are you certain, sir? Of course. There are how many of them in that pile? One is no loss. The conversion of those +2 stones should be more than enough for my immediate needs. Tessa shook her head in dismay. You know, I tend to forget that while your stockpile of random stuff is useful in the field, you're actually insanely wealthy if you convert it to money. Carl laughed. Thor eats that grass as a snack. The appraiser and the real estate agent winced in pain at the cost of letting a giant beast eat such a valuable resource. The total will be transferred to your account, and these 2 garnets will be sufficient to cover a year's rent on your chosen unit. Thank you for your patronage, and the Cathedral Resource Warehouse appreciates your generosity. Overlord Niall watched the appraiser call for security as he loaded the grass into a secure cargo box on a dolly and handed the real estate agent a card on his way out. Now, should we go see that unit? As long as there is nothing wrong with it, I would like to get settled in. I have a long day of debriefings tomorrow, Carl suggested. You have debriefings tonight as well. But tomorrow will be even busier, so we should get ahead of the others, Niall agreed. Carl sighed and gestured for everyone to follow them out of the room. The apartment building was actually a high-rise tower that Carl had thought was part of the corporate district, 50 stories tall and as large as a city block. There was certainly plenty of room for the apartments. Lotus spun in a happy circle as she saw where they were going. This is perfect. I can just invade your space when the dorms at the cathedral get too boring. The housing agent gave Carl a look that said, "Should I show you a unit with a spare room for high priestesses?" But Carl motioned for him to keep walking. "I am sure that we can make space. Or we can look at other units if there might be a similar unit that keeps the large hot tub. That part is essential," Carl assured her, with a nod to the realtor to let him know the response was for him as well. Dana winked at him and Carl smiled. Ray and Thor weren't the only ones looking forward to getting time to soak. The elevator took them to the 10th floor, and a pristine white-walled lobby area with thick red carpets. There was a gold and crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and Tessa whistled in appreciation of the luxury. Red Dragon clerics spent most of their time in orphanages or combat training facilities before they graduated, and often after as well. They didn't see much luxury. There is a secure training facility on basement level 2. It's not actually under the building, but under the courtyard and park. It was reinforced by the Archbishop and a group of Overlord-rank mages, so there is no danger that it will be damaged as long as you pay the energy cost to enter. There is a public pool on the 2nd floor, and a gym on the basement floor 1. But the residential floors all look similar, with different layouts based on apartment sizes. There are 6 units on this floor, only 2 of which are currently occupied. Carl decided he didn't want to think too hard about why there would be so many empty units in the building. Sure, it was expensive, but all the more powerful elites were regularly required to be in the capital for one reason or another, so it made sense for them to get an apartment somewhere in the city. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it. If Carl had checked his balance before asking for a conversion of resources, he likely would have had enough for the rent just off his elite payments, and those would be going up now that he was a monarch. The agent opened the door and Carl stepped inside the apartment, which was decorated in what he understood to be the latest modern style, all white and stainless steel with hardwood floors in a light gray. Upon seeing the luxury, Ray came out in humanoid form and immediately wandered away before the sales pitch could even begin. The important parts of the tour were the bath and making sure that nothing here could rival her hammocks for comfort. "Where did she come from?" the property agent asked, confused by the new arrival. "She's sneaky. Don't worry about it. Now, it looks like this place is fully outfitted. I see cups hanging from the racks," Carl replied. "Yes, a full set of kitchenware is included, as well as daily maid service, so there is no need to do your own cleaning. If you are hosting parties or don't wish to cook for yourself, there is a restaurant on the main floor exclusively for residents and their guests. They can prepare your meals to be delivered on request or on schedule." Dana looked impressed. "So, a top professional chef on call at all times for dinners. Now this is swanky." Overlord Niall chuckled. "Of course. Elite is more than just a title saying that you've got magical powers. There is another building nearby for royals, if you would like to take a look. 3 of them, technically, as there are more royal rank elites than there are monarchs and overlords. Would you like to view one?" the agent asked hopefully. Dana shook her head. "No, this one looks good, thanks." The agent blinked once as he realized the situation, then continued the tour, showing them around the kitchen, the balcony with sun loungers for summer use, then the huge living room with seating for at least a dozen. "This is nice. There is room for everyone at the same time. But where did Ray go?" Lotus asked, unable to find the spider. Normally, losing a bloodbath spider in the house would be a cause for concern, but Carl could sense that she had already finished exploring the other rooms and had gone to the kitchen to see what the strange smell was. It turned out to be a fully stocked spice rack, and she was collecting tiny samples for Hawk and Remy so they could add variety to their cooking. "She's in the kitchen. Finish the tour and you can play with the Ray. The ceilings are high. I can hang hammocks over the spare beds. Lots of room for sleeping," Ray informed Carl as they checked the remaining rooms. The hot tub was in a cedar room with a steam-generating heater and a bench along the far wall. It should be great for relaxation, and the bedrooms were plenty for the group if Ray was going to hang hammocks. "I think that this should be perfect for my needs, thank you," Carl informed the agent. Wonderful. I will take care of the paperwork, and I believe that the Overlord had some more business to finish with you. Niall nodded. Not me in particular, but the Inquisition, plus the Bureau, and the Army's Strategic Intelligence Agency would all like to have a nice chat with you tonight, while the details are still fresh in your mind. Alright, you might as well send them all in. We can split up and everyone talks to someone at the same time. Or do we need to do this in the secure rooms? Carl asked. No need for that. Once you are over commander rank, almost all of this becomes a formality. Even if they suspected that you were likely to go rogue, it's not like they would try to imprison you. They'd just send me after you. I want a chance to play with the stabby Overlord, Ray demanded. Maybe later. He lives nearby so we can try to convince him to train with you in the gym to help you learn new combat skills. Niall noticed the puppy eyes attempt that Ray was making from the kitchen, and turned to Carl for answers. I don't get what she's pleading for. I'm not going to let her torture the representatives, he whispered. Carl chuckled. That's not it. She wants to train with you in the gym before we have to go. It's a great way for her to learn new skills if I'm there to supervise and use my skills on her directly. It's so rare that we see someone who has compatible skills that are an improvement for her, but you're an Overlord rank rogue, you have to know at least a few. Niall laughed. All right. I would like to see just what I could teach Ray, and what she might be able to teach me. She has some rather unique skills, and I still don't understand how exactly an ambush predator learned to use golems. Tessa nodded in agreement. That is a mystery that baffles us all. But somehow, after seeing multiple different ways of casting golems, she came up with a way that works for her. It's brilliant and terrifying, but it's an incredible sign of what she might be capable of in the future. She already knows how to shadow step, create earth magic barriers to create her own portable shadows for better mobility, summon golems, and use lacerate to increase the bleeding, so she has a constant supply of blood. There really aren't all that many more things that a bloodbath spider could need for her perfect arsenal, except a few high-output ambush attacks, and possibly a form of invisibility that is better than her natural camouflage skills. Ray snuck over from the kitchen. You're taking too small of a view of things. I have almost mastered this skill to become bipedal now, and once I do that, I will need skills to pretend to be other people. Niall smiled at the ambitious beast. Oh, and why is that? Nobody will ever expect it if their friends and family are the ones that walk up and dice them into snack-sized cubes. Ray announced proudly. Niall nodded. I agree. We took too small of a view of things. Why hide, when you can stand beside them like a friend in the darkness until it's time not to? That's actually a common infiltration technique for some of the intelligence service rogues. If you don't mind that they aren't as powerful as you are, perhaps we could invite a few of them over to help you master the art of disguise? Nope, I don't see any way that this could end badly, Ophelia muttered to herself. Ray nodded. Exactly, all the outcomes are good. By the end of the evening, after the basics of everyone's current skills and combat status, as well as the major details of their recent adventures had been relayed to every applicable agency, and all of the same questions had been answered 5 times, everyone in Carl's group was thoroughly ready for a nap. Overlord Niall had gone to his apartment hours earlier, leaving them with Colonel Valerie and the representatives of the government and military. Neither of them was particularly annoying on an individual basis, they just had to individually verify all of the reports, separate from any influence by the other party members. That meant that they were spread through every room of the house to get their answers, and everyone had to repeat everything for their assigned interviewer, then as a group, in case they missed something that might be important. Of course, they had all come to a silent agreement that there were some things they wouldn't talk about. If it wasn't public knowledge and the people involved could squish them like a bug, it got ignored. If it was embarrassing to a group member, it got ignored. But other than that, they gave a fairly complete report of the events as they remembered them. The real saving grace was that Lord Noct had brought a report from the Divine Beast Nation with him when he arrived nearly a day earlier than they had, and that outlined the parts which had happened in the Bruised Temple. At least in a vague way. So, while the interviewers were confused about the part where they were providing what sounded like daycare services for the acolytes, at least Carl didn't have to go into great detail about how that had come about, or why they had agreed to be sent to the Nubon Empire in the first place. They simply said that it was an order from the Archbishop, and nobody questioned that fact. Colonel Valerie put her pen down as she finished summarizing all of the notes that she had collected. All right, I think that we have everything that we need from you today. I have been informed that you will be receiving a visit from the mental health professionals tomorrow, and that there should be some acolytes brought to you for a training program being overseen by the Inquisition. Those students should arrive later in the day, and I am looking forward to seeing what sort of results might come from the partnership, she declared. You and me both. I think that letting them spend time training with the team should have significant effects on their growth, and there is some hope that we might be able to trigger a system awakening for them naturally, without the use of an anomaly like the orb. The colonel sighed and rubbed the tension out of the back of her neck. Don't remind me of that nightmare. It was open for 4 entire days before it ran out of energy and the ruins vanished. Nearly every elite over the rank of Ascended was sent there to attempt to advance their class marking by the time that it had vanished, and the more we sent, the more confused the situation got. Most of the stronger ones could advance, but few of the weaker ones. Even with the same skills, different ranks didn't get the same options, and now we've got dozens of new class markings to collect data on. Carl shrugged. At least the new classes will have more of a system interface, so they can tell you all about the class skills, the skill tree and any other benefits that they get. It's a huge victory for the record keepers, as they now get to file data for the next group of young elites, so there are fewer cases of unknown markings. Tessa winked at the haggard colonel. Plus, you can pass it all off to the Blue Dragons and let them do all the recording and analysis, then just read their summaries to guide next year's training. The academy should be nearly through the school year, right? We lost some time in an anomaly, so I'm not quite adjusted yet. Colonel Valerie nodded. Yes, the next intake is coming soon. They will advance at the end of the standard school year, and that's in just over a month. But this round will be somewhat different from the previous ones, as we have a new technique. A new trick? Carl asked. Yes, we have numerous system-imbued items from the dungeon. We will have each student attempt to wear one that our analysts think will suit them, and then if they awaken the system with the item, they don't need the injection. It should increase our success rate, and greatly increase the number of new students. In fact, they are so enthusiastic about it that they're building another dorm building for the purpose. There is some speculation that this year's intake might be as large as the entire student population. Both current and before the early graduation filings that were done for student soldiers who have been serving on the front lines. Carl had almost forgotten about that. There would have been many casualties on the line, and the students who had grown significantly stronger would have been graduated early. That sort of practical combat experience helped many of them advance, so they might actually have many more commanders now than they had when Carl and his team had last checked in with the academy, even after combat losses. Will you be back tomorrow to check in on the new arrivals? Carl asked. Valerie shook her head. No, I will give you a few days' worth of training before I start directly monitoring your progress, assuming that there is some. However, it will be my agents who bring them to you, so you might see some friendly faces, depending on who is back from their mission in time. Then I will be looking forward to it. I will send you a message if there are developments. Colonel Valerie laughed, and Dana pointed at the wall. We're in the city now. No need for radiophones, magical messengers or anything fancy, you can just call her office. Right. Totally forgot about that. I suppose that means I should likely be expecting to start receiving calls soon. I'm not going to need a secretary to deal with spam calls from business reps, am I? Carl asked. Doubtful. All calls to the building go through the switchboard downstairs, and they will pass you the messages from anyone who doesn't have either prior authorization or the clearance to call. If you had spent more time in the academy, most of the calls would be coming from your fellow elites, but nearly everyone you know is already in this room, unless the 2 high priestesses are going back to the dorms tonight in preparation for their formal rank testing tomorrow morning. Lotus emphatically shook her head. Not a chance. I will have breakfast early and go over before they miss me, but I'm not sleeping on those rock-hard cots when there are perfectly good beds available. Carl doubted that the beds for a royal-ranked high priestess were that bad, but Ray was going to make hammocks in the spare room, and those were hard to beat. The next morning, when Carl woke up, he was completely disoriented for a moment. It was far too warm, or possibly too cold, if he had slept in, and this large soft bed was quite comfortable with Dana in his arms. But it took his brain a few seconds to remember that he had rented an apartment, and that he was home right now. Strangely, it wasn't the comfort that had thrown him off, it was the temperature control. The Divine Beast Nation in Nubon didn't use any of the human technologies, so everywhere just fluctuated with the natural temperatures, unless it was getting cold enough that they had started a fire in the fireplace. But that felt different, as the heat came from a direction, where the apartment building had vents all through it to keep the perfect room temperature. The sun was just coming up, but the high priestesses had a formal testing and advancement ceremony this morning, while everyone else would likely be tested at the cathedral as well, but without the strict requirement. He could smell the food, and that was enough to rouse Dana from sleep and send her scurrying to the ensuite bath to get ready for the morning. Carl followed her into the shower, and ignored the fake cries of protest that he was going to make them late. Two people could shower as fast as one with that massive overhead showerhead and the side jets, while teasing Dana could wait until later. They both dressed in the commander rank suits and went out to see what had made it here for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, sleepyhead." Tessa greeted them with a smile. "Are we, though? I don't see Lotus or Ophelia," Carl retorted. "In the shower still. I had the kitchen send up some food before our test. We have pancakes, eggs, battered fried toast, an assortment of toppings and meats." The way she said the last was with great disappointment, and Carl realized that the breakfast meat was just regular sausages and ham slices. While they were very high-quality meats, they were not the commander and royal rank meats that the group had gotten used to. The energy content would be a small fraction of the usual, and mostly it would just be filler. "Do we have time to cook more, or should I just have Hawk roast something?" Carl asked. Hawk's flame control was impeccable, and it wouldn't be hard for him to fry them something to eat. "We can have a heavier meal later. We need to eat fairly quickly if we're going to make it over to the cathedral on time. I asked the staff when they brought the food, and there is a shuttle that can bring us there instead of walking. However, it looks like it's just a golf cart, and I'm not sure whether that's faster than going on foot." The other two came out still wet from the shower and in their best formal clothes, Lotus' high priestess robes and Ophelia's commander rank suit. "You know, we really should have Ray make us something fancy for future engagements. Fortunately for the three of us, we will be changing to the white visitor robes when we get to the cathedral." Carl laughed. "Or we can go shopping. We're in the capital now, and there are all sorts of high-fashion shops around. Even if we each bought an entire wardrobe, it would come to a fraction of what it cost to rent this apartment for the year," Dana reminded him. Ray's sense of disapproval was strong in Carl's mind. And many of those outfits, especially suits and shirts, were made with someone else's silk. That was not acceptable. Anything that's not silk. Ray wouldn't be happy about that, Carl explained to the others. "Got it. So, we have an advancement trial, then likely a meeting, and then we can go shopping before they bring over our new acolytes." "Remind me again why we thought that was a good idea?" Dana asked. "Because there is a chance that I can teach them skills and help them awaken the system more fully. The Inquisition is intrigued by the possibility that having experienced elites train acolytes might help them grow faster, the way that the private tutors in the school do for promising students. It will help build bonds between generations of elites, and build the strength of the nation. But mostly, it's because my skills are so odd, and they already heard from Noct that my training is exceptionally helpful to young beasts," Carl explained. Tessa finished a mouthful of pancake. "So, because you can train young beasts and beastkin, they think you might be able to train human children? Do you even have a plan for that?" Carl smirked. "Of course I do. I believe that I can teach each of them at least one skill that will suit their personality. And then we can test them to see if they really will advance faster right from the start with our help. There were numerous options when I went to advance. Like nearly a dozen. So, even if they wanted to be bonded to a beast, it might not make them like me. But it could be a ranger, or a beast warrior type class. If they can make friends with a good boy like Thor, think of how highly desired they would be in any young adventuring group. Every team at the academy would be clamoring for a student who could maintain a refreshing lightning barrier. Especially if they trained as a frontline warrior, while their Sero defended the mages." Tessa nodded. "I see where you're going with this. If you can teach them a skill book, they will gain the skill and a class, and then you are hoping that at least one will get a class which can bond a beast, who will speed their growth. They get the power every kid craves, the nation gets another elite, and they will quickly reach at least ascended or commander, depending on what beast they got, with a chance to grow further in the future using their class skills." "Precisely. And if they can't learn to bond a beast, we can teach them other skills and spells to help them gain other classes. It will also be a great test of just how many people can actually gain power, and how many are simply incompatible with the serum." The trip to the cathedral was a short one in the electric cart, which did turn out to be faster than walking, but not faster than riding on Thor would have been for the clerics. The archbishop himself was there to greet them in front of the trial temple, along with Lord Noct and an elderly high priest from the Red and Green Dragon factions. Welcome, high priestesses and honored guests. It is such a pleasure to have you here today. We have gathered to express our most sincere wish that the gods recognize the ascendancy of two royal high priestesses today, and show them their favor. The archbishop began. The morning entrance to the temple will begin in 10 minutes, and we ask that the guests make way to allow the priestesses to enter first. That was when Karl noticed that they weren't the only ones here today, just the only ones who had taken this path into the temple area. There were dozens of young acolytes on the cathedral side, all kneeling on the stone floor out of respect for the archbishop, and so that the ordained clerics behind them could see. There was a brief round of polite applause for Tessa and Lotus, who the archbishop motioned forward as the first signs of the temple awakening for the morning began to show. The stones inside were building power that Karl could feel in his bones, and it wouldn't be long before the trial was activated, and the two clerics could go in. Would you like to follow the high priestesses in to have your advancements officially verified? One of the cathedral staff clerics asked Karl quietly. I think that we will wait a few minutes. We don't want to come out overlapping them, so let the kneeling kids go first, then we will enter, Karl whispered back. The cleric went and informed the others, and they began to get the kids into double rows, ready for a smooth entrance once Tessa and Lotus had entered. The temple's magic activated, and the two priestesses entered without hesitation, confident in their respective goddess favor and their ability to pass the trials. Then, the kids were escorted in, leaving only the remainder of Karl's group and the senior clerics. The elderly Red Dragon High Cleric addressed Karl with a faint smile. Monarch, princesses. Welcome to the capital cathedral once again. Your new acolytes will be chosen from the orphanage training programs, in the hopes that their drive to improve themselves will give better results. It doesn't actually affect the outcome rate of the injections, but the Red Dragon does hope that it will improve your success rate in training acolytes. At the very least, they should be motivated to try hard, and not lazy or unambitious. Karl nodded. At the very least, we can try to teach them a few different skills to see if they can awaken the most common classes if their first option doesn't work out. But I think that if they show promise, we might be able to awaken a few unique skills just by teaching them the things that we already know. The old man in red robes smiled. That was the greatest goal of the orphanages that the Red Dragon clerics operated. If they could bring up a generation of heroes who managed to change their fate, they would give hope to every orphan that came after them. The orphanages were filled with tragic backstories, but with just this, they might be able to give the kids hope that they could be more than hourly employees or infantry for the front lines of the army. Assuming that they weren't one of the lucky few who was compatible with the injection, anyhow. The archbishop gestured to the temple. Please, enter and confirm your ranks. The high priestesses should be out soon, and then we have a short ordination ceremony before they will be available again. Karl simply smiled and stepped through the doors of the temple, letting the energy engulf him and pull him into the trial. Once again, he found himself standing at the foot of a world dragon pyramid temple, but this one was incomplete, still under construction, with a gantry and earthen ramps all around it to facilitate the movement of massive stones. There wasn't anyone here, and the temple felt like it was missing something. Without anyone to guide him, and the beasts trapped in their spaces, the obvious answer seemed to be to go to the top of the temple and see what had been holding up the progress. An unfinished temple should mean waiting for materials, so perhaps the test was for him to declare allegiance, or provide an offering to the gods. That might make sense for the cleric classes at the very least. This was a temple trial, so perhaps it was for everyone who attained his rank. So, he made his way to where the construction was ongoing, using the smooth ramps that had been made to move the stones, and examined the ongoing construction. He wasn't a mason, but he'd spent enough days in the mine to know what good stone looked like, and what was flawed. And the core stone was definitely flawed. There was a tall square obelisk in the center of the temple, and there were visible inclusions in it, which would certainly crack when the construction was finished and the stone was expected to carry weight. He could fix that, though. Earth Shield could make stone or reshape existing stone to make the shield. So, that was what Karl did, and removed the flaws along the way. Now, the obelisk was perfect, and the temple was ready to be completed, but it was still missing something. There was a small hole through the obelisk near the top, with an engraved platform for some sort of holy relic to sit on. It would be buried within the temple, but it would serve as the core for the sanctified ground effect. Every temple had one, though it was normally in a case behind the altar, where visitors could admire the holy relic. The great question was, what did he have that might qualify as a holy relic for a temple? He had some holy stones in Thor's space, but that likely didn't qualify. Maybe it should be something system-related? He had a number of system-linked reward items. But he could do better than that, he was certain of it. He had skill merger, which would let him make a whole new skill, and skill book, to write it out. So, if he made the very best skill that he could manage, and put the book there, it should count as an epic grade, monarch rank system blessed item. That had to be better than picking stuff from his inventory. Carl did hope that this wasn't expected to be a short process, though, because making a new skill could take some time, and then learning to make one that could be made into a skill book with the materials that he had available would take even longer. Perhaps this wasn't the right way forward, given how long it would take. But it felt right, and if it felt right, then it most likely was right.